cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Sports Radio 610. It's good to be with you. Sean Bijani and Seth Payne. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, who will be back, I would presume, Seth,
yes,
tomorrow morning.
As long as he didn't get beat up in Pittsburgh.
Oh man, I did not know that's where he went.
He was at the Steelers game. Yeah,
I was gonna say.
I was dialed in on the Steelers game yesterday, so I could share the experience with him.
I was too. I was dialed in to everything NFL yesterday, especially so. It's getting late. And these games are getting bigger. They mean more. They're getting more exciting. And, well, at least for the Kansas City Chiefs, it's like more of the same. This is just incredible what they have done and what they are doing over the course of the last month and change.
It's how many straight one-possession games is it now that they've had? It's a record 5th straight one-possession game, which extends the longest streak in NFL history. They won it with the 4th field goal kicker they've used this year with a doinker right off the goalposts. And yeah, there you have it. That's the one. Like a lot of these one possession games that the Chiefs keep winning, I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, they're like the Astros. They get into crunch time and they have so much experience, and Pat Mahomes is so good in the clutch that there you go. And yet, some of those, it just seems like the football gods are just the preordaining this. The fact that you got various field goal clickers doinking it in, and it just feels like we're all screwed.
It does. When the kicker's doing that sort of thing, and that's the fate. And listening to Mike Tirico last night on the call, where they're showing the replay over and over again as they're kind of doing the game recap, and he's just constantly like, that goalpost, it's about as wide as a dollar bill. Like, that's how close it was. This thing could have gone a lot of different ways. And he described it about 3 different ways to Sunday, and I'm just like, that's just it. But people are going to gloss over a little bit, like, okay, it came down to a 31-yard chip shot doinker for their 9th straight AFC West title. But it was also the drive before where, hey, Pat Mahomes had to get him down there again and give them the opportunity. And so that's the part where, as much as people are going to say and have been saying already about this Kansas City Chiefs team, like, well, they look very gettable, and we're going to talk about that later, just how gettable maybe they are, particularly Texans that's going to face them here in a couple of weeks. That's the respect you have to continue to give them, though. As many mistakes as they've made along the way, as many close games as they've played in where maybe you feel like they shouldn't have been so close, they're still winning and putting themselves in position, and that, to me, is the mark of a very dangerous team again.
Well, and I think if you watch Pat Mahomes in that game, he was under pressure all day long. Like, I mean, that's the frustrating thing about the Chiefs is you can look at the Chiefs and make any number of excuses for your own team. We've done it with CJ all year long, where you say, well, look, CJ's numbers are pretty comparable to Pat Mahomes in a lot of ways. CJ's thrown fewer interceptions, et cetera, et cetera. It's like the same thing we saw with Brady for all those years with the Patriots. It's, all right, the fourth quarter is a different game. It's just it's like a completely new football game almost like if at the end of the third quarter, everybody could go in and watch film for like 6 hours, figure out what happened in the first 3 quarters, and then go out and act on it. The Patriots do that, the Chiefs do that just as the Patriots in it on the fly. And they might as well have had an 8-hour film session in the locker room because they figured you out and they know what they can and can't do. And Mahomes was under as much pressure as he's been all season. He got rid of the ball the second fastest he has all year. And they figured it out. That second game that you play in the fourth quarter, you're up against a much tougher opponent because they've learned more than you and they're more capable than you.
I was laughing at you just a second ago from the Freudian slip of the streets because that was like the creme de la creme for 2 decades plus with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and of course they're always going to be the team that you reference for doing great things and doing the little things. And now that has gone away and retired, it is Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs to point to.
And I wasn't watching closely enough. Do you know what Hopkins' injury was, and is it considered serious?
I do not actually, and I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to check on that this morning.
We're all ignorant this morning, everybody. This is where you came for your up-to-date DeAndre Hopkins injury news. You're SOL, everybody.
Yeah, we'll find something, but I would presume anything with some sort of finality, we're not going to know until a little bit later on this afternoon. You know how these things kind of go with the injuries. But that was just one of the things. And the last thing, that's what I went to bed to last night was another Kansas City Chiefs dramatic win. But it was just an incredible week, Seth, in the world of sports. I mean, you think about not even the weekend, just the last 24 hours. Just another wild and crazy slate of games in the NFL. The Chiefs putting the nightcap on it last night. But you had Baseball Hall of Fame announcements with Dick Allen and Dave Parker getting announced by the ERA committee that they're going to be in Cooperstown later on this summer. And a historical hot stove coming to a head with Juan Soto in this just ridiculous contract that he's signing with the New York come down last night.
Yeah, Mets. Just spend it, Mets.
Unbelievable.
I'm cool with the Mets spending. I'm cool with for different reasons than I'm cool with the Angels spending. The Angels, it always feels like, all right, well, we'll see what you do with this after you squandered the best baseball player of a generation. They've had 2 generational talents in a row and done nothing with them. The Mets, it doesn't concern us as much. Right?
No, it doesn't.
You just keep it out of this league and we're okay. I don't have to worry about. We'll see him. We'll see him once a year at least, but that's about it.
But look, Patrick Creighton is an Astros guy, an Astros fan. I could say that. However, his allegiance hails from New York, and so
he's a Mets guy.
He's also a damn Mets guy, so I'm gonna have to live with that crap.
I respect Mets fans. Mets fans have taken it on. They know what they've done to themselves. They're just. I appreciate anybody who just chooses to buck the Yankees and not take the easy choice if you grow up in the New York area.
But you know what? This is just another example of as up against it and financially irresponsible as they were. This organization just 2 years ago when they bought everybody and they had Scherzer and they had Verlander and they went on this wild spending spree that offseason to only start the year off absolutely horrible, one of the worst teams in baseball, to tear it down to here we are again. They give the richest contract in pro sports history out to Juan Soto, 15 years. God bless America. $785 million with escalators, Seth, that could make it an $800 million contract.
I think the biggest thing, and I don't want to get into a big salary cap or luxury tax conversation. It's at 6:08 a.m. on a Monday, but it's the biggest problem with baseball compared to football is that football, hey, look, okay, the Detroit Lions are the darlings of the league. The Kansas City Chiefs are the best team. They have been the best team for going on a decade. And the salary cap helps in that regard. It's undeniable. And baseball is probably never going to get it. But look, Stephen Cohen is a multi-billionaire who loves to collect nice things, whether it be art or baseball players. And it just doesn't matter how much money he spends. If he's willing to spend the money, then he can continually do all that. Whereas, okay, Jim Crane is going to be – he's not as rich as Stephen Cohen. If he wants to have a more competitive baseball team, he has to go out and work harder at his core business.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to accuse him of not working hard enough. I'm sure he works plenty hard at his core business.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. If you'd like to be a part of the show this morning, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610. It is a Texans game week. We've got a short show. This is what drives me crazy. I just told you about great weekends, great sports weekends like this. Is Monday, you come in and you only have a couple hours to try to sift through as much as possible. And you have to sit on a lot of these thoughts, a lot of the things that excite you. But this is a big day for the Houston Texans. It's a big week because there's no more off days. It's boom. You got to this point. You had the bye week, and maybe you tried to figure some things out. We're going to hear from head coach DeMeco Ryans later on today. He'll address the media at 12:15 about the upcoming Miami game, which, look, they're coming off of a victory yesterday over the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk a little bit about that one, Seth, but I'm kind of interested in hearing what DeMeco has to say today and what kind of tone this press conference is, because I feel like coming off of that Azeez Al-Shaair debacle and, everything that was this past week that we've discussed, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so, This press conference today can kind of set the tone for the week and exactly who this Texans team over the course of the next month plus is going to try to be who they need to be.
Right, and I would say it seems almost the last couple of weeks leading into the bye, I hate to body language read too much because it's fraught with peril. You just read your own biases into it, and yet it did feel to me like in press conferences and by their play on the field that the Texans were running on fumes in a lot of ways. I don't want to make excuses for the Titans game or anything else, but the late bye week, for the first time in my life and playing in the NFL, I really cared about the bye week this year. Because, man, having a late bye week really seems to have started to take its toll versus the Texans those last couple of weeks. So, for one, you know how distance runners will taper off a couple weeks leading into a big race? I feel like, okay, this bye week could be kind of like tapering off. I treated it like that myself, Sean. I upped my carb intake. I tried to stay off my feet. Yeah. You try to just top off the energy reserves for what's going to be an endurance event. Come Sunday, you've got 11 days to play 3 football games versus 3 very competitive football teams, 2 of which are the best in the league, but 3 very competitive football teams. Yeah, I just hope we get a re-enlivened and reinvigorated Texans team. They're still going to have all the same problems they had going into it. Yeah. But I need juice, man. I need juice. Yeah. Al-Shaair's incident may ultimately, in a lot of ways, have kind of helped in a couple of regards. One, maybe it's something to rally around and focus on. Yes. Like free Azeez and all that. But 2, it did shift all the attention away from Bobby Slowick and from all these other things that we've been wringing our hands over for the last few weeks. Yeah, it shifted the attention, but we're going to go right back to that if, in fact, come Sunday afternoon at NRG, there's not at least somewhat of a discernible difference in terms of what we're watching from this Houston Texans team offensively and defensively, for that matter, on the field against the Miami Dolphins. Talk about that when we return. 713-572-4610. If you want to be a part of the show, you can hit us up on Twitter as well. Follow Seth at Seth C. Payne on Twitter, at Sean Bijani for myself. What do we have to fear from the Miami Dolphins? That and more next at Sports Radio 610. It was a really good Sunday for football and watching, not to mention Saturday and everything that sprang from that. And
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Energy.com. cranks up the energy with every game.
Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West here on the giant American flag. It's a Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. Got you till 8 o'clock this morning before we turn things over to Texans Radio. They'll get you set for a big game week. Coming up, of course, Week 15, Texans and Dolphins at NRG. The Dolphins, Seth, coming off of a victory yesterday against Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets, 32-26. That was an overtime game. And, well, at least for some, who would have thunk it, right? The Phins looked literally dead in the water at a couple of different points yesterday. And I saw this on Twitter from Cody Stutes, and it drove me crazy immediately because I was checking into that game because, of course, Texans play the Phins this upcoming weekend. And before we get into, what kind of concerns you and intrigues you really about this game, Texans and Dolphins, I saw this tweet. And this was at 2:13 yesterday afternoon. And I think this is probably around the time of the game where the Phins at the time were losing 26-23 in the fourth quarter. This is a tweet from Cody Stutes. Quote, "The Dolphins could be close to opening the can of quit on the season if they lose to the Jets. It would be nice to have a downtrodden Dolphins team come to NRG Stadium next week for that game." And I just saw downtrodden. I saw there's plenty of football left to be played at the time, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, I hate this mentality. It drives me freaking crazy for people that have this mentality. Here's where my mind went. You're telling me like the Jets right now aren't a downtrodden team? They're playing in a competitive game against a team that is fighting for their playoff lives as we speak at the time during that game, and it's the NFL, and they've got the quarterback. And, did you not just watch, or are you watching the Panthers and Eagles right now? I mean, the Eagles were 14-point favorites yesterday, and they went down to the final possession and damn near lost. We could get to that one a little bit later on. That could have cost some individual in Kentucky a lot of money, but didn't. But that's just where my mind went. It's the NFL. You can't count anybody out. It doesn't matter what your record is. At this stage of the season, still, especially for the Dolphins, they've got a lot to play for.
Well, even if the Dolphins had lost yesterday, as it stands right now, I think they still would have been the second team out of the playoffs. So, and they would have been one game behind the Colts still. So right now they're tied with the Colts at 6 and 7, but the Colts have the whatever tiebreaker it would be. Yeah. So, yeah, for one, just strictly on the standing side of things, it's not like the Dolphins would be out of it. I think the other thing is, yes, it's the NFL, and we've already known, like, nobody's ever going to just count a team out in any given Sunday just because they're out of the playoffs. But be in the playoffs, and the difference with the Dolphins this year has been so stark between Tua and not Tua. They've been a horrendous offense without Tua Tagovailoa. In a lot of regards, they've been like a top 5 offense when they do have Tua Tagovailoa.
Not shocking.
So, yeah, for the players that might let go of the rope or what have you, it's different when you know you've got your quarterback. If you're out there and you're playing with Davis Mills, or you're playing with just some guy that you know is not the guy for the future, sure, perhaps maybe then there's a little bit more the distraughtness or what have you. Yeah. But I wouldn't have thought, oh, okay, the Dolphins, if they had lost this game, I wouldn't have thought, oh, okay, well, this will be an easy one coming in. We've learned this from the Texans. You have zero hope based on a team being out of the playoffs. The Titans playoff percentage probability and everything had nothing to do with the Texans losing that game.
Right. Boy, Davis Mills catching a stray at 6:25 this morning.
I'm sorry, Davis Mills. It is what it is. Dang it.
Love it. So what do we have to fear from the Miami Dolphins? I know you've got a couple of thoughts on this, Seth, but here's where I'm at right now. In terms of this Dolphins team, I'm looking at a squad that could be coming into NRG with some renewed confidence this upcoming weekend. And the reason is, you are what you've done here lately. That's the momentum you're trying to build and carry over. And look, this was their first overtime game as an organization in almost 5 years. Now, the guys playing for the Dolphins right now don't give a rip about that care. That's just a little interesting stat nugget for us. But when you're coming off of a 32-26 victory, no matter who it is against, the fact that you did it in the fashion you did in overtime, 1 possession, 8 plays, 70 yards, and you go down and you win a football game with that said quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa, that's a huge boost, I think, for a team that is, again, literally fighting for their playoff lives.
Yeah, I think if you look at the way they're constructed, the reason that the Dolphins make me really nervous is that, look, they have Tyreek Hill, they have Jalen Waddle, they haven't had incredible seasons or anything. Just go back to everything we said about with Tua. But Jonnu Smith, the tight end who ended up winning the game-sealing touchdown in overtime, he's basically got the same receiving numbers as both Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They're all within 100 yards of each other on total receiving. They've all got between 11 and 13 yards per catch. Jonnu Smith has 5 touchdowns. Tyreek Hill has 5 touchdowns. But the Jonnu Smith factor and his ability, like he did on that final touchdown, to catch stuff underneath and across the middle because everybody's fixated on Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, that's a big concern for the Texans when you're down Azeez Al-Shaair, when you've had to shuffle up your safeties. It was a safety that got beat by Jonnu Smith on that final play.
Yeah.
And that's where the Texans have struggled with that kind of stuff all year long defensively, even though they've been, very good defensively. I'm extra concerned about it this week, that it says when Tua can get rid of the ball as quickly as he does, and when he does have that option to throw to a tight end, to throw to a running back, that's what the Texans, I think, are really susceptible to right now. So they've really just got to be nails everywhere else.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to as well with Devon Achane. 6 catches, 45 yards yesterday. Tua getting rid of the football, quickly. He threw it 47 times yesterday. And, look, Achane didn't have a very good game rushing the ball, but when you're able to just kind of get him in space, that's what we try to talk about a lot around here with Joe Mixon, and what we'd like to see the Texans do a little bit more is instead of just being so hell-bent on running the football with the guy, get him out into space, throw him the ball a little bit. Now that you don't have Azeez Al-Shaair, do you worry about that from a defensive perspective, from the Texans, like where, okay, look, yeah, you've got Tyreek Hill and you've got Jalen Waddle, you got Jonnu Smith, all these guys, weapons as pass catchers. You also have Achane as well.
Yeah, right. And I think that's where the one big thing that the Texans are lagging on defensively, that's maybe the biggest disappointment for me, is that they're not tackling well. And too many of the big plays are not just because of coverage gaffes, but because of poor tackling. And that's exactly where the Dolphins can get you, is getting rid of the ball quickly, and then a guy having some space to run, getting yardage after the catch. You've got to worry about that, all those guys, but especially, obviously, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. So without Azeez Al-Shaair, I think what I really get nervous about is the potential snowball effect. If a team's out there and they're running tempo against you, or they're just peppering you with so many pass attempts, you got to keep everybody on the right page and together. And then especially with the RPO game, that puts a lot of stress on linebackers. That takes a real heady linebacker that can get the reads, understand whether they're supposed to be in coverage or coming up and playing the run. And that's really hard to do. Christian Harris coming back could help in a lot of regards, but I'm still nervous about just having the guy that's the signal caller being in complete and total control. And if that has to be Neville Hewitt or if it has to be Henry To'oTo'o, that part it's not the same as obviously having Azeez Al-Shaair.
It was noticeable to me when Al-Shaair missed those 3 weeks earlier this season, week 7 through 9. Texans were 1-2 during that stretch. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that Colts win was bookended by the loss to the Packers, close game, and a loss to the Jets. And look, Neville Hewitt, Jake Hansen, there's reason for optimism, at least from my perspective, that now that you're having to go through this other stretch towards the end of the season without your linebacker, another leader on the field in Al-Shaair, I got some confidence in that, you know what, Hansen and Hewitt and Henry To'oTo'o, who's playing better ball now, they can step in and fill that void. But this is the biggest stretch of the season. This is what you've had circled on your all year long. When Al-Shaair came back, Seth, one of the biggest differences that I thought anybody could tell if you watch this team with regularity is pre-snap, being in position, the communication, comfortability that guys have when both Jimmy Ward and Azeez Al-Shaair are on the football field together. It's just a different beast for the Texans defensively.
Yeah, and I think that maybe one of the things you're going to see from the more from the Texans is maybe a more aggressive play calling. And DeMeco's done that this year. He's been a lot more aggressive than I thought he would be.
Yeah.
When you have Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley, it's a lot easier to do that. They take care of a lot of the issues on the backside. So I think that, I mean, if you look at the linebackers right now, they've got athletes all over the place, especially if Christian Harris comes back. And you add Devin White into the mix, Devin White's been a lot of what he's been his entire career. My gosh, he is fast. He can be an impact player, but you can't quite trust him to be in the right spot all the time. And I think DeMeco is going to look at that and think, all right, well, it is what it is. I don't know if I can trust these guys to sit back and play base defense and just go through their reads and always be in the right spot. So we're just going to blitz the crap out of teams.
Yeah.
And it's boom or bust, but if we can trust the cornerbacks to hold up long enough, and if we can trust the blitz and the pass rush to get there, we could make some really big high impact plays with these athletes we've got.
Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Looking at the other side of the ball, because that's where a lot of the attention, I think, is naturally going to go this week going into this game against the Dolphins, who will be at NRG on Sunday, is from the Texans' offensive standpoint. Okay, you're coming off of this bye week. There were some things that clearly needed to be addressed, and you've had the time to do so now. You can put it into practice this week on the practice field. Are there 1 to 3 things maybe that you had in your mind that you felt like the Texans absolutely could? We know they needed to address a lot, but actually could address, and that we might be able to evidently see on Sunday that's evidence of change?
I think the biggest thing that I'd like to see is that maybe they figured out a couple things in the run game. And the one big glaring difference in the Texans and how they're running the football really has been, okay, how physical is the defensive line they're facing? Because I think the Texans' offensive line has done a better job on the mental side of things. They look like they actually know who they're supposed to be blocking. That's a big step forward for both Pop Warner football teams and the Houston Texans is, hey, know who you're supposed to block. So good job there. But it's not like they're all of a sudden road graders and that they can just drive guys off the ball. So it really comes down to, all right, picking and choosing who are you gonna pick on, who's the weak link on the opposing defensive line, and how can you get that guy exploited? Because I think Laramie Tunsil does a great job in the run game versus finesse players.
Yeah,
he doesn't do so hot, big, physical, strapping dudes, and that's where you got to single out and figure. And some of this comes back on C.J. Stroud on understanding and conducting. Hey, where are we attacking in the run game? How can I check the play at the line of scrimmage, and when should I, based on what I'm seeing? I just hope I see a smoother operation in that regard. And pick and choose your battles and figure out who you can actually physically handle on any given Sunday.
Yeah. We'll get to more of the Texans coming up a little bit later on in the show. We've got you till 8 o'clock this morning. Up next, though, after a wild and very busy weekend in sports, we'll get you caught up with it all in headlines. It's next. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, along with Seth Payne at Sports Radio 610. Keep it here.
The Black Friday LASIK celebration in November at Berkeley Eye Center was so popular with patients. Guess what they're doing? They're extending it into the month of December. Here's what you're going to get. $1,600 in savings on world-class LASIK, 40% off designer sunglasses.
Our Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Use as directed.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, time for headlines. It's Payne and Pendergast in for Sean Pendergast. I'm Sean Bijani. We'll start with a little local flavor first. The Rockets, Seth, last night in action against the L.A. Clippers and won 117-106. It was good for them to get off a little two-game skid and get back on the winning track as they'd been doing a lot of here recently to start the season. Now 16-8. The Rockets rolling with no Tari Eason last night, who, if you remember, against the Sacramento Kings the other night, that was the game in which both Ime Udoka and Alperen Sengun were ejected in the fourth quarter. I don't know that we'd seen Ime that heated before, and the cameras were glued on those guys while Tari Eason was going at it with a fan, though luckily for the fan and really for Eason and the Rockets, not able to make it to the fan, had to be held back from charging into the stands and going after him. I just got a number of texts this morning. Hey, by the way, where's Tari Eason? To go into the stands and punch a guy like Vernon Maxwell? No, he didn't. Yeah. Thankfully, he did not.
We didn't. There was no malice at the whatever they call the stadium there these days. Yeah.
That was
the Clippers. By the way, the Clippers had won 9 out of 10 at home coming into this game. And I thought that, look, they shot as well as they'd ever have. Their 48% shooting on the night, and Udoka kind of. I thought it was a really good job early in the third quarter of reining everything back in, where they came out sloppy. Udoka calls an angry timeout, and then they only commit one more turnover the rest of the game after they started off super sloppy and were coughing the ball up at the beginning of the second half. But after their last game, it was one of their worst shooting performances of the year. This team that hangs its hat on their defense came out, and they shot the lights out.
They did, nice, and they killed it on the boards last night. Massive advantage, 50-37 on the boards. And you mentioned the shooting. Nearly 49% from the field. They hit 15 of their 41 threes last night. Jalen Green, he was on, especially early. 31 points. That was a team high. The Rockets put 6 players in double digits, all 5 of the starters. Amin Thompson got the start last night. Played the most minutes out of anybody. 39 minutes for Amin. That dude is so freaking awesome and fun to watch. He finished with 22 points and 8 boards. A couple of double-doubles for Jabari Smith and Alperen Sengun. The Rockets will be back in action on Wednesday when they take on Golden State. That'll be a little bit of a rematch. Not sure. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if Draymond Green are going to be playing in that game. They did not play this past week when the Rockets failed to take care of business without those two guys. One of their 2 losses this past week, one to Golden State and one to Sacramento. We'll see if the Rockets, Seth, can get back on track on Wednesday. How about this? I don't know how you're feeling about the first ever 12-team college football playoff, but it's set. The first round is ready to roll after it was announced yesterday. You got undefeated Oregon earning the number 1 overall seed. No surprise there in the first 12-team college football playoff. And you've got Georgia, Boise State, Arizona State rounding out your top 4 seeds with first-round buys. What'd you think of the committee selections?
I'm cool with them all. I don't generally get all that angry about college football playoff committee seedings, especially when there's 12 teams. I guess my scrappy underdog story is Georgia, I suppose. The way they fought their way back this season from skepticism and whatnot. But like I say that tongue-in-cheek, obviously. And yet, like Gunnar Stockton.
Oh, my gosh. What a game.
Gunnar Stockton took that was one of the most vicious hits I've ever seen.
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen a person go from upright to horizontal that quickly.
He
literally it skipped the frame. It was just he was standing up and then all of a sudden he was on the ground. Yeah. To get a first down in the red zone.
It was almost one of those situations. Great work by the camera guys, on that broadcast, because Gunnar Stockton is making a beeline for the end zone, and it's almost like You know, in baseball, when a ball is hit, it's usually a Fox broadcast because those camera guys suck. And, you know, there's a high fly ball, and it's usually on Joe Buck call. He thinks it's a home run, and it's not a home run. And, you know, the camera just pans real quick to the stands and then back to the outfielder who makes the easy catch. It was, boy, you had to be on your game to stop the camera when Gunnar Stockton literally got stuck in his tracks and bent backwards. Helmet flies off. Dude gets right up, puts his helmet on, thinks he's going to stay in the game, and gets ready for the next play. It's like, no, big dog, you got to sit this one out. And it was, they said it during the broadcast, you know, it's like a movie script, you know, unraveling here. Beck, who was, you know, bounced out of the game earlier with dead arm, basically a shoulder injury, comes out there with his arm hanging. And everybody in the stadium knows all this guy can do is hand the ball off, and they still score.
Yeah. I mean, he should have slid, obviously, Gunnar Stockton. That's the safe way to do it, I suppose.
Is it now?
yeah. That's what they all say. Is
yeah.
You should slide whenever you get to that point. Yeah.
He didn't need no stinking slide. How about this, man? Mets and Juan Soto. This was the story that was just huge coming down the pipe last night late. 15 years, $705 million to the New York Mets. Juan Soto. I think landing exactly where everybody thought he was going to land because, well, they've got more money than anybody else these days. It's the largest deal in pro sports history, yes, including soccer.
I just, honestly, my first reaction was, okay, good. It's not in the AL. This is going to be an interesting side story every now and then when you face the Mets. But then my second realization was, oh, yeah, Yankees fans are going to be miserable about that. And the first Yankees fan I sought out delivered about as well as any Yankees fan has ever delivered. This is an angry Yankees fan outside of Citi Field with a message for Juan Soto.
Yo, Juan Soto, listen up, man. This is your new home. This is your new home right here. Shut the up and don't complain. Look at this hole. Look at this hole. Right across the street. Look at this dump. Road closed. You chose this piece of to be your home for the next 15 years because you're a money-hungry you. You. Every Yankee fan should burn you jersey. You, Juan Soto. My you too, Scott Morris. My
that is not Nick Turturro.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Ben. I sent that to Ben, and he got deep in. Good job.
Yeah, hell of a job there.
That feels good. Yeah. Give me $765 million guaranteed, and you can call me a money grub all you want.
Exactly.
You can talk about how my workplace isn't as beautiful as apparently the Bronx is. I've been to Yankee Stadium. It's not like you're like, ooh, I want to set up camp. Can I just live in a tent right here outside the stadium? It's so beautiful. That Yankees Stadium, the new one and the old one, is perpetually one of the most overrated stadiums. So I don't get it.
It's it's kind of like maybe there's a little bit of Rocky flair here for Juan Soto. You know, it's like he's got the money, he's got the contract, he's got the status, all of the stuff, right? But hey, he's going to stick to his roots. You know, when he goes to work during the day, he's going to Queens, damn it. You know, he's going to be kind of slumming it. You know, it didn't have to be walking into marble floors and marble walls at the new Yankee Stadium. It's, I'll go play at this dump city field, apparently, and be just fine because I get to go home with my $800 million.
If he just lives off his per diem, even after taxes up in New York, I calculated it out this morning. Like with a conservative investment growth strategy, he would likely be a billionaire in about 13 years. So that's his.
If he lives off a per diem.
If he just lives off the per diem, which is really big in baseball, they get nice per diems.
Yeah. We'll see. Good luck to him. By the way, the biggest thing for me contractually in this is there's report no deferred money. So the New York Mets, while they're stuck paying Bobby Bonilla till I'm like 60 years old, will not be paying Juan Soto at that age, at least as of right now, until unless they rework his deal at some point.
This is the biggest contract you said in pro sports history, including soccer. Just like anywhere in the world, nobody's ever gotten this much guaranteed
Never. Yeah. Insane. And soccer would be the one. That's but guys like David Beckham and stuff like that have gotten ridiculous deals over the years. No, this is $51 million average annual value, total monies included. Biggest deal in pro sports history. A quick nod and shout out to a couple of guys that predated us, Seth. Dave Parker and Dick Allen, selected by the Classic Baseball Era Committee. They'll be Hall of Famers and inducted next summer. And we'll find out if little H-Town flavor is going to go in as well. Billy Wagner up for election as well this year. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 7 o'clock hour. Are you ready to bury this situation, or is it really just beginning? That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Oh, this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship between you and Daisy Sour Cream, French Onion, and Ranch Sour Cream.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Good morning, everybody. 7 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 6 in for Sean Pendergast this morning. I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. We've got you till 8 o'clock this morning before we turn things over to Texans Radio. In between now and then, if you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can text in the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We'll get to a little Texans here. I asked the question, are you ready to burn this situation? Or is it actually just beginning? I think both can be true, Seth, but that's why I'm a little bit intrigued about the DeMeco Ryans press conference coming up later today. He'll adjust the media at 12:15.
This is how and I'm guessing a lot of our listeners have gone through this too. You feel like, all right, yeah, I'm done with the Al-Shaair stuff. That's enough. But then something comes across your social media timeline, or some idiot at the convenience store says something that annoys you, and you're right back in it. Right back in it. And I know myself. I'm going to be baited back into this at some point. The most encouraging thing, I think, after the initial fervor was that I've seen so many offensive players and former offensive players kind of come around, if not in defense of Al-Shaair, at least to say, all right, let's back off a little bit and not be painting this guy like he's the most evil person who's walked the earth this century. Mm-hmm. So like Mark Schlereth, former offensive lineman, school offensive lineman. This is Mark Schlereth on Fox talking about how basically disingenuous he thinks some other former players and current players are being.
I feel like it's my responsibility to at least try to educate you from a player's perspective on how split seconds those are. But let me just say this. The thing that irritated me and has irritated me more than the general population that doesn't understand how hard that is and the dilemma you put the defensive players in is former players and current players not standing up and being honest. So that's what bothers me because it's impossible.
Yeah, and I think that's where I we've seen a lot of offensive players and quarterbacks. I mean, I think more take the slide rule on than they have any interest in painting out Azeez Al-Shaair to be a monster. And I guess that's where I understand why Caserio was so adamant about that letter, because it might have felt to some people, and I know it felt to a lot of people, like Caserio was missing the point or trying to sidestep the issue.
Yeah.
I think the way that letter from the NFL read and the way it was framed, they basically did make it sound like he was just completely out of control and he didn't give a damn about anything or anybody. Frankly, I thought it painted him out to be like a headhunter, which even on that play itself, I didn't think if he had wanted to hit Trevor Lawrence in the head, he totally could have hit him in the head.
Yeah.
That part of it, and I think that'll die down over time. I don't think come February or March, people around the league are going to be framing this like, oh, Al-Shaair is the new Vontaze Burfict or something like that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see because how far the Texans go and remain a part of the conversation could have a little bit to do with that. But in regards to that letter alone, the letter in large part, the way it read to me and the way that Caserio, I think, took it, it was much more about what happened after the hit. The hit's the one thing. It's just everything that transpired after. And if we're being real about it, we're not spending a week on this thing if it's just a hit. We're spending a week on it because it's the hit. Then there's 2 fights afterwards, and we're looking at a guy who, came unhinged a little bit, but had an entire football team trample him and go after him initially. And so that's really the whole thing. And it sparks, the conversation. Well, it shouldn't, but it did, about a guy's religious beliefs and political beliefs. And then it becomes personal for a lot of people. And that's where we went.
Yeah, and Evan Ingram was fined this weekend for his, I think it was a $9,000 fine.
Whopping $9,000. You talk about per diems, huh?
Yeah. Which that's where I feel like there's a bit of hypocrisy from the league in that they supposedly care about player safety regardless, and a hit in retribution is not any different than a hit on a quarterback at full speed, where Evan Ingram, no matter what his motivation was or anything else like that, I mean, he flat out hit a guy who was completely and 100% totally defenseless.
Yeah.
It was several seconds after the play. I do feel there's a little, if what you're actually concerned about is player safety, that's a pretty damn egregious violation. And if the melee afterwards was part of what you're finding Azeez Al-Shaair for, I'm surprised that no other Jaguars are fined or treated harshly for that. That's where it still feels to me like a whole lot of grandstanding by the league.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback, that's a bit. The guys who are literal headhunters who are actually getting suspended and fined for helmet-to-helmet contact or targeting the head, those hits are much, much worse in terms of the actual contact. Neville Hewitt's hit last year that got him suspended was a helmet-to-helmet blow. That's the part where I get they have to protect their moneymakers, but don't try to paint Azeez Al-Shaair out like he is a Vontaze Burfict or any of these other guys that were notorious headhunters.
No, I agree with you. I mean, to me, if you're going to, hand out punishments like the NFL did, by the way, it was like just over $11,000 for Evan Ingram on the fine. But, what about Jerry Jones? I'm sure if you went and reviewed film, you'd find a couple of other Jacksonville Jaguar players, because it was on their sideline, that you could have found at fault for failing to extinguish, the situation, or exacerbating things because of their actions. And if again, you're talking about player safety, if you're talking about the integrity of the league, worried about all of those things and just moving on and getting back to playing football as quickly as you possibly can after a hit like that, then you have to be able to punish the guys that disallowed you from doing so. And there were far more many Jacksonville Jaguars that continued to fan the flames and overreact or just react. I won't say overreact because I get it about protecting your player, especially a quarterback. I just felt like the NFL, again, mishandled the situation, and now you have to deal with the consequences and move on.
Well, the other big thing about the aftermath was you had all these noble and virtuous souls standing up and saying, well, if Trevor Lawrence is going to miss 4 games because of a concussion, then Azeez Al-Shaair should be out for 4 games.
Yeah.
And they were almost reciting it like it was fact that he had been put on the IR, that Lawrence had been put on the IR because of the concussion.
Yeah.
Doug Peterson came out on Friday and flat out said, no, it was not the concussion that put him on IR. It was the shoulder and that he had to have shoulder surgery. And a few people dialed it back. Some didn't bother addressing it at all. But Azeez Al-Shaair didn't put Trevor Lawrence out for the season. I'm going to tell you another thing. This is something to monitor for a divisional opponent. I feel like Doug Peterson has maybe been one of the most level-headed guys in how he's responded to all this. This is a guy, you got to remember, Doug Peterson is a guy that played with Brett Favre. And I feel like Brett Favre, if he had gotten that hit, back in the day where he wouldn't have had to enter the protocol, he would have taken a shot of whiskey on the sideline and been back out there. It's just 2 different eras. But the thing with Trevor Lawrence is it's every single year there are these minor injuries, and I include a separated shoulder in your non-throwing arm as a minor injury for a quarterback. Last year, C.J. Stroud played through a separated shoulder all season long as a rookie. It's pain tolerance. And Trevor Lawrence has had so many minor injuries either affect his play or keep him out of games that I don't frankly think that he has the constitution of a good NFL quarterback, because that's part of the job in the NFL. As protected as quarterbacks are, they still take a lot of hits, and they're unprotected a large majority of the time, and they are injured all the time. So that, like, playing as badly as he did with a separated shoulder in his non-throwing arm, I honestly just don't get that. I don't it doesn't. Sean, I know so many, like myself included, but I know so many defensive linemen that have played with separated shoulders, and then at the end of the season, sometimes the remedy is you just snip off your clavicle. If it's that badly separated, it's like you snip off the tip of the clavicle. So for a quarterback to go on IR because of that or to be playing poorly for it, I just have no sympathy for him. It just doesn't – it's not what tough NFL quarterbacks do.
Yeah, well, it's a different era. And you mentioned Doug Peterson.
But it's not a different era when it comes to stuff like that. The good quarterbacks are still playing through that stuff. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback specifically because of that.
Well, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're right on the surface. 100%. I'm talking about like the perception for a lot of people. That's a convenient excuse for a lot of people, and Jacksonville Jaguar fan as well. It's like, well, hey, look, our guy was hurt. Yeah, but it was his non-throwing shoulder, okay? And then I had the question, initially too. It's, okay, if that hit doesn't happen, if the Jags go ahead and, they get the brakes blown off of them or whatever, they lose that game. When do the Jags make the call of, sitting Trevor Lawrence for the rest of the season anyway? Because... Right. Okay, you're going to miss, at least from what every hit's different, but we've had multiple situations here over the last couple of years where the Texans have suffered concussions. They've missed not 1 week, but 2 weeks, usually. In some cases, I think it's been 3 weeks, depending on the player. Well, Trevor Lawrence, maybe he misses 2 weeks. You still got 2 weeks left to go in the season. They decided, well, the shoulder, let's go ahead and get the concussion out of the way and deal with the shoulder, and we'll press the reset button and hope for better next year.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty obvious. If Trevor Lawrence had continued to play the way he was playing, they probably would have done this with or without a head injury, because he was completely ineffective. You saw that. Mac Jones came out and was way better, and now facing soft coverages because the Texans had a healthy lead. But still, he looked better, even with his bad throws initially, than some of the stuff Trevor Lawrence was doing. Trevor Lawrence was trying to make throws that he had no business trying to make, like throwing it at a double coverage into tight windows. He was lucky he only had 1 interception up to that point in the game. He easily could have had 3 in the first half alone. Yeah, they probably probably a chance they shut him down. I know a lot of the criticism has been, why was he out there anyway looking as bad as he did? Nobody else was watching that game outside of Jacksonville or Houston because why bother? Like you look at the coverage map of the markets that had that game, and it was pretty much Houston and Jacksonville and not many others.
Well, unfortunately, it's been that case. AFC South showdowns in recent years. Well,
no, they're relatively mute affairs. You got three. I got jealous watching the Steelers and the Browns yesterday because it made me miss the old AFC Central. Yeah, we used to be a part of the AFC Central. Like back when it was the Oilers, and it just, you had all these, and then even when the Jaguars were added to the mix, they were very good at the beginning. Like, well, it was still the AFC Central. The Jaguars were a team to be contended with, and now not so much.
Real quick, you mentioned Doug Peterson. I'm sure you saw his comments responding to DeMeco's, stance on the hit last week. I was impressed immediately by Peterson's, attitude and kind of level of emotion. You said, I think level-headed was the term that you used.
Yeah.
You said, quote, I would say that if it happened to their quarterback, I think the reaction would have been the same, quite frankly. But again, look, this was 3 days ago, and we're on to Tennessee, obviously, and focused on that. But I do think the reaction is a natural thing for any player, any team to feel. That's 3 days after the fact, those comments.
Yeah.
They were very similar to his reaction minutes after it concluded. Like, the guy, when I think a lot of Jacksonville fans are, expecting to hear the same thing from Doug Peterson from their behalf that we heard from DeMeco Ryans on the Texans' behalf, they didn't get. And I think that's what kind of miffed a lot of Jacksonville Jaguar, sports talk show hosts and fans. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, where's the reaction here? Where's the proper response? Like, everybody's high and, very high emotion after the hit, after the game. And you have Doug Peterson very calm, level-headed, and, saying, as a former quarterback himself, yeah, I kind of get it. It's the shoe was on the other foot, and that's not what they were ready to hear.
It's one I will say that's one thing that DeMeco's done a couple times this year with Al-Shaair, where I feel, there are a couple things that Caserio and DeMeco did in their defense of Al-Shaair that didn't quite ring true. And I think with DeMeco, twice now with Al-Shaair, he's criticized the other team's sideline for the way they were handling things or anything.
Yeah.
But Azeez Al-Shaair is the guy that finds himself in the middle of that. Because after the Bears game, DeMeco criticized the sideline management of non-uniformed personnel. And likewise, he criticized the Jaguars after. If there was no response from any Jaguars player, Jaguars fans would have been irate. We've done this ourselves. It was in the Green Bay game when CJ was getting roughed up on the sideline, and there was nobody from the Texans over there to support him or bail him out or step it up. Last year when DeMeco got hit by that Broncos linebacker and 4 offensive linemen rushed up to help CJ, people very much noticed that Laramie Tunsil was just chilling at the line of scrimmage and not doing anything. Yeah. I think the fans want to see a response like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I get that part of it, and that's where I don't criticize Evan Ingram for having the response he did. I criticize the league for not coming down harder on him and just fining him $9,000. If they're pointing to the melee. The league is pointing to the melee as one of the worst possible things that could have happened. All right, well, the way you guys write the rules and the way you enforce them is that Evan Ingram is just as responsible for the melee as Azeez Al-Shaair himself. That part of it bothers me.
He said
in terms of other offensive players, I thought this one was interesting just because it's Equanimeous St. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown, brothers who are both wide receivers, current players in the league. This is Equanimeous St. Brown talking to his brother, Amon-Ra St. Brown, about how he feels about the Al-Shaair hit.
What are your initial thoughts? One, it wasn't on purpose. I'm sure he's just playing hard.
But usually they let up.
You can slide earlier. I feel like
trying to get the extra yards.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Like, he's trying to stop you from getting the first down. You're trying to get the extra yards. Like, at that point, stay up. Like, some quarterbacks don't always slide. Like Josh Allen won't slide probably, Sometimes sliding is more dangerous not sliding. Quarterback, I'm not going to say I would never slide, but, like, I'd slide hella early or not at all.
And then Amon-Ra St. Brown sounded a little bit more on the fence, except that also basically just he said, yeah, the sliding is – the quarterback takes some responsibility when you slide. And I think that's the long-term implications of this is that I think they probably are going to tweak the slide rule somewhat or make it some kind of emphasis in the offseason. But I've actually been kind of pleasantly surprised by how many offensive players, both current and retired, have just come out and said, yeah, look, the targeting and everything, it all makes sense. We get it. But you got to acknowledge on some level and in some situations that it ain't easy.
Yeah.
And it's not always a matter of, okay, this guy's willfully trying to injure somebody who's unprotected. That's why it bothers me that the quarterback is being afforded so much extra attention in this one, because the wide receivers, when they get hit and targeted, they're genuinely defenseless. They have no say or control in the matter. They're catching the ball as it's thrown. They are stretched out and laid out. And a lot of times in a lot of those hits, you can see now that we've got a decade of kind of monitoring this stuff, there's times where you can tell, all right, the defensive back totally could have avoided that hit. Like, we know. We used to say at the beginning of it all, we used to say, nah, there's no way. Now we know. But with the quarterback slides, I think it's just too much of a gray area still.
It's very gray. I mean, the difference between a quarter or any ball carrier. Just look at it from this. If you already have the football and you're making football moves, you're concerned about one thing, avoiding a hit. Try not to get tackled. If you're concentrating, rather, as a pass catcher on trying to catch a football and avoid a hit and trying to make a football move, like all of these things going on in milliseconds time, that's what makes you more susceptible as a defenseless player in that regard. And so I think ultimately it's not that difficult to figure a remedy out, but it is very difficult when you're on the other side of the ball as a defender to make a split-second decision. These are things that are always going to be a part of the game as and operating in a gray area, because it's just about instinct and reaction, and you cannot predict nor expect what another player is seeing or say that they should be doing all of the time.
Right, when that quarterback is making that conscious, or not conscious, but he's making that decision to try to go for extra yardage, and he's trying to have his cake and eat it too.
Absolutely.
Trying to get the first down, but also, protect himself. I wish one thing Tom Brady would say, because Tom Brady has come out and basically said, yeah, it's really hard, and the quarterback has to take responsibility. Yeah. I wish he would bring up that, I wish he would just say, this is why I kicked Ed Reed in the junk that time. You guys remember? Remember? Yes. Yeah, I slid, but I'm also I'm really trying to protect myself. And going bikes high, for those of you that don't remember or are too young to have seen it, Tom Brady slid, but very much had his cleats in the air, and he connected with Ed Reed's groin. Back before Ed Reed was an awful Texans
Ty Cobb
player.
That thing, man. Yeah.
Yeah. He Ty Cobbed it. Just say that, Tom. Say just like, this is why I kicked Ed Reed in the nargs.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. We'll find out over the course of the week and the coming weeks just how much the Texans have decided to put this ordeal, the Azeez Al-Shaair ordeal, in the rearview mirror, because I think there is an element where this team does kind of take on the villain role. I know that was very personal to Azeez, but I think the Texans can kind of accept that sort of a role from a football perspective as well. It'll be interesting to see what kind of nasty, because I go back to the conversation you and I had last year around this time where it was in and around the Denzel Perryman, hit where he suffered punishment by the NFL. And that was a guy, when the Texans brought him in, where I was like, hey, you know what? Yeah, they got themselves a little thumper. They got themselves a little bit of nasty. Now let's see it put into action. Well, they did, and you see it kind of 2.0 this year. I wanted the Texans, and I think DeMeco wanted his defense to be that team with that moniker, not necessarily dirty by any stretch, at least one that's going to, cost your team games and players games, but instill a little bit of fear and trepidation into the opposition.
Yeah, like he wants the opponent to feel it the next day.
Yeah.
And if you look at a team that the Texans are kind of on the same trajectory as you would hope, it's the Detroit Lions. You know, Dan Campbell was hired 2 years before DeMeco Ryans was. But the Lions defense is getting kind of a reputation. Brian Branch specifically. But the Lions are kind of getting a reputation as a team that, man, they're playing to the echo of the whistle. They're tough. They're physical. And I think by and large, defenses like that are embraced by more NFL fans than are denigrated.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be the heated, whichever particular offense is getting the brunt of it, those teams are going to feel like, those guys are monsters over there, or that Texans defense or that Lions defense. By and large, people like that. I think most NFL fans are like, yeah, you want to believe you're tough, and you're like, yeah, they're soft now.
Yeah.
And a lot of that just comes down to, all right, but are you also good? Don't just be don't be a dirty team, or don't be a team that's like playing right up, pushing up against the envelope, but you're also not good. Be a good football team, and then you get the rubber stamp of approval from most people.
See how good this Texans football team turns out to be coming out of the bye week, week 14. They'll be put to the test this weekend. The Dolphins got the job done yesterday over the Jets, 32-26 in a victory there. This Dolphins game looks a hell of a lot different now, coming up this Sunday, Seth, than it did. And I kind of, this is what it looked like preseason. You knew this was the start of a gauntlet where you had Miami, you had Kansas City, and you had the Ravens on Christmas Day, and this gauntlet of 3 games in 11 or 12 days, whatever it is. Like, here we go. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Is this team equipped to do this? Is this team talented enough and well coached enough to get through this gauntlet that you wouldn't maybe necessarily bat an eye at if it was the Chiefs doing it, or the Ravens doing it, or the Bengals doing it?
They're like, if we compared to how I felt about it at the beginning of the season, they're not nearly as equipped as I thought they would have been. The Dolphins game, first and foremost, to tee off the festivities. Look, the Texans are favored in this game, and which I don't know if that's a surprise to people or not, but they're about a 2.5-point favorite, as it should be at home.
Home points, yeah.
Yeah, and they're a bit like, the Dolphins are better with Tua, much, much better with Tua than they are without, but they're kind of average in a lot of regards. They look a lot like the Houston Texans. I think that the Dolphins game doesn't worry me anymore right now than it probably did at the beginning of the season, just because neither team is as good as the best possible version of it. So I feel good about that part of it. You get into the Chiefs and then the Ravens, and I mean, the Chiefs have played 15 consecutive one-score games. And they keep winning them.
Yeah.
They have the lowest point differential ever for a 12-1 football team, or at least the lowest in many, many, many decades.
Wow.
And that's the part where you look at it and you think, okay, well, the Chiefs play every team to just one possession. At the beginning of the season, I would have thought, okay, that's the Texans' dojo. They do really well in these one-score games. Now, not so much. I don't feel that same way. So I don't worry that the Texans are going to get bludgeoned by the Chiefs, but I have very, very little faith that if it comes down to the fourth quarter in one possession, that the Texans are going to be the first team that's able to undo the Chiefs, because they've just been too good in these situations.
Those are all great points. I think the Texans are good enough to where they could at least, be in position to upset a Kansas City Chiefs team this year. Like, I've been thinking about this for weeks now. This is after last night's game, their win against the Chargers on a 31-yard field goal, doink, off of the left upright. This is their 4th game in their last 5 that has been decided by 3 points or fewer, and their 5th game in their last 7 that has been decided by 6 points or fewer. All that the recency is the big one for me, because 15. I mean, that goes back to last year, and it's been a little bit. But
it goes in some of it goes back a long ways, and there's some luck involved in that too. If the Bills miss a field goal in the playoffs to tie it, like what exactly happens? It's just it takes a little bit of luck to go on runs.
You're
like
right,
this.
and I'm glad you brought that up because that was a point that I was going to use to hammer this home. It's like you have to look at history. Like not all the time is it applicable, but for teams that are kind of like generationally great, like this Kansas City Chiefs team is under the Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid era, right? You look at the last 5 years alone and what this Chiefs team has done under both of those guys' stretch run. The last month of the season, the Chiefs going back to 19 were 4-0, then 3-1, 3-1, 4-0 in 2022, 3-1 last year. And I'm looking at this team this year, the way that the Chiefs are playing and winning games, and I'm looking at the Texans. You know, they played the Lions close, and they've played in a lot of close games, and they've fallen short in some games against opponents you feel like they absolutely should have just kicked into teeth. But if this team is taking on a DeMeco Ryans personality and accepts this new role, and it's us versus the world, I feel like the Texans are as primed to beat the Chiefs at this point of the season as maybe they ever had been before. And what that could mean this time to the Texans is different than what it could have meant ever before.
Well, and just for those of you who haven't kept up with the division standings and whatnot, the Texans' magic number, to use the baseball phrasing, is two games. They're definitely in the playoffs and they win the division. Mm-hmm. They have a tiebreaker over the Colts. So if the Texans win one game and the Colts lose one game, and the Colts play the Broncos this week in Denver, where finally they're underdogs. For a long time, the advanced line had the Colts as favorites going into Denver, and I did not get it or understand it at all. Now they're 3 or 4 point underdogs out in Denver. But then the Colts have 3 easy games. I shouldn't say easy, but they face the Titans, they have the Jaguars, and they have the Giants, I believe. Mm-hmm. I don't know which order, but they've got 3 very winnable games after that. But realistically, you just have to win one game. So the Texans, if they don't win one of these next 3 games, I'm not even going to care about the playoffs. I'm just going to say, all right, well, if they can't win one of these next 3 games versus the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and then the Ravens, I'm going to feel like, all right, well, then I almost don't care if they're in. I almost don't want them in the playoffs because clearly they're not that team. Obviously, they're not going to be favorites in the Chiefs in the Ravens game. But winning one of these next 3 games versus respectable opponents, you've got to do one of those if you're a genuine bona fide playoff team.
I get what you're saying, but as with anything else, the context is important. I mean, if the Texans are in an absolute knockdown, drag-out type game here in a couple of weekends against the Kansas City Chiefs, and they lose, let's just say, to the Chiefs on a Harrison Butker 31-yard field goal doinker off the left upright, like the Chargers did last night, feel at least encouraged, even after a loss to the Chiefs, that, you know what, you get into the postseason, like, all chips are on the table. Like, if they could beat us in the regular season like that, then, damn it, with Kaimi Fairbairn, who could boot a 59-yarder and, against anybody, I'd feel just as good about the Texans' chances in upsetting somebody like that in the postseason, because context is important. It's one thing if you're getting beat like the Ravens beat the Texans last year in the divisional round, like that's just a flat out better team. Okay, they beat you, but off of some doinkers or a late inning drive. If it's Pat Mahomes, if it's Lamar Jackson, like those guys are great quarterbacks for a reason, and if they beat you like that, then you kind of tip your cap and move on, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess the difference is, and this is the dangerous part, is that you can get into any situation and say, well, hey, look, it was they had a 1-score game against the Lions. They had a 1-score game against the Packers. But it happens over and over and over again. And by the way, you lost to the Jets. You lost to the Titans. You did in a very embarrassing and second-half dismantling type of fashion that – that's who they are. You can't talk about the what might have beens when you're consistently doing it over and over again. And that's where I need at some point over these next 4 games to see that they are a different team now. That they're one of these teams that can make a push and have figured some things out and can surge at the end of the season to feel like you're not going to have a replay of that Ravens game from last year.
Look, I think think you probably be able to have a really good discussion on this matter this week when Pendergast comes back tomorrow. But I am interested in a tweet that you had last Friday where you asked the question, the Texans are 2 years behind Detroit in terms of when the head coach was hired. What do they need to do in the next 2 years to get on the Lions level? That's a really in-depth, I think, fascinating conversation to have. But I'm going to ask you point blank, like, what can the Texans do over the course of the next couple of months to do what has been so intriguing about the Lions and what they've done the last 2 years, where they've been able to not just have a seat at the table with some of these marquee opponents like the Chiefs or the Ravens or the Niners, whoever it is in the NFL, and not just be competitive, but to beat their ass and to do so with some, big-time stones like Dan Campbell has and his team's taking on, that kind of personality. Can the Texans accomplish some iteration of that over the course of the next month plus?
So we'll do that next.
That's the question. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in. 572-4610. You can hit us up on the 5-Hour Energy fan line what you think. We'll get to that and what the latest deals in baseball over the course of the last 24 hours means to the Houston Astros and the Alex Bregman situation. Stay there.
Hey, the Ultimate Watch event at Zadok is this weekend, Friday and Saturday. You can
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne this morning. Got to talk before we turn things over to Texans Radio. Make sure you keep it here on Sports Radio 610 all day, 10 until 2. The guys in the loop will be back in the house today. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, looking forward to that. Between now and then, Seth, I asked you the question, and I know you guys will have this discussion at some point this week between you and Sean Pendergast, but how far behind the Lions are the Texans? That was a question you asked after the show on Friday, and just I'm kind of curious if you think the Texans can at least tap into some of that over the course of the next, month plus and make a run.
I think the biggest thing is, and I realized after I'd asked that okay, I could have just asked, all right, what do the Texans have to do to beat the Lions when they intercept Jared Goff 5 times? Because that's probably the sum total of everything. The Texans' defense is. It's not a record-breaking defense or anything else like that. It's certainly capable, though, of being – you could take that defense and plop it down on multiple other teams in the league and say, oh, yeah, you could win a Super Bowl with that defense. The offense is decidedly not that same thing. So really, okay, how do you win a game where you intercept the quarterback 5 times? How do you win 2 games this season where you're +3 in the turnover margin? When you look at the Lions – I think quarterback, I'm just 100% fine with C.J. Stroud. I feel better about his next 10 years over Jared Goff's next 10 years. It's hard not to just dial in on the offensive line. And then it's also hard not to notice, man, the Lions have not just 1 but 2 runs that you get really nervous about. And then the way that the offensive coordinator ties it all together, I think those are the areas right now that are the most glaringly obvious. Okay, the offensive coordinator, the offensive line, and then the depth at running back. is just night and day different than where the Texans are right now.
Yeah, boy, you're talking about offense tying everything together, and particularly Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator. You could ask a very similar question, like how far behind Bobby Slowick? How far behind is Bobby Slowick from Ben Johnson in his offensive innovation and what he's gotten his guys, the ability to do with some terrific skill players in Detroit, like the Texans have now acquired here in Houston, some terrific skill players. Maybe not. We'll never see the full iteration of what Bobby Slowick thought he was going to have at his disposal, but he got some pretty good weapons still here.
Yeah, he has the weaponry. Like that's why there was so much optimism around the league. It wasn't just Houston bias or anything about what this Texans offense could do. And for the most part, the relatively impartial observers of quarterback play are still very impressed with the stuff that C.J. Stroud is able to do under imperfect circumstances. I think the tale with Brian Johnson can't be told without remembering that, he was a mid-season change in 2021. That the turnaround for the Lions really started when they demoted the play caller and made Brian Johnson the play caller, and then in the offseason going into 2020, named the offensive coordinator. That's what we were looking at earlier in the season as, hey, maybe there's a guy on staff that they feel as good about as Brian Johnson. And I was still, right up until all the Aziz Al-Shaair hubbub, that was my biggest question going into the bye week was, okay, is there anybody on staff right now that they feel really good about? And would DeMeco actually pull the trigger at this point in the season when it's really your last chance? And all of that kind of fell by the wayside, partly because of the Aziz Al-Shaair stuff, partly because the Texans scored 2 second-half touchdowns versus one of the worst defenses in the league. But then also, I think it was also a matter of Nick Caserio just adamantly the other day saying flat out, no, there will be no change, or that they have faith in Bobby Slowick and they're not making a change. Like it felt like he slammed the door shut on any speculation about it.
Real quick, because I do want to get to some baseball stuff here, but I'm always intrigued by, making changes as offensive coordinator or play caller at this stage of the season. And we know teams do it, right? And we know there's been success, for teams that have done it. But
the Bills last year.
Yes, absolutely. But my question is always, okay, if you're going to make a change, that means the person that you're going to turn the reins over to that's in-house has different ideas, has better ideas, has things, up their sleeve that, that we should have been getting to as a football team. That's why you make a change, right? And for whoever's in charge right now, in case of Bobby Slowick, just has been unwilling or not confident enough to do that. Well, when you don't make a change, does that signal that, hey, maybe Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor or whoever, they're all simpatico. Nobody really has any original ideas, or nobody else can really do anything that, is going to get the best out of this group or optimize this group like Bobby Slowick could.
Yeah, I think that, Lazor's the guy on staff who has previous offensive coordinating experience, and none of it has been such of the variety that you know for sure, okay, this is a guy that can just, it's not like you've got a late stage Norv Turner or something where he can come in and do something. So it's not as much of a slam dunk. He was always in Lazor's when he's had his chances. It's been in imperfect circumstances in Cincinnati or in Miami. But I think and then I think with Gerard Johnson, a couple of listeners brought this up when we first started discussing Gerard Johnson. I think there's a hesitancy to take a guy who hasn't been an NFL assistant coach that long and who hasn't been a coordinator before to replace a guy that you're realizing he was also a first-time offensive coordinator. So you're going to go through the same growing pains. Ben Johnson had been a non-quality control guy, full-time assistant coach since 2013, I think. So he's got a couple of years a head start on Bobby Slowick. So I get that part of it. I think, in some regards, it's almost like I don't want to bring this team up, but the Giants and the bump that they got that first year with Brian Daboll.
Yeah,
it was almost too much of a turnaround too soon, and it maybe obfuscated just how real all of the other challenges were, and you end up like being ramped up on your rebuild process faster than the public perception was that you were going to be. I think that, and I'm going to have to be okay with this, I think that Caserio and DeMeco probably look at it as, hey, you've got a young coordinator, these are the growing pains you're going to have, but we believe in him moving on into the future. It's just the fan base and myself are not going to buy into that until we actually see evidence of it on the field.
Well, you talk about buying into things. To get to this here, just the last few minutes of today's show, the Mets have bought into a lot of Juan Soto. They give him the richest deal in pro sports history last night. 15-year pact, $765 million. Could be worth up to $800 million with escalators, no deferred money, according to reports, all that stuff. That's the biggest domino that possibly could have fallen, Seth. And I bring that up because prior to that, in fact, I think it was a day or two before, might have just been after we got off the show on Friday, but Willie Adames signed a deal with the San Francisco Giants. 7 years, $182 million. That's the biggest contract in Giants history. Bigger than Buster Posey's. Big deal because reportedly that was one of the guys that maybe the Astros were looking at and that the Yankees were looking at. If, in fact, from the Astros' perspective, Alex Bregman was going to be deemed unsignable because of what he wants, that's a big deal. If the Astros are not willing to go, 6+ years on Alex Bregman, probably not in the conversation really with Willie Adames. But the point is contingencies and plan Bs for the Astros are running short if, in fact, they don't make a decision on Alex Bregman. I think just by what we've learned over the course of the last 24, 48 hours, there's probably a decision or some finality, let's just say this, with Bregman at least over the course of the next week and a half that we should be looking out for.
The next week, you think?
I think so.
I've come to just be skeptical of any kind of actual hot stove action in Major League Baseball free agency anymore.
Well, the reason why I say that is, look, you got the big domino that fell last night with Juan Soto. Now the attention turns, everybody's worried about, okay, is this guy going to be a $600 million player? Hell, he's almost an $800 million player now. Attention now turns to your, tier 2 guys, so to speak. If Juan Soto was sitting by itself in tier 1, now you look at, your Alex Bregman types and what kind of deals are they going to be commanding and how much did the overall market change with his contract, and if it has anything to do with, if one has anything to do with the other. I think players and teams really kind of want to have somebody before Christmas, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't know. I also know Bregman's personality, and I feel like he's just so calm. I don't think there's any part of Bregman that's agitating or calling Scott Boras and
not
saying,
now.
"Yeah, get this deal done now, damn it." He's just off in the batting cage somewhere with his son, just working on stuff, and Boras will handle it whenever he handles it. I guess the one thing about Adames that, if you want to look on the optimistic side of it, is it's the average per year is about the same as just one extra year. And we know that's the big part that the Astros get hung up on, and we might never. They're not going to stretch that far.
Yeah. Hey, man, a lot of fun this morning. We'll talk to you again soon. Pendergast will be back tomorrow. Make sure you keep it locked in here. Coming up next, it's Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Sean will be back tomorrow, but you can't wait as long as tomorrow if you've been in an accident, if you were injured in a fall.
band who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Yeah, no highlight to begin the show because no game. Bye week over. Back to it. Game week is on. Dolphins Sunday at NRG Stadium where we are at. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. We got a big show for you. John McClain on at 9:30. That's later, of course. That would not be now. That would be later. Andy Kalu in about an hour. Andre Ware at about 8:28, 8:30, somewhere in there. We'll get him on and talk about everything to do with the NFL, Texans getting back from the bye into the gauntlet, as we call it, and also the college football playoff. Those whiny crybaby Alabama people very upset. I love this. Yeah, by the way,
the 12 best teams, not the most deserved. Yeah, guess what? You weren't one of the 12 best teams, so get lost, pal. Get lost.
I love it because I said, no, it's like the NCAA tournament. No matter how many teams you have, if it's 68, 69 is going to be upset. All right, we have a case. If you have 12, 13 is going to be upset. We have a case, and the debate rages on. And then I saw a tweet, ridiculous. If they had 6, this would happen. No, 17 is going to be upset. That's how this works.
You know what's interesting is that when it was 2, Alabama fans cried for 4-team playoff because, well, we should have been included. When it was 4 teams, Alabama got the 4th seed I don't know how many times. How many times they get the 4th seed? They didn't even make the SEC championship game, but they got the 4th seed. They got, I mean, every year, whether it's 2, it's 4, or it's 12, Alabama fans are crying.
Who's your guy who runs the Senior Bowl?
What's that?
The guy who runs the Senior Bowl?
Jim Nagy.
Jim Nagy. So I think he tweeted, well, you understand this because, like, based on the NFL talent in these rosters, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, I think that's
the
how
NFL
people, a lot
talent.
Of times, that's how a lot of times people are classifying what a best team is.
Let's not play football. Let's just evaluate talent, just put them up there on stage, and let's do the combine and then award the Super Bowls.
And at that point, it's subjective anyways, right? I mean, isn't it subjective? I mean, I do that for a living, and I understand it's subjective. Looking back, going, well, maybe they weren't as talented because all those guys suck when they went to the NFL.
On YouTube, it looks like Johnny is 3 feet tall, and I'm like much taller because you're just kind of sitting back, hanging back in the Johnny chair.
Yeah, I'm in the Johnny chair sits low. And then that makes me sit low, and then I lean back.
Yeah.
I like to lean back.
We're live on YouTube. I put it on my Twitter account. You want to click that link.
I'm from Richmond, Roseburg, man. I like to lean back.
You like the lean back?
Yeah.
Laid back.
I like the fact that the playoff was very – I mean, I was so glad to see SMU in. Congrats to Omar and to Drew for the Mustangs getting the playoff.
That's
that was really,
Omar
really cool.
Texans PR, yeah.
I mean, when they came up with this 12-team playoff, I guarantee the people that came up with this were thinking about how many SEC teams they could get in, not Indiana, SMU, and then the 3-loss Clemson team. I'm telling you that Clemson. Here's what I would tell the committee to do, and I don't know whether to do this or not. And it's going to sound weird coming from me and what we do for a living. Watch the game with no announcers.
Oh, see how you feel.
Watch it deaf. Watch it deaf.
Really?
Because I watched the SMU Clemson game, and it was Sean McDonough, who I like Sean. I like Sean a lot.
Yeah.
And I loved his call of the game-winning field goal. But it was just watching the game of Clemson LSU. Just because what I did was on YouTube TV you can multi-view it.
Yeah.
And so I had
pick
Oregon.
What audio you want.
Right. I had Oregon Penn State on one side. I had the SMU Clemson game on the other. But I had the volume on Oregon Penn State, which was Blackledge and Essler. So I'm just watching Clemson and SMU on just watching it. And you're able to form your own opinions about what you're seeing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times we as broadcasters have such a strong pull on what is happening during the game and what's going on. I think. And so when you have 3.5 hours and you don't talk about every single play in 3.5 hours, you're just creating opinions for people. Yeah, he's right or she's right. Yeah, that's right.
People disagree a lot too, so there's that.
There's that, but I just would say that the committee should just watch the game, no sound.
Oh, I see.
Which
the
team
committee,
looks good?
Yeah.
In particular, the committee. This
they did the right
thing. They got SMU in. SMU's a very, very good football team.
If Alabama had made it, the outcry would have been spectacular, actually.
Well,
it would have been great for talk radio content and all of it, yeah.
The reason I say that is if you watch SMU in that second half, especially the fourth quarter, I mean, they killed themselves. They dropped passes left and right in that game. But you could tell, you can see the speed, you can see the athleticism, you can see SMU like, oh boy, that's an athletic team, got themselves in a hole, and now they're getting themselves out of it. And that was pretty impressive.
If James Franklin beats them, does that kind of get the monkey off his back, so to speak? Of not
Franklin?
Yeah.
No, Franklin's
they're at Penn State, right?
Yeah.
SMU?
I mean, great.
He's got
great, James. Awesome.
It's going to be like, oh, you beat SMU. Well, they're in the playoff.
I know.
Nope. You got to beat a big brand name in a huge game in these playoffs in order to get that done. Now, we don't mean to go all college here, but it's worth bringing up that the Texas Bowl has
Kinder's
Texas Bowl has
Great
Baylor, and LSU.
Great game.
New Year's Eve day, right? And you're going to call the game?
Yeah, New Year's Eve day starts at 2:30. New Year's Eve day is going to be fun. And Baylor and LSU get in this game. Bryson Washington, I can't wait to see him up close. Sawyer Robertson for Baylor has been really good. My hope is Garrett Nussmeier is healthy enough to play, because that might be, if both quarterbacks are healthy, that might be one of your best quarterback bowl matchups you're going to have in Robertson v. Nussmeier.
Can we get Brian Kelly on the air? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we could.
I definitely want that.
I'll tell you who could pull strings to get us Dave Aranda is our buddy Corey Unlin.
Oh, he can get. Well, we have multiple ways in. We have Andy Kalu, proud football parent of Baylor.
Yep.
We have John McClain, Mr. Baylor. Do they have a McClain statue outside the building?
It was me. You could go through Jalen Petrie. He loves Jalen Petrie.
We got Petrie. We have a lot of angles for Baylor contacts.
Brian Kelly, I would imagine, too. Maybe did Brian Kelly recruit Jared Patterson and
probably
and Blake?
Yes.
Maybe. I would imagine.
I would think so. Yeah.
How about that one? How about Indiana against Notre Dame? They never play, seemingly.
Yeah.
I can't remember last time Indiana
both
played
in the
Notre
same
Dame.
state. That's that's such an NCAA tournament matchup.
It is. It definitely is.
Round one.
It is definitely an NCAA matchup. But I know people are like, the Chalk's going to win out. Listen, what have we learned in the NCAA basketball tournament?
Well, that's what this whole thing's about.
You got to be careful.
Do you know, look, we're talking NFL, but NFL has a bracket, right?
Yeah.
To have an actual bracket in college football, just to see it was very strange to me. We've seen mock-ups, but to see the actual bracket, all right, office pools, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be fun. And now the Saturday, the Texans play the Chiefs. A week from Saturday, Texans will be at Kansas City.
21st
and they're up against a playoff game. That's the Penn State SMU game, right? What are they up against?
No.
Texas and Clemson are later. So
Texas and Clemson are after. So you got Texans, Chiefs.
Right.
And then at 4 o'clock, you have Texas and
But there's a
Clemson.
college football playoff game, I think, while the Texans play the Chiefs.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
Now, the NFL forever has played on Saturdays late in the season. College football is done. Now that college football is not done, but they knew this was coming.
Yeah.
I don't know how they feel about occupying that Saturday, because you also have Ravens playing the Steelers on that day, because then we get the crisscross for Christmas Day, 4 days.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So this is the gauntlet. We've talked about it. We are here.
You're
going in. You're going in. And you got Miami on Sunday, and watching the Dolphins and the Jets play yesterday, I was pulling for the Jets, I think, just to try to kill Miami, to kill their hopes and dreams, because that would put them at 5-8, and really no shot, with 4 games to go.
Yep.
The Dolphins are still, they're is it critical condition or serious condition? It's critical condition. Let's be honest. It's critical condition. Because here's the playoff situation. We all know the tops, the division leaders, Chiefs, Bills, Steelers, Texans, right? Texans 8-5. After that, it's an 8-5 fest, all right?
Yep.
You've got the Ravens at 8-5. You got the Chargers at 8-5 after last night. Don't get me started. We will talk about that game. Broncos at 8-5. They're coming off the bye. And then it's the Colts and the Dolphins at 6-7. Colts and Dolphins still have possibilities here. In fact, I believe 25 teams are still alive for the postseason. 25 teams in a 32-team league with 4 games to go. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, there's only in the AFC, the Jets are dead, Patriots are dead, Browns dead, Jaguars, Titans dead, Raiders dead. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7 teams have been eliminated.
7, 8. That's 8. Is that 8 in the AFC?
I think this is the best shape the league has been in with 4 games to go in a long time.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool as far as teams still being alive.
So now you start checking with, like, Miami in particular. You've got the 3 teams in front, the Broncos and the Ravens.
Right.
But the Dolphins don't play any of those teams.
Right. The Dolphins need a ton of help. Dolphins
teams.
have the Texans Sunday, then the Niners at home, Cleveland on the road.
Cleveland at Jets.
And at the Jets. And they're all, look, we know, I don't want to hear from anybody. They're all tough. Look at Carolina yesterday.
Yeah.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda beat the Eagles.
Almost cost that dude $3 million.
Somebody bet $3 million on the Eagles.
Some dude bet $3.1 million on the Eagles to win on the money line. He was only going to, on the money line, basically you want to win. So the odds of what you get back is based on that. But he just needed the Eagles to win $442,000 on the line if the Eagles win.
I mean, that's a nice return for a one-day investment.
Xavier Legette has got the ball in his hands to take the lead with under a minute left.
I heard
great throw by Bryce.
It's a great throw, and I heard somebody call it an easy catch. It's not an easy catch.
No.
It's a
Not
catch
an
you have
easy
to make,
catch.
though. You're an NFL wide receiver in that situation. You got to make that catch. Just got to do it.
Got to make that catch. I mean, the good teams end up making that catch. He didn't make the catch. The Panthers end up losing. Dude ends up winning his $442,000. But it just goes to show. I mean, the Chiefs struggle with the Panthers. The Panthers remind me a little bit of us in 2022. Like, NFL teams knew when they were facing us in 2022, like we were going to come fight.
Okay.
They knew we weren't very talented, but they knew we were going to come and fight.
Is Bryce Young the starting quarterback next year?
I think so. The way he's playing right now, man, he threw some dimes yesterday.
He's playing a lot better.
He's playing a lot better.
Who would have thought actually playing, he sat for a little bit, came. Dalton got hurt, got back in there. Dalton got hurt in a car accident, got back in there. And good for him. You get to play. You get better. You get better through repetition, and it's tough in this league because we've talked about this. You got 70,000 people watching. You got so much on the line, other people's careers, all of it. You got to win some games. You got to have almost instant results here. Back in the day, in the 70s, you could wait 3-4 years for a quarterback to develop. You can't develop guys now. You got to be able to play and produce right away. But it's year 2, and he's showing some results late in year 2. This could be really good for them next year.
So my wife made baked potato soup yesterday.
That's so relevant.
Yes, you're going to see why.
Okay.
Because how back in the day did you make baked potatoes? You put it in the oven and you let it go for how long? Hour and a half?
It's never done. You're like, it's not done yet. It's still hard. Yeah.
What do you do now?
You put them in the microwave?
And how long does it take?
Like 10 seconds?
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. If you want to develop something, you put it in the oven.
Yeah.
You give it time. It needs time.
Right.
Or you can put it in the microwave and hope you've got it right.
Right.
And maybe it does come out right.
Where does the air fryer fit into all this, though? That's
I don't
what
know.
I want to know, because those are really good.
Hard to say, but the point is, most people now want to just microwave. Wait, I need my time. 6 to 8 minutes and it's done. 6 to 8 minutes. Or you can do it right and put it in the oven and no, we're going to do this right. We're going to develop this potato right. Well, Bryce Young is a potato, I guess.
He's a potato.
But
He's
you
a
get my
small
point
potato.
now. You see how it's relevant?
Yeah.
And the baked potato soup was good.
Shoestring potato.
But he's playing really, really well. But it goes to show that they're kind of like us. Like in 2022, they gave the Chiefs all kinds of issues. They gave the Eagles all kinds of issues. Just the way that we gave the Cowboys and the Chiefs a ton of issues in December in 2022. And everybody's like, oh, they suck. They suck. Look, no NFL team really, truly sucks. But I think the Panthers, it's taken them a little bit to really kind of get it going. Bryce is now starting to find himself. They still are probably a couple of players away, but I think Bryce has proven, I'm that guy. Give me that opportunity. Look, it took Sam Darnold 6 years, and look at what he's doing now.
I was watching yesterday.
Oh my God, he's
getting
fire.
better.
Yes.
Now I know he's had some tough moments this year as well, but. What were we saying going into week 3? You weren't saying this, but I was kind of hoping this.
Yeah, expiration date.
It's Sam Darnold. It cannot continue.
That's right.
This cannot continue. Didn't Bradford have a really good year with them in 2016 when we went up there and they beat the
he had a great
doors
game
off
against
of
us. I think he was okay the
rest of the year. They were 5-0 to start that year. I think they faded. The Broncos, by the way, another 8-5 team, wild card hopeful. Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs to close it out. Again, the Colts, let's go over their situation because they're never dead until the horseshoe goes upside down completely. So they're at Denver this week. Then they've got the Titans, Giants, and Jaguars. That's not bad for Indy.
The Giants. Did you see how that one ended yesterday?
Yes. It's so good.
Poor organization.
It's so good. It's just amazing. But the one I want to talk to, that's Texans, of course, because you're going to Kansas City a week from Saturday, and everyone's showering praise on the Chiefs, and you should because they're winning all these games, right? But they won the last 2 games 19-17. Look, these are victories. I'm not going to take anything away from them. Raiders, Chargers, division matchups. We talk about how tough division matchups are, no question. And Mahomes deserves all sorts of praise.
Yep.
The Chiefs defensively are outstanding. The fact that look at these point totals for the Chiefs. They don't score points the way they used to.
No.
It's this defense that's so tough to overcome.
Yep.
And so when the Texans go up there on a relatively short week, a 6-day week to go up there a week from Saturday, you better have your act together on offense, and you better be able to do some things because, they can erupt at any time offensively as well. The Chiefs can. Yep. But you're going up there with a good defense, and I kind of wanted to go here. What do the Texans have now? You're in the final 4 games of the season. You're into the gauntlet. Well, you know you can run the ball. Now, it doesn't happen every week because it didn't happen against Tennessee. You know, we were hoping like 70 yards rushing in that game would have been big, but they couldn't get that. God. That was a weird game. And after watching the Titans each of the last 2 weeks, you're thinking, how did that ever happen? How it did. We all saw it together. You made every mistake humanly possible. Okay, so you can blame yourselves. You know, who was the coach in college football? I wanted to bring this up to you. He put the schedule on the board of the entire year schedule. Yeah. And every opponent was themselves.
That's pretty good.
So Texans versus Texans, Texans versus Texans.
And that's DeMeco. We've been talking about that.
We're playing ourselves every week. Right. Get out of our own way. Do the things we know we can do well, and things will be right more often than not. And in a big way, you'll be able to have a better record than 8-5. But they are where they are. They're leading the division, and they've got these 3 tough ones until Tennessee, and that's a tough one too because they beat you. So 4 to close out. But you can run the ball, you play good defense, and you know you have a potentially explosive passing game, right? You have Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud hooking up. You have the supporting cast. You have assets that can really take you places. But you got to put it all together here. You have to continually work on that pre-snap penalty stuff. You have to have that pass protection good enough. Play action passes, mix and running the football well. Play good D. Take the ball away like you have been in the last double-digit number of weeks. Continue to do those things, and good things can happen to you.
You know who does that? Championship-winning teams.
Yeah.
That's who does that, and they do it at this time of year. And I think the Chiefs are a great example of that. They didn't do this at this time of year last year. Remember, they lost on Christmas Day. Mahomes threw an interception. I remember Jack Jones jumping up, taking it to the house. They get beat by the Raiders on Christmas Day at home. There's all this panic about the Chiefs. And the Chiefs have a championship pedigree. They know when it's time to it's like they're kind of toying with teams in some sense. Like, hey, look, we're just going to get to the fourth quarter and beat you. It's just a matter of how you want to lose.
I don't think they want to live like that, though.
I know they don't. No team does.
Yeah.
But I just think the season's so long. It's such a marathon. At the point, you get tripped up. At some point, you don't play your best game. But what they're doing is finding a way at the end of a game when it hasn't gone right for them. Their defense has made enough plays to keep it close, and we know how to win. And they've won. They doink one off the upright last night, and it goes in. It goes in for them to win.
Boy, that thing was mic'd up pretty well, huh?
Yeah. Oh man, did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion. Like it was awesome. NBC actually played it and said, "Listen to this." I was like, "Wow."
That's like Titans Texans 2020 finale. And it joinked off the upright and the crossbar and went in for the Titans.
Oh gosh, I don't even want to think about that game or that year. Anyhow, 4 games left. I feel this is just. When we saw the schedule, I remember, I'll never forget, you called me, I was in HEB, and you're like, I got the schedule, listen to this. And you were like, bye week 14. And I went, what?
Yeah.
It's that late?
Yeah.
Because my thought always is, man, this is such a marathon. If you can split it in the middle and have
you just can't, though.
If you just avoid week 5 bye and week 14 bye. Like, oh, God. No, we got the week 14 bye. And then it's like, all right, well, we got to suck it up and play 13 games and do what we can. Fatigued. You could just see it on people's faces in a locker room like, oh, my God, we needed a bye. Now, the proof obviously will be in the pudding of what happens afterwards, but I feel like, all right, you got the bye actually at the right time, right before this gauntlet. And I feel like everyone I talked to, not even just in this building, but when the schedule came out, it was like, man, after the bye, Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, oh my gosh. And it's really come to that. It's like, what kind of team are you? How good are you? Where are you in the AFC pantheon? Is it just Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, and everybody? Well, even though the Steelers are ahead of them, is it just Chiefs and Bills and everybody's an afterthought? Or are you in this mix? Can you be in this mix? And can you play 60 full minutes? It doesn't mean you have to play perfect for 60 minutes. But, man, you can't play one half and not the other.
Well, look at it this way. Chiefs, Bills. Bills are 10-3 after that high-scoring loss to the L.A. Rams.
The Bills losing. Everybody's like, Josh Allen's the greatest ever. He went 9 for 30 against us, people.
I know, but he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. That throw to Hollins for a touchdown?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And Rodgers, too. Watching Rodgers yesterday.
Oh, I'm mad at Rodgers.
I know, and I want you to go over that. But there's something about he throws it like a baseball. It just comes out of there.
Yeah.
It still has some juice on it. There's no question about that. He just can't move around like he used to.
No, it's exactly right. And that's what's costing them a little bit. There were a couple times where it looked like he was going to get away from things.
Yeah.
And then he get tackled. And
like I said, I was actually pulling for them for once because I wanted the Dolphins to die in terms of hope.
Yeah.
But the Dolphins
5-8, you're feeling
6-7. They feel like we got to keep fighting here because if the other teams melt down, we got a chance and whatever. Did I go over? I did go over their schedule. Yeah, they don't. It can really help them with putting losses on those opponents. So they need a ton of help here. But look, 4 games to go. I always go back to 2009 when the Texans had their first winning season with 4 weeks to go. There they were at 5-7, and I thought, and the first domino they needed to fall to get help and win out. But then they did win out. But the first domino they needed to fall was Cleveland somehow beating Pittsburgh. I think it was a Thursday night heading into that weekend. And it happened. I thought, here we go. Because, I'm Norman Vincent Peale of Sports Talk Radio. And then the Texans went out and beat, who was the first team in that? Seattle at home. And then they beat the Rams on the road and then Dolphins, Patriots. But they got all sorts of help, except that final afternoon they didn't get the final help they needed. So you got to take care of business yourself, obviously. But the Dolphins are in that situation. So they're going to come in here, guns blazing, everything they have, Tyreek Hill, Waddle, the whole gang's going to be here, and they're ready to go.
Devin Achane coming back home.
Oh, man.
He went out. He went out at some point, injured that game. Now, I don't know what his status will be. But I would like for him to just sit this one out.
Yeah, sit this one out because, you need your rest.
He really is meant.
You need your rest.
He has meant so much, that Dolphins game. And by the way, I'm mad at Rodgers because the Jets could have very easily won that game.
They could have killed hope for the Dolphins.
So there's about 50 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, this is good.
And the Jets are facing the third 21.
How'd they get there? Did they get a sack or?
I can't remember how they got there because it was red zone stuff, and so it was kind of going back and forth.
This is the year of the negative play. I've seen we always see them, but it just feels like every game I watch, I'm looking at for everybody.
Right. It feels like there's more of that. So it's 3rd and 21. Miami is out of timeouts. This is very key. Miami is out of timeouts.
So what do you want to do? Kill the clock.
You want to kill as much clock as possible. So how do you do that? You either run draw, throw screen, or if you're going to throw, which is fine. I have no problem with you throwing. Throw the ball between the hashes, throw the ball between the numbers so that when you get tackled, first of all, you're in the middle of the field to make for an easier field goal. But second of all, you run the clock. And Miami can't stop it.
Right.
So there's like 49 seconds left.
This was for a tie, by the way, right?
No, it was already tied. It was 23-23.
Oh, yeah, that was the go-ahead because the Dolphins kicked theirs to go into overtime.
That's right.
Right.
But the Dolphins should have never had a chance. Rodgers throws a back shoulder fade on the sideline, knowing full well that Adams is on the sideline. More than likely, if he makes the catch, he's going to get bumped out of bounds. It stops the clock.
Which is exactly what happened.
Throw the ball to Lazard or somebody on the inside like you did earlier.
Yeah.
Now the clock runs and runs and runs. Now you kick a field goal with 15, 16 seconds left, and you make it really tough on the Dolphins. But no, you throw the ball to the sideline. He gets bumped out of bounds. The clock stops. You kick your field goal. Now Miami's got 40-something seconds left. Malik Washington runs it back a good, decent ways. They're now pretty close. A couple throws with no timeouts, gets the Dolphins close enough. They bang a 54-yard field goal, ties go to overtime. You never see the ball again. That's on you, Jets and Rodgers.
Awful clock management.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I was so
you can't leave time on the clock for any good quarterback. Any quarterback saw it with Bryce Young last year against the Texans.
You get
in his
to a
rookie
point,
terrible season, he was able to get the ball downfield. You cannot give them any kind of hope like that.
You get to a point where you start playing the clock instead of the opponent.
Yeah.
You had to one completion inbounds, and you run almost all the time off the clock.
Who was the old SI writer, Paul Zimmerman?
Yeah.
This is a dated reference.
Dr. Z.
Dr. Z used to say maybe they should call it clock ball because it's that important.
It is.
It's that important, clock management. All right, Andre Ware, he will manage things with us. It's Heisman week, college football playoff, and, of course, the gauntlet, with the Houston Texans playing Miami to start it off Sunday here at noon on Kids Day. And we are presented here by Houston Methodist. And look, concussion's such a part of football. How about women's soccer? Concussions are huge in women's soccer. You should know the symptoms if you or your athlete is suffering from one, and Houston Methodist has 17 locations that offer state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment capabilities. Check them out, houstonmethodist.org/concussion, the official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
And no highlight leading back in. No game. It was weird. It happened again. Bye week where I swear on Sunday I still felt a little tinge of I'm not at the final exam. What is happening? Wait, are we sure? Yes. There's no way. Like a split second of that feeling of, okay, yeah, of course, there's no game. Because it's such an automatic thing on Sundays in the fall that we get ready for Texans football, and didn't have it yesterday. So I watched the rest of the league, and I made the red zone mistake again.
Which is what?
I put it on thinking I'm just going to watch for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I'm waiting for a lull.
That is a real thing.
I'm waiting for a lull.
Yeah.
There is no lull. You know when the lull, if you put it on at noon, you know when the lull is? 3:15. There's a little lull. But, the late games are starting. But so Scott Hansen, the late games, not quite the same. You have fewer games.
Right.
It's not the helter-skelter of the noon window. The noon window for him is absolute mayhem.
It's crazy.
Too many things going on. It's back and forth. It's all of that stuff. But it's a lot of fun. It's great to see. And we watched a lot of the matchups that affect the Texans. Down the stretch, they come Miami Sunday at noon. So a few weeks ago, I don't know how many weeks ago, and I haven't fully prepped the Dolphins yet, but when Tua wasn't playing. In fact, when Tua went out with the concussion, there was thought that maybe he should retire. Maybe he's not going to come back this season, and maybe not at all. But he's playing.
And playing well.
Taking better care of his body. This is a good quarterback. Southpaw, we're going to talk to DeMeco Ryans about that. Facing a left-handed quarterback, how is that? Is that any different, the way you attack a left-handed quarterback defensively? He's got a lot of weapons to work with. He's got a good offensive coordinator. Mike McDaniel knows what he's doing on offense. I mean, they can put up some points. You got to be ready for this thing. And you want to talk about we need you in the seats? I mean, this is a big one. Because when I look at these three, and it's hard not to, and it's going to be hard for me not to talk about it this way with the head coach, and all he's thinking about is Miami. But we're thinking about the three because it feels like such a package deal.
Yeah.
You have 3 games in 11 days here.
Right.
So after that, you have Kansas City, Baltimore. You got to get this one, Johnny. You got to get this one.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know what's going to happen at Kansas City. You know what's like? I can't say likely to happen, but it would not surprise anybody if you're in a game where they have the ball late with a chance to win, and even though you have the lead, and look, oh my gosh, here it comes again. You don't want to be in that situation up there.
Nope.
I want to be in the situation we were in 2019 where you got a chance to run out the clock, and the Texans did that day and celebrated with a regular season win. Didn't go as well in the playoffs. That's another thing. You're probably not going to see the Dolphins in the playoffs unless they beat you and keep marching on here and get a ton of help. But you could see the Ravens. You could see the Chiefs. Oh, yes, you could. And I think you hope to because that means you're advancing. Now, the Ravens could be here if Pittsburgh hangs on to the division.
Right.
And how's that going, by the way? How many wins for them now?
I mean, Pittsburgh gets a good win yesterday against the Cleveland Browns and look good. I mean, that was the thing. They look good. They were both offense, defense. They look solid. Miami got back in this thing. It's interesting because I can't remember what game Tua took back over. But they came out of the bye week. They lose at Indy. I don't think he played then. And they lost to the Indianapolis Colts 16-10. So if they have some tiebreaker with the Colts, they'll lose that one. But then they played the Cardinals at home. They lost by 1. Then they played at Buffalo. And I think Tua was back for that. They lost by 3.
Yeah, no, Tua got back for Arizona, and they lost by 1.
So they lose by 1, they lose by 3, and then they go to L.A. on a Monday night, and they win by 8. They beat the Raiders then. Then they beat the Patriots.
Yeah.
Now, they lost at Green Bay, and they beat the Jets. Now, the one thing about the last 3 is they've won those at home. They lost to Green Bay, and Green Bay kind of beat them up a little bit, but cold weather, stuff they don't like playing in. But now they get to play in the climate control, indoors. Teron Armstead did go out of that game, so how does that impact whether he can play? Achane went out of the game for a little bit. I want to say he went back in, but either way, this is as big as it gets. The Chiefs and Ravens games are going to be important regardless. But you lose this to go to 8-6, now all of a sudden, now the Chiefs and Ravens games become like incredibly important.
Oh, yeah. The pressure gets ratcheted up. Because you know who is doing you know what perhaps.
Yep.
And I don't want to even mention their name right now, but if you lose to the Dolphins and the Colts somehow beat the Broncos this weekend, all of a sudden you're like, I know we got the tiebreaker, but
the Texans would have the Chiefs and the Ravens next. Whereas the Colts would have the Titans and the Giants next.
And finish with the Jags. A Jags team that somehow won a game by scoring only 10 points yesterday.
Good for them. Defense looked good. They slowed Will Levis. And I will read the text that I sent to you. How in the hell did Tennessee beat us?
That was a rhetorical question because it's funny. When you sent me that text yesterday, I had meant to send you the exact same text about 5 minutes earlier, and I just never fired it.
How did Levis miss Chigakonkwo, the guy that went 70 yards against us untouched for a touchdown?
Oh, my gosh.
And Chigakonkwo's wide open, and Levis is like, no, Chig, you move out of the way. I'm throwing to the covered guy. It's like the real Will Levis. Like, this defense is so good.
Back to Tua. You were going somewhere with this.
I'm done with Levis.
No, hang on. We're done with Levis until the regular season finale. But Tua's been back for, 7 games, okay? Guess what his lowest completion percentage is in those 7 games?
Oh, it's like 70.
It's 70.2. That's his lowest. That was yesterday. That was his lowest completion. He's thrown 15 touchdown passes since he's been back. 15 in 7 games. The quarterback ratings are ridiculous, all right? Now, in the win against the Rams, that was his lowest rating, 89.4, all right? He has 5 ratings that are above 100 and 3 that are above 120. So he's really playing well.
Our bye could not have come at a better time.
Right. You got to get ready. And it's, I didn't want to bring up last week's big story, but to not have Azeez in this one is big.
Massive.
Because he can cover guys. He can make a lot of problems occur for the opponent, and you're not going to have him. We don't know about Christian Harris yet. That question's going to come up with DeMeco Ryans, no question again. Yep. And guess what he's going to tell you today? Nothing. So you're not going to know until Wednesday if he has a shot to play Sunday. But, Johnny, as I say that, let's say he's good to go today. Let's just say Christian Harris is healthy, cleared today.
Mm-hmm.
How much can he do on Sunday?
Yeah, I know.
He hasn't played football in a year.
I think with Christian Harris, to me, it's like if he can give you 15 to 17 quality snaps, then you feel good.
Yeah.
But we don't know. We just don't know what he'll be able to do. But if he can give you 15 to 17 quality snaps and then ramp that up every week as you go through, then you get Azeez back for the Tennessee game in Week 18. Hopefully that game doesn't matter. We'll see maybe it does matter. Who knows? I mean, look, the Bills have got the Lions next week. The Bills could have 2 losses right in a row at Detroit. Now, they close with the Patriots, the Jets, the Patriots, so they can get it all back. But if they lose to the Lions, the Texans win out, and they get tripped up Patriots, Jets, well, all of a sudden, they've just lost the tiebreaker to the Texans. So it's a good spot for the Texans to be in, but yet it's still you gotta finish, and that's one thing. We've seen games that haven't been able to finish the second half a lot of times. We struggled to the finish against Jacksonville, even though they got the win. So it's about finishing. Now, the magic number's 2. You've got to have a combination of Colts losses, Texans wins, and that'll get you the division.
Right.
Magic number's 2. So that could happen on Sunday. You beat the Dolphins at noon, and then watch the Colts lose to the Broncos in the afternoon.
And you're celebrating.
And you're celebrating the division, and then you get ready for Kansas City.
It's going to mess up my call, Johnny, because if the Texans win, I can't say they're AFC South champions until 7 o'clock that night or whatever it is, and 6:30 until the Bronco game is done with the Colts.
Right. You just turn everybody on to now let's watch the Broncos go Broncos.
I could do what I did when the Texans first clinched a division title in 2011.
What did you say?
So we're waiting on the result of the Titans and Saints that day.
Right.
So as a play-by-play guy, I know that there's a chance you can clinch in a few minutes, really.
Yeah.
But we're on the field. Kevin Walter just caught the pass.
Mm-hmm.
You kill, were there 2 seconds left or something? I don't know what it was. So you kick off. It's game over. And I said, Texans beat the Bengals. All right. So they hadn't clinched.
Mm-hmm.
I said, and if the Titans, and I really gave it a lot of emphasis, they are the AFC South champions.
Right.
So I knew NFL Films would match that up with the final call, and they did. But the call that actually made the highlight reels was the Texans, when they were in the locker room watching the result of the game. We're watching it in the booth, and I actually gave a really I was kind of doing the play-by-play of that game.
Yeah.
We didn't have rights to the Saints-Titans game, but I said, Jake Locker sacked. It's over. I did the whole thing. I said, the Texans win the AFC South. So
Jake Locker.
Yeah, he was the quarterback that day for Tennessee. So
Jake Locker.
Anyway, I'll. You know what? It's not about me. I'll manage. Greg Grissom's listening right now. Like, Vandermeer, you made this. You made the story again.
Well,
yes, I did.
Well, who's listening very mad is Hannah McNair, because Hannah does not like that. She's very
That's right.
Like, you don't talk about.
You don't talk about this.
But we have to. It's radio. We have to do it.
It's a hypothetical. If the Texans beat the Dolphins, I didn't say they would.
Right.
I said if they do, and I want them to. We all know this. So let's go.
Both the Colts and the Texans.
Yeah.
So 4 games on each side. That's 8 total games. 2 of those have to go in favor of the Texans to win a division.
Yeah. Well,
2.
like you said, the Colts schedule after the Denver game gets a lot easier.
It's a lot easier.
But again, you can lose to anybody.
You try every given Sunday.
Did you think the Jags would beat the Titans yesterday?
I thought they'd have a shot because I didn't think the Titans were very good. And
but Mac Jones, I just didn't think there's any way that's going to happen.
But Mac, Dre pointed it out in the game. Like, Mac Jones got dealt a pretty hand. He really did. He gets to New England. He has a really good year in 21. Then Josh leaves, takes the Raiders' job, and Belichick says, you get Matt Patricia and Joe Judge.
Yeah.
And then that doesn't work out. So it's like, okay, well, let's recycle O'Brien here. And it's like, that's not going to work. And again, it doesn't work. And so now Mac is like, it's like he's the problem. No, Mac was not the problem. So Mac gets in there, gets us, he gets hot. I don't know that he threw it extremely well against the Tennessee Titans, but I trust Mac Jones a whole hell of a lot more than I trust Will Levis. I know that.
Really?
Yeah.
You trust him? Yeah, right. Will Levis is so unpredictable.
He's so,
I just feel like Levis has a chance to make the big play, like we saw here.
That's the problem.
That was the fear.
And that's something, hopefully, that this organization woke up to. Like, okay, we're giving up explosives to this joker. Right. If we didn't give up explosives, he'd have less than 100 yards, and we're walking out of here with a 3-touchdown win. But we gave up those plays. And you know what? Maybe that's the game I always think about. I always think about America's Game. That's the documentary that NFL Films does on the team. And I always feel like, okay, if we win a championship this year, what's going to be that moment of America's Game where all the guys that are talking about the season say, that was the moment. That was it. That was the game. We should have never lost that game. But we got beat, and that really rallied us. That got our attention. That's what I'm saying. I think that Tennessee game has the possibility of being that.
That was rock bottom.
That was rock bottom, I hope.
That made the Jets loss look like, right? And the Jets loss was a weird loss with those 2 amazing catches.
One-handed catches by Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, and a bad night, short week, long trip, didn't play well, obviously.
Listen, I understand
the Tennessee
Jets
game
loss
was inexplicable as far as every mistake imaginable.
I understand the Jets loss more than I do a lot of losses on this year. Like, I understand the Jets loss more than I understand the Vikings loss. Like, the Vikings loss, like, what the hell was that? I mean, it was like we went into a different skin that game. Like, wait, what?
Did Brev get hurt in that game?
No, Brev got hurt in the Bears game.
So Brev got hurt in the Bears game.
Before the Vikings
But we talked about it with Cade. In fact, we re-aired the interview with Cade on Friday night.
On Friday night, yep.
Which is such a good interview.
Really good. Very introspective.
Very honest about what happened that day. It was a wake-up call for him. Or
we didn't even ask him about it. He brought it up.
He brought it up because he so wants to be great.
Yeah.
And in doing his job right now, he's got to be a good fullback. Oh, here's another thing. X Factor. Is this the X Factor the Texans are looking for? And I'll tell you what it is next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
Hi, I'm Whataburger's Breakfast on a Bun, or Bob. And I'm Bob Ranchero. We're brothers. We've both got signature sausage, fresh egg, and melty cheese. And I've got picante salsa and pickled jalapenos. I'm the spicy one. And I'm the reliable one. And I'm reliably spicy. No, being reliable is my thing. Right, and I'm spicy. Right. Reliably spicy. Oh, my gosh.
Whataburger's breakfast on a bun, Bob Ranchero. Served 11 p.m. to 11 a.m.
Your next celebration starts here at the new David's Bridal.
Available.
Now, more Texans Monday.
All right, Ben Gary back in the studio producing, doing a great job as always. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. I mentioned X Factor possibilities. All right, I'm overselling this, but I kind of like this. And by saying kind of like it, I mean I like it a lot. I like that Andrew Beck is back in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Beck is on the practice squad, right? So you can elevate him. And look, I'm not going to tell you that Andrew Beck is going to make all the difference in the world here. And maybe he doesn't factor in at all. Maybe they don't even play him. I don't know. But it's cool to have him back because he is a little bit of an X factor. Caught that big touchdown against the Colts regular season finale last year. We saw the kickoff return against the Jags week 3. Did other things along the way. And I think that this could make life easier for a Cade Stover. What if they do factor Beck into the offense? They have how many elevations? 2, 3 elevations?
You get 3.
And then, things are going to happen in this gauntlet. Guys are going to go out, come back, whatever.
Now, I don't know. The one thing I don't know is if you had elevation somewhere else, does that count against you here?
The clock starts again.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not
sure about that.
I think you get a fresh clock here.
I would think you do.
Because you were on the street.
Yeah.
If they signed you to the practice squad.
Yeah.
So I would figure as a player, as a union member, I want to have what is going on with our monitor here? Our monitors keep paying. If you're listening on the radio as opposed to watching on YouTube, it's just like these ads just start popping up. Like, hey, I didn't sign up for this. Anyway,
now I will say this, and I think the same way you do. You and I talked about Andrew Beck. Like we were very excited about Andrew Beck being back, and then there are a couple of reasons for that. But Irv Smith played pretty well the other day. He had a block on the touchdown, Joe's touchdown, going right to left for you, left to right for us. I think it was Joe's only touchdown. He makes a block that was really good. And I remember, in fact, you threw it down to me on the sidelines. And right as you threw it down to me, I looked down the sidelines, and I saw Jake Moreland. He had the surface in his hand, and he was showing Irv, like Irv was like looking at it, and Moreland was kind of pointing. I could see him kind of gesturing like really pointedly at it. And then he patted him on the back, and it was like, okay,
good block.
It was a really good block when I went back and watched it. So, Irv gave them some really good reps the other day at tight end. And
but he's playing the Couturiano kind of blocking tight end.
Right.
Beck is a guy who can play fullback, do the Stover stuff, and
let Stover maybe do some of the
tight end stuff,
right? Which is more Stover-like. So I don't know. Dalton had I think it was his best receiving game the other day. I just think maybe you throw the X factor just all that group.
Yeah.
There was good news at the end of last week. Brevin Jordan re-signed for a year, and bringing him back I think is awesome.
Right.
Coming off the injury, I think we'll see. But I said to you, in fact, I said it on radio probably 4 or 5 weeks ago. I think Brevin Jordan with a ton of athleticism. I think we've missed him. And I don't think it's been talked about enough because, you got Nico and Tank, and obviously you had Steph for a while until he got hurt.
But you need all the playmakers you can get.
Absolutely. I mean, look at every team around the league. I mean, every time Kyron Williams comes out and Blake Corum goes in for the Rams, you still feel like, oh, okay, there's still a little something there.
Right.
If they're going to run the ball. And every team has got passing options. Look at the Chiefs. Everybody's all concerned about Kelsey, but Noah Gray has stepped up and been a stud for them.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, the more guys that you can have make a play with the ball in his hands, the better off you're going to end up being.
It's a good deal. It's a good deal.
We
for
miss
Brev.
Brevin, and it's a good deal for Brev to come back and do what he can in 2025. But I can't wait to see him come back. But that was really good news. But you lose Brevin, you lose Couturiano. So Irv coming in and doing some good things the other day. Cade has done some really good things in both. Not only offensively, but he's made a couple of tackles on special teams. Like he was a special teams player of the week. Maybe the Colts game, he made a tackle on kickoff that was big, and I think it was in the Colts game. So he's made contributions for Frank Ross's special teams as well, and that's massive. So
you're saying internal special teams player
internal special teams player of the week. Yeah. So he's given them a little bit of everything, and that was such a great interview. Playing it again on Friday, going back and listening to it was really cool because you see what a competitor he is and how tough he is and all those kind of things. I mean, Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans have talked about it since the day they drafted him, what that's meant to this team. And I think as the season moves on, these big games, those guys are going to have to step. Every that catching group is going to have to step up because what are teams going to do? They've had a chance to watch us now. Okay, we got to shut down 12. 12 cannot beat us. 12 cannot beat us. So, okay, they're going to start taking away or trying to take away Nico Collins. So who else steps up? Tank's been stepping up a little bit more. These tight ends have got to step up a little bit more. Mechie had a catch the other day. Hopefully get X back. So just this offense in general just has to play cleaner football these Final Four.
The afternoon guys were talking about Dell, I think. Somebody was on one of the shows, and I think it was that one. And there's a lot more there that you could do, possibly. Yeah. But again, you got to have pass protection, time to get in the ball. We'd all love to see everybody get the ball, but Nico's your guy. Nico's the number one guy, clearly the alpha. They're all alphas, whatever. But he's the guy. Yeah, he's the leader of that troop, wide receivers, and there's no question that you want to see bigger playmaking out of all the guys. Come on, this passing game is not doing what it did last year, but you have 4 games left. You have in the old days, we'd be saying the final quarter of the season and the most important one. Let's see what you can get going here as you make these, micro improvements that can add up to macro things. Now, I want to ask you this. Tyreek Hill, yesterday, 10 catches, 115 yards and a touchdown. He's pretty good. So how do you deal with him? Tua likes to, he's down there somewhere, throw it every once in a while, and he's right more often than not because Tyreek can go get the ball. But I kind of like Bullock deep, too.
I do.
He's not as fast, obviously, nobody is, but he can ball in the air.
Here's the problem that just watching Miami yesterday. You put too much focus on Tyreek, and then Waddle becomes a big major factor.
Yeah.
If you're starting to slow those two
down.
By
the way, Waddle yesterday, 9 for 99. So you had 2 for 100 plus, basically.
And then if you slow those two down and you say you've got 4 guys rushing, you're dropping 7 into coverage, our pass rush is pretty fierce. Well, they just dump the ball over to Devin Achane, and all of a sudden you've got 4-3 running with it. And if Achane's not running with it, then it's Jalen Wright, the rookie they got out of Tennessee, who's got 10, 100-meter track speed, legit track speed.
Yep.
So there's speed all over the place. I think the biggest thing is,
by the way,
Tyreek's
Odell Beckham's on the team too.
Yeah,
he had a catch yesterday.
You know how fast they are, and you know that they're going to get opportunities to catch and run. You have to eliminate the run. Catch at 15, keep it at 15. Catch at 5, keep it at 5. Don't let 5 turn into 50. Don't let 15 turn into 85. That's what you cannot have happen. And yes, the Texans have given up a lot of explosives throughout the year. There's no doubt. And obviously with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, they're going to test the Texans down the field. So you're going to have to play top down. You're going to have to stay on top of everything. And that puts Bullock and Eric Murray in a really tough spot. They may have to play a half step to a step deeper than they normally would to keep that stuff in front. But then they've got to break forward, under control, and make the tackles on Tyreek and Jalen in space. And that's worrying me. That worries me.
You got to get to the quarterback. These are the Jets we're talking about. I don't know who was in or out on the D-line yesterday. I was, paying attention, but not.
They were all pretty much in.
They were all pretty much in.
They were all pretty much in.
They didn't sack Tua once. Ball's coming out fast. He's throwing it to everybody.
Hit him a couple times.
Achane had more receiving yards than rushing yards. He had 6 catches. I mean, they just spread it around. They're a nightmare. It's a total freaking nightmare.
So there are some things that, going into a bye week that I think you might end up doing. Crazy as it sounds, do you play 6 defensive backs a lot of the game? Do you play 7 defensive backs so there's just more speed on the field? Now, the thing is, for your linebackers can run. All your linebackers can run, whether Christian's playing or not. So you probably feel okay playing a couple linebackers, but you might play 6 DBs a time or two.
Well, the whole thing's going to be, can you get to them?
Speed on speed, baby.
Can you get to Tua with 4 people?
That's the key.
And we'll talk about it as the week progresses, and we'll progress into the Andy Kalu segment. He's coming up next. Baylor. He's a Baylor dad, and Baylor's coming to the Kinder's Texas Bowl New Year's Eve to play LSU. Of course, other things will come up in the conversation as well. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston's leading medicine.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best grills at the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
On sale now. Secure your seats today as the Baylor Bears takes on the LSU Tigers in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on New Year's at 2:30 p.m. inside NRG Stadium. Don't miss out on this bigger-than-Texas matchup. Plus, free country concerts, tailgating competitions, exclusive events, and more. Visit KindersTexasBowl.com for more information on the best single-game tickets, suites, and special offers for groups of 10 or more. That's KindersTexasBowl.com.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Good morning. We've got the DeMeco Ryans show at 5 o'clock today. Head coach back from the bye, talking about the Dolphins on Sunday coming in. Noon kick here at NRG Stadium. Kids Day. It's going to be fun. And then you've got the Chiefs. And then you've got the Ravens on Christmas Day. To talk about all of it, Andy Kalu joins us now. Good morning, Andy. Baylor dad. So they're coming here to the Kinder's Texas Bowl New Year's Eve. You got to be excited about this, Andy.
For the wrong reasons. I was thinking of how much money I'm saving by not having to get a hotel and not having to travel. But, you know, to be able to play at NRG, it's just going to be a cool experience for a lot of those guys. And John will tell you this, not to throw some cold water on it, but Baylor, they have a lot of good college football players, but they don't have like a lot of NFL prospects. So for them to be able to play in an NFL stadium, that's always special. So, man, just so many different reasons why I'm excited about December 31st.
So they've won 6 in a row coming into this bowl. What was the big turnaround for Baylor, ND? Because you watched this team. What changed for them as they got hot?
You know what? They stayed consistent. They played similar to what we saw with the Texans early on when they were losing games. They were playing just a good half. And you're like, where was this in the first half? Where was this in the second half? So these last 6 games, they just played consistent. And the play calling changed. You know what? They put the ball in the hands of their playmakers. Young running back is emerging as one of the top running backs in the Big 12. He wasn't healthy early on in the season. And as he became more healthy, you start to see how special he was. But I would just say consistency, Mark.
Yeah, they got hot. They played a run. They lost that Hail Mary game to Colorado.
Yeah.
So you should have never that was the one I thought, oh boy. That's the one, because you look at what happened to the Chicago Bears after the Commanders game. They just went south. Now, Baylor ended up having to play BYU and Iowa State, and they lost some tough ones, but it was after that they got it together. I gave Dave Aranda a ton of credit, because after a Hail Mary, after you lose a game on a Hail Mary like that, you can go south. But they kept competing. They ended up they got hot. Offense got hot. And I can't wait to see Bryson Washington. I can't wait to see that running back. He's going to be fun. There's no question about that. Indy, we were talking earlier about the Texans, and Mark brought up the term X Factor. And X Factor can be defined a lot of different ways, but it's, not one of the stars, not one of the players, it's not Nico, it's not CJ, but it's someone, or it's a unit that is maybe off the beaten path in some sense when you're thinking about keys for the final 4 games. But in your mind, what could be an X factor for this Texans team the final 4 games, be it a player, a unit, or just something that's not a person, place, or thing?
That's a good one, because as you were talking, I was thinking, okay, Dalton Schultz. We know he has the ability. We haven't seen it consistently this season, but I could see a scenario where he plays like the tight end we expected him to be, what we saw last year. But if it's not a person, place, or thing, what would the X factor be? Yeah, the rally around losing Al-Shaair, if that makes sense. Every
that's
single
a good one. Yeah.
Player, because a lot of those guys, and I've talked to them, feel like he was wronged, and they took it personal because they know what type of great person he is off the field and the way he's being vilified, even though he seems to be embracing it now. But I just think with those defensive guys, especially the younger ones that he's had an impact on, Henry To'oTo'o, some of those guys that truly have a relationship with him, them all picking up their game in his absence.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That is a great one. To have a rallying point for everybody, for sure.
Andy, back from the bye, it's not like you were off for a month, but it's a weekend off. It's a few days off your feet, so to speak. What happens to a team? Is there rust, or no way? You just it's a brief time off, and you get some rest, some rejuvenate back to it. How do you see it?
I don't think there's rust. I mean, that first day of practice, you might kind of, need someone to give you a shot on the field to kind of bounce you back in season. But we are not going to see any rust on the football field this upcoming Sunday. But a lot of guys are rejuvenated. I mean, if you take this bye week the way I believe you're supposed to approach a bye week, and not just physically take a break, but mentally take a break, watch some of the football games casually as a fan, but don't watch it as intense as you do when you're watching film. I think a lot of the guys are going to be walking back in there smiling, dapping each other up as if they haven't seen each other for a while.
And do the players, do they watch the scoreboard? Do they pay attention to, hey, if we win this and they lose this, we win a division. Hey, we're keeping an eye on this. We know the seeding. Are players, are they aware of it? Are they talking about it? Is it something that even kind of enters their mental space, especially at this time of year?
I could be dead wrong, because the game and the mentality of players have changed so much. But when I can only speak for my era, and, that's retiring in 2009, we looked at, okay, are we still in it, and do we have a chance, and that's it. Like, we weren't looking at what did the Colts do, how many games behind us are the Indianapolis Colts, and if we lose, because you never wanted to go into a game thinking if you lose, it's going to be okay. Like, you never want to think that on the front end. I don't think, John, they start really looking at the other teams and the formulas to get in until like those last 2 or 3 games, and you're on the outside looking in, because that motivation to continue to play. Like, hey, if we go win and this happens, that happens, we still have a chance. But when you're top of the division, I hope you're not looking around. I hope you're not, because what you're truly saying to yourself is, what games can we lose and still get into the playoffs? And I don't want anybody going into into any game thinking like that.
Andy, during the bye, I'm imagining what these players are thinking when they're watching other games, and specific to their position. C.J. Stroud watching other quarterbacks thinking, oh, man, maybe I should try that, or, well, that's no good. I wouldn't do it that way, or whatever the thoughts are. Did you have those thoughts? And you probably still do if you did, watching other defensive linemen play, the techniques they use, what they could do better, what you could maybe adopt or whatever. Does that happen when you're watching other games when you're on the couch?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get inspiration from a lot of guys. For me, as when I was in my prime, when I started and when I played a lot, I was 6'4", 260 pounds. So I would watch those leaner guys, especially the ones that were the greats. Like, even though he's younger than me, I remember watching Aaron Schobel thinking, like, man, like, to be that light and be that strong, he has great technique, he uses his hands. So when I had a chance to watch him play, I would just enjoy the game, but I would watch guys like that and see what they were doing to have the success that they had. So, no, I would expect every single guy that actually did watch games to be looking at their position and looking at the guys that are succeeding to see what they're doing.
So if the season ended today, the Texans would host the Baltimore Ravens in a first-round playoff game. So, ND, as I say that, first-round playoff game. Now, I know we'll meet on Christmas, Wednesday, December 25th. I know the date. We'll meet the Ravens. But if that is what the first round playoff game is, what is your reaction to that?
I don't like that for first week playoff game. There are no easy games, and you know, I haven't really been paying that much attention to Baltimore yet. But when you have Lamar Jackson, who's playing like his name's being thrown out there. I don't know if he's going to win it this year as an MVP. That to me, that's not the first matchup you want. But, and again, it's a big but. Once you start the playoffs, it's 0-0, and those are the teams you have to win if you want the ultimate goal. So I'm not saying that you go into that game afraid, but you know, to me, that's a true Super Bowl contender, regardless of their ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of the regular season.
Okay, so if it's not the Ravens, and on Christmas, that's a playoff game of sorts.
Yeah,
you can prevent the Ravens from coming back here by beating them that day.
That is a great point.
It doesn't lock it up, but it could really help. And then you have your choice now, ND. Chargers or Broncos? Who do you want? Who do you want here in a wild card setting? And you know who would hate this conversation? DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. They don't like this at all. But you know what?
They're
not listening.
It off right now.
Yeah, they're not listening. So let's go.
You know what? Again, I'm not saying it like trash talking, but that when you talk about first playoffs, and that those are the type of teams I want to see in the first round. Good teams, but very beatable. Denver right now, though, what are they on that 3 or 4 game win streak? I heard them say yesterday. They're pretty hot right now. But when I look at the roster, when I look at that team, if I get to choose as a fan, bring Denver Broncos in all day, every day.
Wow, yeah, with the rookie quarterback. But, man, he looks pretty good.
Exactly.
Both played well. Hey, listen, he's like 35 already.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like he's a rookie.
He's played a lot of football.
He's played a lot.
You know, he's
played a lot of freaking football.
Guys like that, it's like AAA. You know, they brought him up from AAA, and he's ready to go. Like CJ, in a way, played at Ohio State in such big games. You know, it's AAA football, and you come up to the big leagues.
But you know who else has played a lot of football at that position? Justin Herbert. And
Oh, he's too much.
Coach Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, that tandem makes me a little more nervous than Peyton and Nix.
That's a great point. I think Sean Payton in the playoffs is maybe tough to go against, but with a rookie, you never know. Rookie in the first time. Then again, our rookie last year, the first time against the number 1 defense in the league, shredded them like lettuce. So I don't know. I mean, maybe Bo Nix.
CJ was not like other rookies.
Bo Nix ain't CJ. We know that. But along those lines, and Mark mentioned it, and I'm glad we kind of got there. C.J. Stroud, I think C.J. has played better than people want to say he has. But, A, how good do you think the bye was for C.J. to just rest his body for a little bit because he has taken some hits? And, B, what would you like to see C.J. do a little bit more over these lower games before they get into the playoffs to get ready for the potential playoffs?
So the way he approaches life, the way he appears to approach life, I don't want to act like, you know, we're the best of friends. He just seems like a guy that really will benefit from the time off, especially mentally. Like he just seems like he's going to reflect. He's going to watch and think back to what he was doing mentally that didn't make sense. And I'm not even talking about making the right decision, because I remember one of his quotes saying he needs to learn how to have more fun out there. And I thought that was pretty interesting for someone so young to, you know, really be in tune with the feelings you need to have as an NFL player. So, yeah, I think he's really going to benefit from this time off and seeing what's going on around him. As far as what do I want to see from him? Just a little bit more of what he's done. Like, I know he's thrown more interceptions than he threw last year, but I thought that number was more of an outlier. What was his total? Was it 5 last year?
Yeah, yes. 5.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting him to have another season where he had only 5 interceptions. So I can say cut down on the interceptions. I know he's doubled it this season. So to give an actual answer, I'll say cut down on the turnovers. But the reason I'm hemming and hawing and I'm not giving you a clean answer, I also don't want him to go out there with the thought process of, oh, I can't make a mistake. So some of these throws that I've seen him make, and I was like, wow, that was an awesome throw. You have to be confident enough. You have to be okay with making mistakes, because throws I'm impressed with, they could have easily been a turnover. So, but to give you an answer, cut down on the turnovers, especially when you're playing the caliber of teams that we're going to see over the next 4 weeks.
I want to participate in this answer too, Johnny.
Yeah,
because
you
I want to
always.
see, and this is not just a Stroud thing. This is a Texans offense thing. Have somewhere to go with the football and go there. Take what you would say is
take
the
the profit.
pocket change.
Pocket change.
Just take a
It
little
adds
bit
up.
at a time. Incremental interest. ND knows all about incremental interest.
Yeah.
Right?
That's exactly right. Take the profit, especially first downs. I would love to go back because Nick Caserio mentions this to me. He mentioned this to me about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and we've talked about it in theory, but he brought it up and talked about it. I think third down conversions, it is about third downs. But how do you get to third down? How do you get to your third down situation? Have you taken minus yardage? Have you had a penalty? Are you sitting there at 3rd and 12 instead of being 3rd and 7, 3rd and 4? Those kind of things. Your first and second down production's got to be at a premium, especially in the month of December, and hopefully it ends up that way. Okay, ND, here comes a curveball. Your son's in college. Would you like your son to be coached by Bill Belichick? And do you believe that the rumors are true that Bill Belichick might be actually considering this North Carolina coaching job? When you saw that news, what was your reaction to that?
So when I first saw the news, I'll answer that first. I thought, wow, because my assumption was if he wanted to coach, there will be multiple NFL teams willing to bring Austin. So that's why I was surprised. And he doesn't seem like the type of coach that wants to deal with at the end of a season when one of his college players has a good year, they knock on his door and says, hey, coach, I need some more NIL money. Like, I don't see him wanting or having that conversation. So, yeah, I was shocked when I saw that, mainly because I figured he would have NFL opportunities and he doesn't want to deal with the portal nonsense that, we're dealing with in college football today. As far as having my son coached by him, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the top minds in football. And if you go into it as a player saying, I'm going to pick this dude's brain, I'm going to learn any and everything I can about him, through him, it's just going to make you a better football player. So if you go in with that mentality, yes. But I know he's not going to be that coach like Deion Sanders. I mean, with Deion's getting a lot of hate. I have no idea why. The more I see what he's doing and the impact he's having on all those players, that's I would love for my son or anybody's son to be able to experience that. And when I played with Deion, that's the type of veteran player he was, where he just took guys under his wing and really, poured into them off the field as well.
Well, he went after the media several times, several ways, and I think that
didn't help.
It rubs people the wrong, and I'm not right or wrong, whatever. It rubs people the wrong way. The media tends to defend the media. And even the digital media, the media guys or podcasts and things like that, they tend to favor other members of the media. So that really formed a groundswell against him. But I'm with you. I mean, he's done a remarkable job. And it appears he left Jackson State in great shape, too, because look at them.
Yeah, they've continued, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm with you, and I think he can. There's no question he can coach and recruit and do all that. So I like the show. I think it's a great show. The prime show is fun to watch. It's good for college football.
Here's what Deion did to get under everybody's skin. He took the rules as they are at the time, and he said, "Well, I'm not okaying what it was on Goodfellas. I'm not good with previous arrangements."
Yeah.
Well, the previous arrangement for college football was no, you recruit. And that's how you do it. You don't do it with a bunch of transfers. You don't run this like an NFL program.
But now everything is like that.
That's exactly right. And that's why Bill Belichick, this brings it back to Belichick, that's why Belichick is looking at it going, hey, wait a second. What is the one thing that Bill Belichick has always done? I remember Nick saying this, and this has always stuck with me. He always has found an inefficiency in the game, and he's exploited it. And now he looks at college football, and he looks at all these colleges throughout college football, and he's like, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. I know what I'm doing as it pertains to the NFL, and that's what the college game is becoming. I think I could expose some of the inefficiencies by taking over at North Carolina. And who's going to tell Bill Belichick at North Carolina what to do?
Nobody.
But who in the NFL is going to tell Belichick what to do?
The owner.
Robert Kraft, whoever the GM is. That's what's going to happen. And it's like, well, guy in North Carolina. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just an interesting discussion. Yeah.
It's fascinating. ND, we were talking about the Texans offense and talking about taking the pocket change and all of that. Joe Mixon. To me, it's Mixon time. This is it. You've got the gauntlet. You know, you need 8 good games here. I went there.
You did go there. Very nice.
All right?
Very nice.
You need 8 games. Maybe you only need 7. And here's another well, let's start with Joe Mixon, ND. And here's one thing I'd like to see. I've been beating this drum for a long time. Throw the ball to Joe. Throw the ball to Joe. Are you with me? Are you with me in the campaign? I don't think Bobby Sloag's going to listen to me, but that's how I feel.
Oh, to me, that's a no-brainer. Maybe that's the campaign, like, no-brainer. Just go to Joe Mixon. Even if you have a very good quarterback, even if you have a playmaker like Nico Collins, when you have a running back who can catch out of the backfield, by the way, like Joe Mixon, I think he's your number one option. He's the guy that sets everything else up, because when you attack with Joe Mixon, whether you hand the ball off to him, whether you dump it off, whether you have him run that Texas route where he goes to the flat, but then he cuts back into the middle of the seam, what it does, it makes all the defense think, okay, we got to play up closer to the line of scrimmage, play closer to the line of scrimmage. And then what do? Then you say, oh, have y'all met this guy, Nico Collins, 6'4", 220 pounds, runs a 4.4 40 even in the fourth quarter, and you just take him over the top. So it just opens everything up. I absolutely, and it takes the pressure off of C.J. Stroud. It takes the pressure off. I'll even say this: it takes the pressure off the offensive line a little bit when you throw those little dump passes to them, and they don't have to be in their pass pro for as long. So I will join that campaign. I will give you as much money as I can. I will be your Elon Musk if you start that campaign, Van here, because I definitely want to get behind that.
Wow. Indy, when you were in Philly, was Deshaun Jackson there?
No, we just missed each other.
You just missed each other. And I bring that up because facing Miami this week, I don't know that Tyreek and Jalen Waddle are like Deshaun, but Deshaun was so dynamically explosive. And that's why I brought it up, whether you had played with him, how teams tried to play Deshaun and how teams try and play against speed like Miami has offensively, because you've got track stars in Tyreek and Jalen and also Devin Achane as well. How problematic is that, just the fact that those guys are just that fast when they have the ball in their hands?
Tyreek, even though he hasn't had the season, so when I think of Deshaun Jackson, I just think very explosive, straight downfield. I mean, he was a great receiver. He could do so many things, but just run that, literally just run straight. Like, this is a guy that's just going to run straight and run past you. What makes Tyreek so scary as a defensive player, he has that component that Deshaun Jackson has, but he's also that guy that you could dump off that pass to, and if he makes one or two guys miss, then good luck trying to catch him, because he's a guy that can make plays whether he gets the ball from a 2-yard pass or a 50-yard in the air pass. So that's what makes him so much more dangerous. But absolutely, this is a game where you tell the guys up front, you better help your brethren in the back, those defensive backs, because they cannot be defending these guys for more than a 2 count. So you really have to get into his face. You really have to get into the throwing lanes, put your hands up to not just try to pass the ball, knock the ball down, but to get into his field vision with your hands. So they're really going to need upfront help with the disruption, with making Tua uncomfortable. Obviously, you want to get the sacks, you want to hit them, but I'm just talking about making them throw off center, making them, instead of throwing through one passing lane up, Mario Edwards' hands are there, I got to turn around and go somewhere else, and just make sure that you don't let him sit in that pocket and just throw that ball, because those receivers can make plays regardless of where you are on the field.
ND, you like this college football playoff? You like the whole idea? You like seeing the bracket? It was strange for me to see an actual bracket in college football. When it finally came out, the real thing, I thought, wow, here we are in 2024 with a college football bracket. And, of course, whining, crying from Alabama fans because they're the 13th team or whatever. My gosh, get over yourselves, please. You had a lot of chances to get in. You have 3 losses. Shut up. What do you think?
I love it. I'm a little down on college football, which sounds crazy that I'm down on the NIL, the portal, considering I have a son who's benefiting from it. But it just doesn't feel like, the college football I grew to love. But similar to you, Mark, when I saw the bracket, I saw the matchups, I was like, man, this is going to be interesting, and I can't wait to watch every single game. So, SMU, a huge fan of what SMU was able to do this year, and them going against Penn State, and I know there's a lot of people saying that it should be Alabama. It's kind of like, all right, SMU, here's your chance to prove them wrong. You go out there and you give Penn State a good game, and either you beat them or it gets down to the wire. I think you've proven that you should have been there. But if you go out there and get blown out, then all you're going to do is feed into the Alabama. And I get what Alabama's thinking, because when you get down to 12, 13, 14, I think it's very subjective. But the question you ask, because I was at a gathering on Saturday night and we were talking about it, is could Alabama beat SMU? And it just feels like, for some reason, if those two teams are on the field in a neutral setting, that Alabama would win that game. But SMU, they did what they had to do, and, congrats to them. But to answer your question, I'm pumped up about these matchups.
Exactly. But Alabama, Johnny,
Alabama would probably beat a handful of teams that are in the top 10,
right,
too.
But were they favored at Oklahoma? Alabama?
No, they were a big favorite.
Okay, big favorite.
They were a big favorite against Vandy.
Stomped like a grape in Napa Valley.
They lost to 6-6 Vandy. They lost to 6-6.
Shut up.
And AD was talking about, well, we're going to change our non-conference schedule. You lost your games in conference, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's the AD has got to stop whining.
Stop.
Anyway, Andy, great stuff. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot for being with us.
All right, y'all keep up the good work. See you tomorrow.
All right, thanks a lot. Oh, I've got a tantalizing thought here for you, Johnny, when we get back. We've got the general. Let's go over everything that happened yesterday. And the Dolphins, Sunday, noon, NRG Stadium. Let's rock. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
All right, we're back. We're just talking. We were just talking off the air about, you said Sal Capaccio, the Bills.
Yeah. Saw the reporter yesterday said it was 60-40 Rams.
64. The crowd at SoFi was 60-40 Rams.
I asked him, I said, what was the Bills-Rams fan split yesterday? He said about 60-40 Rams. And I said, I never could get a shot of the fans. It was real loud when Josh did something. He said, oh, yeah. He said behind the Bills sideline, it was easily 80-20 Bills.
A lot of TV
Chance
broadcasts
of MVP were loud.
do not do a good enough job with the crowd view. You know,
yeah.
A game that did do a great job, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
I mean, the crowd.
Very
You've got to do, when you have a good crowd, especially a crowd like that. I think the league doesn't want that highlighted, but hey, that's just a reality, especially with
in
the Bills.
LA and Las Vegas.
But those are residencies.
Yeah.
So anyway, the General John McClain joins us now. He has thoughts on everything. But General, here we are back from the bye. Into the gauntlet we go. I'm probably overusing that word, but we've been calling it that since the schedule came out. The 3 games that are about to take place with the Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens. Of course, we're going to talk about them all because that's what we do. The coaches will not. Anyway, your thoughts. Good morning.
Good morning and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Second paragraph of my column I'm writing for HoustonTexans.com starts with the gauntlet begins. And yesterday, Tua Tagovailoa will be at NRG Stadium on Sunday along with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Waddle being a Houston native like Devin R. Chain or Devin A. Chan. I can't remember what he calls himself now.
Chan.
He changed it since he left A&M. Tua threw for 331 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks, completed 70.2%, and his rating was 104.1. He has played very well this year when he's been healthy, and they are 6-7 and competing for a wild card berth. So the Texans are going to get the best they have to offer. The Texans, of course, will not be playing with Al-Shaair because of his suspension. Christian Harris can come back and play for the first time since the playoffs last year. Don't know how good he would be. He's got to be so rusty. But the key is the pass defense. The Texans are still giving up more touchdown passes than any team in the NFL at a time when they're about to face Tua Tagovailoa, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. I can't imagine it gets any tougher than that.
Yeah, I don't know who those guys are, General. This is kind of a strange one. I just saw Florio tweet this from Pro Football Talk. This is a weird schedule on Sunday. Listen to these 1 o'clock games, or 12 o'clock games, sorry. Dallas, Carolina, the Chiefs and the Browns, us and the Dolphins, that's a good game. Jets, Jaguars, Commanders, Saints, Ravens, Giants, Bengals, Titans. Ugh. Now, listen to the afternoon slate. Colts, Broncos. It's a big one. Bills, Lions.
Big one.
Bucks, Chargers.
Big one.
Steelers, Eagles.
Big one.
Packers, Seahawks.
That's the night game.
No. Oh, yeah, that is the night game.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Monday night. Well, we got a doubleheader on Monday night. So, General, I'm going to ask you, why would the NFL jam-pack their afternoon with games as opposed to their 12 o'clock with games?
And the Monday night games are duds. Bears, Vikings, and Falcons at the Raiders, 2 usually disappointing teams. The only thing I can think of is a big fight among the networks because their biggest window for an audience is in the afternoon. But, boy, that's a great time to have the NFL on the YouTube channel to be able to switch to all those games because they have so much meaning. Every one of those games you mentioned has playoff implications.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be big on Sunday afternoon. And the Dolphins are actually still technically alive for the postseason, need a lot of help. They don't control their own destiny. But I was hoping they would lose to the Jets, General, yesterday. And I know you were watching all the games. What are some of the things that caught your eye in the NFL Sunday slate?
I was watching that game and then telling my wife, Carol, it's good for the Texans if they lose because they should be deflated instead of coming to NRG Stadium with their hopes up about rallying to get a wild card berth. To me, they've been a disappointment, but it was because of Tua's concussion. The Bengals, to me, are as big a disappointment in the NFL as there is. Their record 4-8 with Joe Burrow being so incredible, it's just amazing. It shows how much more important a team is than just the quarterback. Where Philadelphia, I watched that game because I wanted to see Bryce Young, and he made a lot of big plays, and people love him now in Carolina. And Jalen Hurts, their passing game was so bad, receivers were ripping the passing game for a victory, in which they are now 11-2, and the players are complaining. That's shocking about receivers. And the dud game, I just don't understand how the Titans can come in here and beat the Texans and look great and then just totally stink it up. Fans up there got their hopes up that they might win 2 or 3 more games. Now look at that last game, which could mean something, considering the treacherous schedule the Texans have. If they could come through this 1-2, I'd be happy for them. And then they need to go to Tennessee. And I think if there's one game I'm certain they're going to win, it's going to be that Titans game, because they'll have a lot of motivation to get revenge, and whether it means has playoff implications or not. But it just blows me away at how bad those two teams are, and it's pretty certain they're going to be in the market for a quarterback. Sam Darnold, who threw 5 touchdown passes yesterday in the blowout victory for Minnesota over Atlanta. And think about this, Daniel Jones was signed by them. Maybe they want him to be the backup to J.J. McCarthy. They didn't draft J.J. McCarthy in the first round to sign Sam Darnold to a 5-year deal for about $40 million a year. And Darnold would be stupid to re-sign there because of that reason if they want him to sign a short-term deal. He's going to, I'm guessing, an unrestricted free agent in a terrible season for quarterbacks. So all these teams that need quarterbacks, and there are a bunch of them, no telling what kind of money Sam Darnold is going to get.
General, Kansas City wins again last night, 19-17.
I was going to go there, Johnny.
Yeah. They've won. So since the 49ers game, they won the 49ers game 28-18. They beat the Raiders by 7, the Bucks by 6, the Broncos by 2, the Panthers by 3, Raiders by 2, Chargers by 2.
By one score.
Yeah. So I'll ask you this. If you're a Chiefs fan, do you look at the glass half full thinking, well, we've won these games? There are a lot of teams that aren't winning these games. Or do you look at it like, we keep skating by, we might get clipped in the playoffs? How do you feel? Glass half full, glass half empty?
Chiefs fans got to be scared to death because of all these ways they're winning. At Doink last night to win on a field goal. Third time they've had a kicker win a game with a field goal. Third different kicker for the first time in history win a game with no time left. And they've won on block field goals. They've been magicians. Now, if you think about it, everybody's panicking over the Chiefs being 12-1. Last year they lost 6 games in regular season. Then they cranked it up in the playoffs and won the Super Bowl, including the championship game at Baltimore. So they're a lot better off now, record-wise, than they were last year, record-wise. But I'll tell you what, it's got to be frightening if you're a Chiefs fan. You think they're going to flip a switch when the playoffs begin and win those 2 games at home because now they're over they've got that lead over Buffalo with the Bills losing to the Rams, and Buffalo's got to go to Detroit. They could lose 2 in a row, and it just about clinch it for the Chiefs. But it's amazing what they're doing with Patrick Mahomes. His rating last night was 88, and they still won.
I look at their defense, and they were really good last year. They're not as good this year. They're 7th in the league in points. And in total yards, the Texans are actually better than the Chiefs in yards allowed defensively. And it's just a weird deal. It's a weird recipe. They're -4 in turnover margin. It's incredible. General, the Colts and the Broncos are going to get it on this week. Now, this is very Texans relevant because if you happen to lose to Miami and the Colts win, oh, my gosh, they're breathing down your neck with you facing two really tough teams in the next two, and the Colts' schedule after this Denver game gets a whole lot easier. They'll have the Titans, Giants, and Jaguars. So this Denver game is huge. What do you think of Indy going to Denver? There'll be a game behind the Broncos, just right at the doorstep of getting into that top 7 in the AFC. It's possible that the Colts could make it as a wild card and the Texans win the division. You can have two teams in the postseason if the Colts get some help and do really well down the stretch. Thoughts?
I think Denver's going to win that game, and then I think they'll be 6-8, and then they should win their last 3 and go 9-8 for the second year in a row. And if the Texans were to 9-8, beating them twice would sure mean a lot.
Yeah, it definitely would. General, we addressed this, I think, on Thursday. But it feels like the noise is getting
noisier.
Mm-hmm. There's just more coming out that this might be real with Bill Belichick and North Carolina. And the more I think about it, Albert Breer's got a really good point that he made. We were talking about this with ND about recruiting, about how in college football now you can have unlimited staff. So you can have coaches, I say in air quotes, that just are recruiting, and then you can have coaches that are on field and all they do is coach.
Well, you have the general manager and his whole staff.
Right. I mean, you have like an NFL situation.
It's only money. Just throw money at it.
So the more that this goes on, General, how surprised would you be if Bill Belichick does indeed go college and goes to North Carolina, or maybe some other college jumps in and wants a piece of Bill Belichick?
Shocked. I watched on Fox yesterday. They had Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, and Julian Edelman on the show, and all of them said they cannot see him coaching in college. None of them believes he's going. And Brady, he did some imitations of Belichick, like, we don't really care if you come here or not, but if you want to, you can. And because if Bill's going to recruit, and they said, well, Dion doesn't recruit. Well, if you're Bill Belichick, you're going to have to recruit. You just can't sit around in your first year and not talk to parents about what their kid gets if they come there. And so I think Bill would have to just see him going in the living room. Remember, one of his closest friends is Nick Saban, and Nick Saban got out because of NIL and the transfer portal. Last year, after the season, when they were having their meetings with the players to tell them what they wanted them to achieve in the off season, what was expected, he told friends that almost every one of them asked how much money they were going to get. So he went home and told his wife, Terry, I'm out. She said, great. And if Belichick said to him, what do you think? What do you think Saban would tell him?
Well, that's the thing.
The other thing that, excuse me,
Belichick
John,
is actually. No, sorry, General. I was just going to say, Belichick has been in that position where players have come in and asked for more money.
Yeah.
Like Saban's not been in that position, but Belichick has. He's actually been in that position.
That's a whole lot different when it's in the NFL than it is in college.
That's very true.
The other thing Albert Breer pointed out is that Belichick, and everybody thinks this, was shocked that the only team that interviewed him last year was Atlanta, and he met with Arthur Blank twice, the owner, and all of a sudden there was pushback from within the organization. And, of course, the GM there, Fontenot, would push back. He doesn't want Belichick coming in there telling him what to do. Rich McKay, the president, probably had pushback. He doesn't want Belichick coming in there and telling him what to do, even though Bill says he doesn't have to have total control. Of course he'll want total control, and he'll want to bring back all of his NFL coaches to coach in college. And I just think it's a scary situation. If he does it, great for him, more power to him. But I think the fact that only one team was interested, and maybe his agent has reached out and found out teams are not going to be interested in this cycle either.
John McClain joining us. General, AFC, pick your Super Bowl winner right now. If you had to do it today, the Chiefs have the best record. The Bills did beat them. They lost a high-scoring game with the Rams yesterday on the road with a lot of their fans there. What do you think?
I think the Bills are going to have to go to Arrowhead Stadium to go to the Super Bowl. The Chiefs beat them at Arrowhead. They beat them in Buffalo. It doesn't matter. I'm going to pick Buffalo, though. I'm going to go with Buffalo is going to win the AFC over Kansas City, and Detroit is going to win the NFC over I don't know if Philadelphia's passing game is good enough, but I think Detroit, it could be they're going to have to play 3 times against the Vikings, but I think it'll be Detroit and Buffalo.
Okay, react, both of you, to this statement. I think the biggest underdog that has a chance, I say underdog, I think Pittsburgh could be kind of scary if Russell plays the way that he did yesterday.
That's a big if.
It's a big if, but Russell's played pretty well. General and Mark, your thoughts about Pittsburgh kind of getting in the mix?
Well, when you play defense the way they do, especially when they play at home, it's certainly possible. We keep expecting Russell Wilson to have a bad game. It hasn't happened yet. But could they go on the road and win at Kansas City or Buffalo? Sure, they could, but I just don't see it. I think Kansas City, Buffalo are the best team. Pittsburgh's right behind them. I still can't believe Baltimore, with Lamar Jackson playing great, Derrick Henry playing great. They're 8-5, and their pass defense has been terrible. What I would hate to see, I would rather see the Texans in the playoffs host Denver and a rookie quarterback than Lamar Jackson come back for a second time in 3 weeks.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to see Jackson twice.
I don't want to see Lamar twice.
But if you beat him the first time, you probably don't get him the second time, so
Maybe
that would
not.
be really good. And by the way, with Pittsburgh, they're running the ball well. 120 yesterday on the ground. They're averaging 132.
Defense and run game travel.
Exactly.
I don't know,
The
Pittsburgh
Texans
scares
need
me a
that.
little bit more than I thought they would.
All right, Jen, we'll catch up later in the week. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, coming up, could it happen? What's that? Could you actually capture the 2 seed? What would it take?
Ooh.
Bills lost yesterday. We'll paint the picture for you. Among other things, it's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it. You can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
Long week? It's time for a smooth Tito's handmade vodka cocktail. Staying in or going out, serving cocktails for 2, or mixing drinks for the party. Barbecuing in the backyard, or snagging your favorite bar stool. No matter the occasion, just add Tito's to kick off the weekend just right. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, 40% alcohol by volume, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
The Texans are back on the field and ready for the home stretch. Ready! Did the bye week give DeMeco's crew the reset they needed to get things clicking on all cylinders? We'll see on Sunday with the Dolphins coming into town.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
In H-Town, we got that hustle. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Houston, gear up for game day with One Medical. We work with your insurance just like any other doctor's office, but we offer so much more. Get in-person and remote care from compassionate providers whenever you need it. From same or next day appointments that start on time to on-site drop-in lab services, we make it faster, easier, and more enjoyable to look after your health. We have also partnered with Houston Methodist for easier access to specialty care. Experience exceptional care for the entire family with One Medical. To learn more, visit onemedical.com today.
Hey Texans fans, you may have noticed that NFL players are big and strong and that playing football requires them to be pretty tough. But that doesn't mean they haven't had to deal with bullying before.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-hour energy.
/fans.
Now, more Texans Monday.
All right, here's what it would take to be the 2 seed. All right, stop, everybody. I know you're thinking I've lost my mind. Allow me to lose my mind every once in a while, okay? You got to win out.
You have to win out. That's a definite.
That's where losing, like one of these Titans, especially the Titans, had you won that, we could really seriously talk about this as a possibility. But you got to win out, which, look, it's not impossible. The Bills have a really tough one this week because they're going to take on Detroit on the road. Now, they'll bring their fans, but the Lions fans, I got a feeling they're not willing to part with too many tickets these days. They know they're on the cusp of something here. And by the way, as we celebrate the Lions and everything, they could easily blow this in the playoffs. Come on, anybody could, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it just could happen.
The Packers were 15-1 in 2011.
You have a bad day,
get a bye, and the Giants went in and sniped them.
Yeah. So the Bills have the Lions, but then they have an easy 3, so to speak. Patriots, Jets, Patriots. These are division teams. They could lose one more of those. So let's say they lose to Detroit. Somebody could get them. Patriots twice and the Jets. And then you're tied with them. This is the Texans winning out. What is the probability of this? Where's Sean when we need him? It's like 0.00. I mean, it's not really anywhere near a probability. It's not. I mean, it's such a small possibility.
So there's
here.
that. You'd also need the Steelers to lose a couple.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
But the Steelers are at the Eagles, at the Ravens, home Chiefs, home Bengals.
I think you're going to get what you need from them. But
I think
again, what you need is to win, okay? Yeah. What you need is to win. Now, it could get interesting in that, all right, the Colts, we all know they have a long way to go to win the division. We went over it with McClain, right? The Colts have a lot of work to do just to finish 9-8. They lose this week. They win the next 3. They're 9-8, right?
Yep.
Texans, if they lose the next 3 but beat Tennessee, they're 9-8. Are we going to be in a situation going into that final game of the regular season?
Don't even say it. Do not even say it.
Where it's like, oh, we're putting this one on Saturday because you're playing for the division now against Tennessee. And then all of a sudden, it's all about that game.
Don't even say it.
To have your winning season. Your winning season.
I'm not believing it.
Never mind a postseason, the winning season.
I am not believing it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not. I don't want to believe it. I do not want to go to Week 18. Now, I will say, when we went there in 2016 to Tennessee, even though we had clinched the division the week before, that was a stressful afternoon.
Well, because of Brock and Savage and O'Brien.
But it was just stressful in and of itself.
It was stressful.
Because it was like, we got a playoff game. We're not playing everybody, but still, the guys that are playing, I don't want to get hurt.
So you know what we'll do? We'll have Savage go on a quarterback sneak and get concussed. Can't get anybody hurt, but we'll do that. Now, Savage had to play that day.
Until that.
Yeah, Savage had to play that day because
he needed snaps.
He needed to play. Yeah, he needed to play. And because he against the Bengals the week before. They won 12-10 because Alfred Blue went nuts. That's why they won that game. They weren't able to get enough offense generated. He had that good outing against the Jags when he came off the bench, but that was about it. Anyway, we don't need to relive that. That was many moons ago. We've got the Texans and the Dolphins Sunday at noon. You know what? Win this one, and it all kind of falls into place.
That's exactly right.
Even with tough outings coming up against the Chiefs and the Ravens. And Denver, please beat the Colts this Sunday as well. Just get it done Sunday. Get the division in the bank, and then take it from there. All right, want to thank Ben for producing. In the Loop is coming up next. John and Reggie have you. Now, we're going to have the DeMeco Ryans show 5 o'clock today, so we'll hear what the head coach has to say coming back from the bye and getting ready for the Dolphins Sunday. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable.
Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To Houston, insider access, exclusive Cowboy 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. That's right, big voice guy. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. It's not a Reaction Monday. Is it a Reaction Monday?
It is to different kind of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to react to.
Yeah, it's still Reaction Monday.
By the way, side note real quick as we get into the show here.
I think it's the note. I don't think we've done anything for it to be a side note.
It is the original first note.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. I'm always looking forward to that extra weekend, that long weekend. I was looking forward to it Thursday, enjoyed the long weekend. But I'm always excited to be back. It's weird. It's like you're ready to go. I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to get back.
Friday felt like a holiday for some reason.
Yeah, it did.
You're welcome.
It felt like a holiday around here, too.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if it would have felt like a holiday if half the station didn't just go,
I don't know if Reggie's co-signing my thing there. He goes, I'm not so happy to get back so soon.
Look, man.
Could have used another day.
Work is work. Work is work. And it's a great job, to be honest, to be able to talk with you, the fine folks of H-Town or wherever else you listen. Appreciate you making us a part of your Monday. Get involved program, as we always want you to do. The YouTube and Twitch are both available to you. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. Talk back to you. I was about to quote T-Pain, not necessary. Also, the 5-Hour Energy fan line, which is courtesy of 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That's available for you too. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know, first of all, are you still shocked that Lopez got an iPhone? But more importantly,
I kind of smiled a little bit when he said, hey, before we got on there, he like, hey, since I switched to an iPhone, I got it. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm still not used to it.
I know you
I'm
aren't.
getting used to it, but I still don't like, I'm not used to the idea of having one.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out the various shenanigans.
The grandbabies do that to you, man.
Grandbabies did it. They got me wrapped around their little fingers.
Okay, so there's that. But then also, let us know. Do you feel like the bye week helped the Texans? 713-572-4610. Because Lopez, it seems like you're coming from a place where you're like, nah, this did not help.
No, they didn't. I don't see how you can say, okay. I mean, it helped them like individually,
get some rest
as a group with the rest. We all knew that already. That was going to happen no matter what. But man, like a lot of things happened this weekend that had they gone the other way, you would have felt a lot better about things. Specifically. Not because you're a Texans fan, but your people's Browns.
Oh, what they do?
They ruined it for everyone.
I mean, they did what is kind of expected, right? Like, I don't know, did anyone expect the Cleveland Browns to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah.
Because that's the game that you're referencing, right? I think the reason why you, John Lopez, look at the Texans and be like, the NFL schedule on the bye week, which, by the way, woof.
Yeah, it was ugly.
That was not really fun.
All kinds of Hughley
to watch. Yeah. I for some reason I didn't realize that there were 6 teams on bye this week. I thought it was the typical kind of 4 teams, and I was like, man, this is feeling real light, and the light is feeling real nasty. And that's in part because the Texans and the Ravens both on bye, as well as the Commanders, who will give you an interesting game. They're on bye as well. The Broncos, who would give you maybe a decently interesting game, they're on bye. I mean, I don't know what to say about the Colts and the Patriots. I don't know how much you really missed them when it came to the schedule. But, yeah, it was a little nasty. However, one of the games of consequence, as we mentioned, Steelers, Browns, it kind of solidified something that we were kind of cruising towards, which is that the Texans have probably locked it to its forward.
Well, they were leaning that way anyway. But 2 things coming out of the weekend on this Reaction Monday. My reaction revolves around 2 things. Number 1, they are locked in. Like they are locked into the numbers.
There's that definitive John Lopez statement, baby.
They are. I mean,
it's a lock.
You didn't hear Vandy earlier?
Yeah, Vandy, like, how can they be the number 2
Vandy's
seed?
like, hey, man.
And I'm like, pixie dust. That's
how. The Bills lost to the Rams in what was an up-and-down thriller, 44-42, right? They came back and only just came short. Hey, man, yeah. All you need is the Jets to find a little bit of chutzpah.
Well, and 2 games against the Patriots, too.
You know what I mean? Like, that's all you need.
What about 2 games against the Patriots, 1 against the Jets? So the Texans, okay, I'll back it. Just more than likely.
There it is. Look at him tempering. Look, he got an iPhone. All of a sudden, he was like, I need to temper what I say.
More than likely, most likely are locked into the number 4 seed. That ain't great. And that revolves around the second thing. That means they're going to face, more than likely,
he's learning,
either the Ravens or Steelers here. I don't like either of those matchups. I mean, you didn't like the way it was stacking up anyway, but you got Ravens or Steelers here. Right now it's the Ravens. Yay. That's the team that made you look.
Are you scared of the Ravens right now?
What was the last playoff game like against the Ravens?
That's a different year, man. That's a different year.
And then of course you would go to most likely what? The Bills?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you won, you'd probably be the lowest seed. Well, I mean, if you're just assuming that, it goes chalk on a tournament, you get the Chiefs, wouldn't you? Right? Like, because the Chiefs seem like they are touched by the hand of God.
Yeah.
Right? And that they will never lose, even though they deserve to it sometimes, or I guess deserve.
But the Bills have the tiebreaker against the Chiefs.
Yes. The Bills are also 2 games behind the Chiefs, right? That's the issue that you have there. But you say like you likely face off against the Ravens. I mean, the Chargers have the same record as
Ravens
the
or the Chargers
right now as well. They're there. Why does this cap? Broncos have the same record as all of them as well, 8-5, right? All these teams sitting at 8-5, and we were talking about this. Do you think you're better than these teams? I don't know. I mean, the Ravens are real up because I was like, I don't know that the Texans show themselves to be better coached than any of these teams. The Ravens kind of get a little dicey, except the high water mark for them is crazy when they are actually humming. But yeah, that is the thing that I think is the tough part about this weekend is that, again, you look up at the top of the AFC or just the AFC in general and you go, I don't think any of these teams are anywhere near infallible. You just had another one of those Chiefs getting away with the games, right? Where they absolutely they needed a doink. They needed a bank shot to get themselves over in a game. And the Buffalo Bills went up and down with a Rams team rather that does not have a great record, although they are finding themselves healthier.
Yeah.
But both of those teams were playing relatively good teams and doing that and having that competition level. It still feels like in watching those games, or I guess let me ask this as a question. Like with the way that you saw this weekend go, also don't forget the Dolphins, who you're about to play.
I was just about to mention
had a game where they went toe to toe with the Jets, and it came to overtime for them to get over it. Do you feel any better about, like, maybe not the circumstances, like when it comes to fourth place, third place, like the way that the playoffs stack, even though matchups matter in that situation? Do you feel better about just the general play of the Texans compared to the rest of the AFC after this week?
Well, the general play we'll see because of the off week and some rest, and see how they respond with adjustments and all that stuff.
You heard what I heard, right?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Don't worry about it. Continue.
The general play. Either way, to be determined. To be determined of all the things that have to happen, coming off the bye week, I think.
So I think one of the things that it feels like is settling in, I think 979 H-Town fan on the YouTube spoke to this. He said, I'm terribly depressed at the hopelessness of being a Texans fan. And it does feel like there is somewhat of an inevitability that's starting to build a little bit with this Texas team. Like, is the script already written for the Texans that this last stretch of the season will kind of give you, well, not kind of, it'll definitely give you a lot of answers in that. But it feels like you're starting to set in where, and hey, we kind of know how this is going to finish out, and it'll probably be a situation where then you come into the playoffs and it's one and done, and then, hey, let's head off to the offseason and try and get this right for next year.
What you're really asking is something that I was mentioning before the show here. If the script is written and they face either the Ravens or the Chargers, and oh, by the way, they then go to face either the Chiefs or the Bills, that doesn't bode well, obviously, considering how they're playing. Is this season a waste?
Ooh, that's a tough question to ask. Waste is tough.
Yeah.
In terms of what your expectations were, what they put into this squad,
it's definitely a disappointment because we did not.
Is that a euphemism for a waste? 713-572-4610. Look, we're not. Look, let me make this very clear. I am, obviously every time the Texans play, I want to see them do something. I want it for our city. I want it for me. I want it, be happen ever. I want these things to not be the case. But if the script is written, Reggie, and they don't appreciably improve, and they either lose at home, and by the way, they probably will be underdogs at home to either the Ravens or the Chargers, if I had to guess. That they would be underdogs.
If you're talking playoffs at that point.
Yeah. And then,
because by the way, they are 2-point favorites at home versus the Dolphins?
Yes. And then let's, which is kind of a push, but and then let's say they do somehow manage to win that game, then go either to Kansas City or Buffalo and get beat. You know, based on what we're seeing, that would be the odds. Is this season a waste? Because it's the same thing you did last year. And you invested Stephon Diggs, you invested Joe Mixon, you invested, so much more. You had high expectations. You brought in DeMeco Ryans, had high expectations for C.J. Stroud, high expectations for wide receiver development, and Nico Collins having an incredible year, which he is, but he's missed some. And you do all those things to invest into this season, and it's the same script. Is this season a waste?
I really hesitate to call it a waste, although from the
How about this? Waste of time.
That's where I was getting at.
Yeah, waste of time, not waste necessarily, because I know that's harsh.
From the 832, definitely a waste. Interesting. But on the YouTube, no, you found out that you weren't ready to win big games. Just because you had unrealistic expectation doesn't make it a waste. And another yes comes in on the text line on if you have that circumstance where it kind of plays out, you go to the playoffs, 4 seed, you lose at home, and it's a one and done.
Or you win and that's the divisional round.
Right. I don't think it's fully a waste. Like, you learn more about this team. I do think that there's some clear developmental things, right? You've developed your defense. DeMeco Ryans has fully put his hand on this defense to the point where I think you found a defense that is somewhat sustainable as well, because so much of this defense, or so little of this defense, I should say, is based on the things that don't translate year over year, right? One of the things we talked about was the idea of being a turnover defense, and they have turned the ball over, but it hasn't. This defense has not been predicated on the turnovers are what make it go.
Yeah,
right. Turnovers is one of those things that, like, the football nerds will tell you, that can be a little little dicey carrying over year to year. The things that they do when they're doing it well, rushing the passer, that translates year over year. Tackling. That translates, right?
Yeah.
And you found talent that is going to be here.
Cornerbacks.
Yeah, at least the top end cornerbacks, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that you have things that are going to translate over year when it comes to the defense. I don't think that is a waste, right? You have found yourself what is going to be a foundational thing, and you have players. Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be here, right? DeMeco Ryans, you still have him under contract. Obviously, Will Daniil, those pieces are established. The thing that feels wasteful, if you want to go there, is offensively when you have all of this talent and it feels like you haven't, you've been struggling for 13 weeks of football, 14 weeks, with including the bye, to figure out how to put it all together and have that, go at the highest levels of the engine, right? And that's the thing that feels kind of wasteful, because I don't know that you things out. Again, I think that you could take the week to week way that the team views this development, where it's like, hey, get better, win games, get better, right? You could look at that from a season-long perspective of, get better, learn things about your team. Defensively, I think you've done that. Offensively, I think that's one of the questions, and I guess you have learned some things, but they feel like they're negative things. That the offensive line, as currently constituted, does not work. That you need to have some changes there, right?
Yeah.
You brought in Joe Mixon. He will still be here. That's a good thing, right? Like, you have Nico Collins signed to a long-term deal, and you've seen that you can actually really lean an offense on him. I think you've learned some things, so I wouldn't fully call it a waste, but it definitely would feel like a disappointment.
But here's where I think how you parse it out, how you explain it matters, because everything you're saying is true. Offensive line, you're going to make some changes, maybe get better. Defense, you found some things that are translatable to the future.
Absolutely.
Some players individually, you found some things that are translatable to the future. But none of what you're saying, Reggie, has to do with this year. Like my question is, was this season, based on everything that you built toward this season, a waste? I'm really curious what fans think. If it plays out the way all the handicappers are going to make it out to play out. Obviously you can upset some teams. You can maybe go into Kansas City and win and shock the world, and all of a sudden we're ready to throw a parade because we're going into the AFC Championship game. But all the things you're saying, I totally agree with. But moving forward, sure. I'm very interested in what fans say. Text us, 713-572-4610, or message us on YouTube. Because I'm talking about,
I get you, like the opportunity,
this season,
the opportunity that presents. All right,
this season.
I was thinking in the arc of
and
development,
that's
right?
accurate. I'll still be optimistic next year,
right?
Because of all the things you said. But what I'm saying was 2024. If it plays out the way we think it's going to play out, and the way handicappers say it should play out, was it a waste of time?
Well, I mean, yes, because I think when you talk about kind of opportunities, right? you have plenty of opportunities to put your best foot forward, and you haven't. So I think from that perspective, yes. But this was a team that we know early on in the development of the life cycle, or the kind of the arc of like a team. And I think that you have seen some development. It hasn't progressed in the same way. It hasn't been linear as we've kind of expected. So that's the larger arc. But I think, yes, I get what you're saying, right? You have an opportunity in this season, and for the most part, it looks like you've let a lot of that opportunity slip past you. I think that's the beauty of at least American sports in this way. It does not compare to, like, let's say, Premier League soccer, where all of the season, all of that counts points-wise towards your end goal. This thing is going to hinge heavily on some games towards the end of the season and in the playoffs. If it goes the way that it goes, yes, it could be a waste. You could very quickly change that by getting yourself right and playing good football. The likelihood of that happening, got some questions.
Well, and the other thing, Figgy, is we, it wasn't just us being, rose-colored glasses. I mean, national shows across the board. Pick a network, pick a show. Boy, this is one of the most talented teams in the NFL. Boy, this looks like a Super Bowl team. We know that those things were all out there. Look at Stroud this year. He could be the best quarterback in the NFL. Forget moving forward, because we're all going to be optimistic again in the offseason and the draft and all that stuff. I'm talking about this season based on what we expected.
Yeah, I think it's a disappointment. I think it is. I love watching football, so I wouldn't say waste of time, but I think the season was a waste, man, because we seen it all throughout the offseason. C.J. Stroud making the runs and making the rounds, and Stephon Diggs, trade for Stephon Diggs, and Joe like, I expected this offense to be looking like the greatest show on turf.
Yeah.
And maybe that's me just, kind of.
But it wasn't just you.
Yeah.
You know?
I said maybe that's me just thinking, we going to get far. But no, it will be a disappointment if they get bounced out the wild card or maybe the divisional round.
And you have to figure some things out on offense. But I think that if is still there.
Yeah.
You got to hope that bye week allowed them to really do some self-scouting, that they're going to get themselves.
They have to get a lot better real quick.
And it starts against Miami. It starts with that game on Sunday against the Miami Dolphins. Like, do you show yourself to have at least figured some things out and be progressing in the right direction? Because then all of this can start feeling a little bit better. Because right now, I understand the depressed feeling that can be there and the inevitability.
Just surprise us, man.
Yeah. Right.
Just surprise us.
I will say the other side of this is year two. So it's not like we in year 3 or 4 or something like that. Now we got to start looking at contracts. Yeah. This is like, we think they was gonna get that far last year. So maybe we gotta take the glasses off and look around and say this is year 2, and maybe we still got some time. Yeah. Unlike the Astros, the window is open.
Yes, the window is
still open,
and you want to progress yourself further towards getting through it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going on a Monday. We got a good show for you, including a couple of tickets to the NBA Cup game, quarterfinals game that the Rockets will host on Wednesday.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Is this the right station?
This is the right station. We'll be giving away a couple of Rockets tickets in the 12 o'clock hour, so tap in with your boys. But coming up next, the winter meetings are going on and dominoes are falling. What were the takeaways this weekend when it came to the possibility of the Astros resigning Alex Bregman? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Big Voice, man. It is indeed a Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Winter meetings going on up in Dallas, up in that place in Texas. And dominoes are indeed falling. What does that all mean for the Astros and Alex Bregman? Let's talk about it here. 713-572-4610. Man, a lot of people passionate about the possibility of whether or not the season would be a waste if it goes the way that I think some Texans fans fear.
Passionate?
What?
I say, are they passionate or are they just cussing us out?
That's the nice way of saying cussing us out. Mm-hmm. No, I'm just playing. But I think the thing to kind of put a bow on it is just the only place, because I do agree that, hey, man, these things, development isn't linear. You know, you're continuing to develop on this arc. The only thing that feels wasteful to me is that you have not maximized what your roster is, right?
Exactly.
If you had played to 100% or close to 100% of the capacity of what your team could put on the field, and you get to a place where, it's the same kind of result on the back end, that's one thing that I think I can live with.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like, to this point, there's been a lot left on the table, a lot of meat left on the bone with what this Texans team can produce.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only place where I would say
No, I feel, again, I can't say this enough. It's not like I'm down on what the Texans could be. It's about this season, and what was promised and what was expected.
Okay.
We'll see. Hopefully we'll all just say, wow, how about that? They really turned it on at the end. They really surprised us.
What a time that'd be. What a time that'd be. And that starts with the fish, as it like to be called, the Dolphins. But like I mentioned, winter meetings going up in Dallas, which means things are starting to shake, and we have dominoes falling.
Mm-hmm.
One of which is the richest sport contract in American sports. Yeah, look at John. If you are watching us, John just immediately starts shaking his head because
shaking my
unbelievable. 15 years, $765 million. Juan Soto going to the Mets. That's right. Big time money, and he was the big domino. We knew that he was the huge in this iteration of MLB free agency. He's signed, and we could talk more about what that means and all those things. But I think for the Astros purposes, now everybody could play ball, right?
Yeah.
Like, it felt like all business was waiting for that big domino, or at least the major business to fall, waiting for that domino to fall. It has. Scott Boras gets that client paid a whole bunch of money, and now it feels like he could turn his attention to Bregman and making sure that the deal is done there. So there's that. And I think the other domino that fell that was really important in this, Willy Adames. We talked about this last week. There was reporting that, the Astros, if they could not sign back Alex Bregman, Willy Adames, probably the chief amongst a few names of, potential fallback plan B options.
Yeah.
Well, ain't no plan B, at least with Willy Adames, who signs for the San Francisco Giants. Shortstop signs there, 7 years, $182 million, which is the largest in Giants history. It passes the Buster Posey contract of $167. But I thought the interesting thing about that is, one, you have fewer and fewer fallback options, making Bregman more important. And then two, he got a whole bunch of money, more than what you have on the table for Alex Bregman right now. The Astros reportedly have a 6-year $156 on the table for Bregman. So even the fallback option got more money than what is reportedly already out there. Price of the brick got to go up.
That's it. I mean, that's exactly what the answer is. The Astros can sign Alex Bregman. They can get him. I mean, but it's going to require them to break their standard. They're going to have to either a year or two, and about $30 million or $50 million, depending on how many years you add more. So, it's not like, oh wow, it's definitely sure that Alex Bregman is going to go somewhere else. You can do it. You can absolutely do it, but you're going to have to break your standard. You're going to have to add a year or two and a lot more money. Now, the Soto thing, first of all, I love all these comparisons we're getting, via social media and otherwise, stories and such on television, et cetera, of what that $750 whatever million how it translates. It's more than my favorite is it's more than LeBron James has made in his career.
Wait, what?
This one contract is more than LeBron has made in his career.
I think I can do you one better. I think. So I'm gonna see if I can one up you here. And this comes.
There's a lot of them. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, this comes courtesy of our friend Adam Spillane, the Mets. Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, who, by the way, love him, right? Not necessarily as a human being, right? I don't know him like that, and he's a billionaire, so I don't know. I can't really just assume all rainbows and unicorns and stuff. However, he is not doing thrifty wealth. And I appreciate that, right? The owners, especially in baseball, have gotten to this place where can cry a little poor sometimes, right? He is not in that space. He's like, nah, I got this money. I'm gonna spend it, and to the tune of obviously $765 million over the next few years. By the way, no deferred money in that, right? No,
$75 million bonus.
Yes, there's an opportunity for it to stretch over $800 million.
$75
Just
million.
give me $1 million, man.
Just for signing your name. Just sign your. Give you.
Well, I mean, you also have to play some baseball too.
Well, yeah, but as of now, today, just sign your name.
But yeah, the Mets paid $100 million more for Juan Soto over the lifetime of this deal than Jim Crane and the group paid for the Astros 13 years ago.
Yeah. More than the Astros
$660 million 13 years ago.
Stupid. Now, as it pertains to Bregman, getting back to that, it does. The Yankees not getting Bregman, the Red Sox not getting Bregman, and whomever else, but specifically those two. It does affect the Bregman deal.
Soto.
Because they're not going to say, let's just run it back. No, they're going to look for other options, and that might including there's reports that the Red Sox are in fact now targeting Bregman. So it does affect Bregman because they're going to spend and the negotiation because they're going to want to spend more money to get it done.
And you're going to have a bidding war probably between those two.
Right.
Right, and one of the things that this is showing is that, hey, man, Scott Boras still be getting his guys' money, right? And he's still going to get this. In fact, I think Rex Ryan, I guess interesting, I did not anticipate Rex Ryan weighing in the baseball space in this way. But, hey, he seems to have the idea that the Juan Soto deal going to the Mets instead of the Yankees, who apparently offered a deal that had $5 million less with an additional year. So, like, hey, Yankees, getting outbid by the Mets, that's not a great look. But Rex says that he believes that the Juan Soto deal happens in part because of pressure by the MLBPA, in theory, to just, go and get the most money, right? Yeah. Continue to push the number up for your fellow players as a responsibility that everybody continues to raise all boats with the rising tide. Mm-hmm. But if that is something that is happening, and I am using if because that is his speculation, what does that also? That also means that you got to put money on the table if you want Alex Bregman to remain, right?
Yeah, you do, and it's his whole idea of the pressure that they're putting on players. That's not unique. I mean that happens year in, year out. They want them to go ahead and grab the most money, but what it does do is it makes every other league look awful, especially the NFL. Like the NFL is just. Yeah, but they're not even in the same hemisphere.
Yeah, the NFL ain't concerned about that.
No.
They're not worried about that at all. Somebody said the Yankees got outbid, or were they not going to spend the stupid money?
No, they were going to spend stupid money.
I mean, it was right there. If they put $760 million up, I feel like they were going to spend the stupid money. They just got outbid, which that feels weird to knock at the Yankees kind of the ethos that seems to carry with them. The picture of the Yankees is that they just gonna spend all the money and getting outspent. Like, I do wonder if you're not going to be the ones that put all the money down, right? If you're not going to tell a player, hey, if you go play somewhere else, it's because you want to take less money and you really want to go over there as opposed to here.
Yeah. And by the way, they just came from the World Series. They were just in the World Series, and that guy left.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is the Yankees out here moving like broke boys. Anyways, Dana Brown, general manager of this Astros team, I mentioned they're in Dallas for the winter meetings. He was actually talking to MLB Network Radio, and I thought this was really interesting because now reigns as Willy Adames gets signed. He was one of the guys kind of brought up as a potential plan B. Where do you pivot if you don't get Bregman, and do you have internal solutions for the infield?
I would say the internal solutions are maybe a little bit away, so maybe another 6 to 8 months, maybe a year. So I don't think it's going to be internal. But, sometimes these young kids will fool you. And, they'll come in camp. They'll look really good. They've worked their tail off in the offseason, so you never know. But we're not taking anything off the table. Hopefully, maybe by trade or, something like that. But nothing's off the table. We're going to have to compete. We want to remain good. But we're focused on Bregman first. So that's our priority. It's been our priority from day one to get a third baseman signed. So, we want him to come back.
If you're Alex Bregman and you hear that, does that affect you? We're focused on Bregman? Because you know what the offers are and have been.
I wonder if Alex Bregman is even involved in this. I have a feeling that
he's getting information.
Scott Boras, you got it, bro.
Yeah.
Come back to me when it's time to sign the paper. That's that. I would imagine that that's the way that this works. Now, do you think Scott Boras was affected by that? Probably, but he knew. He knows that he's got leverage here.
Yeah. No, I don't think he was affected at all. He basically told them, yeah, you can prioritize Alex Bregman. 2 more years, $50 more million. Will they do? I mean, that's the question. How bad do they want him? Are they willing to break their standard? That's what it comes down to. Because guess what? And I hate that when people say, guess what? But anyway, guess what? He's going to get a 7 or 8 year deal for a lot more. I'm going to get the offer. So if the MLBPA wants these guys to chase the money, and Alex Bregman knows it, and he has this responsibility that he feels, he's going to sign elsewhere unless the Astros up it.
And the thing that is interesting about that for me is that when he talked about it, right, internal, solutions, which I think we kind of already know, but he specifically put a 6 to 8 months on it. Like, so this year, at best case scenario, you're talking about like midway through the season to get a internal solution to some of these things. Trades are something that he's talking about.
Well, you got to have resources too,
right? And that is how you would go about trying to fix this. Like, is it Alec Boehm is immediately the answer if you do not get Bregman, and that is using the few limited resources that you have just to fix third base? Hey, man, if y'all don't sign that check, if y'all don't sign that check right now.
It's really an easy answer. Are they going to do it?
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Yes, we just talked about the fact that Juan Soto signed the richest contract in American sports history.
Almost got to $1 billion.
Yes,
man.
he did.
And it can go up to
right around the corner.
Like, there are escalators that could take it up over $800 million in a decade and a half. He will make at least $51 million a year for a decade and a half. Yes, shout out to Paul on the YouTube, right? The graphic showed that Soto will make more than Braun and Brady may have made in their entire playing careers.
I'm so poor.
Hey, man, make sure them babies playing baseball. Make sure them babies playing baseball. However, so that if the babies do get the money, you can make a irresponsible purchase. Question of the day. What is your first non-responsible purchase if you get a windfall like Juan Soto? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans are back in action on
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
TheMensClinic.com, TheMensClinic.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. What is your first not responsible purchase if you get a windfall? To the tune of, I don't know, 756 million. I was about to say thousand. See, my brain don't even work like that. 65 rather.
I probably made that a minute.
$765 million. That is what Juan Soto just signed. It is the richest contract in the history of American sports. 15 years, $765 million. That is $51 million a year. I promise I'm not pocket watching. There's escalators in there. I did find it interesting that there was no deferments in there because it feels deferrals rather of money.
Yeah,
it feels like in
Bobby
sports
Bowles stuff.
It feels like in sports that we are seeing an uptick, and I guess maybe it's just the Dodgers in particular seeing an uptick in some of these deferrals, which I find to be interesting because it's not fully salary navigate or like tax navigation because these things are factored in still. But it just feels like an opportunity to put more of your money right now in the team, understanding that, hey, man, more money will come and we'll figure that out later. Like, it does feel like that is something that the Dodgers are doing, which I've constantly asked, like, hey, why aren't more teams deciding to use this as a potential opportunity to, build their teams? But that's a conversation for another day. Right now, we talk about spending. In fact, we talk about blowing money right here. And it can't be no responsible. I'm not talking about investment properties. I'm not talking about paying off debt or, buying your mama a house. No, we being irresponsible.
Let's be very clear about this. Flushing money. Just absolutely flushing money. Because we were talking during the break, of course, like, well, I'd buy an island. No, man, a lot of people buy islands these days. Well, I should say, I think a lot of people do. You always see it on those reality shows.
You might be, I guess. I don't know.
Or I'd go on my dream. No, not a dream vacation. I'm talking.
I feel like dream vacation should count.
But that's a given. You're going to go on a dream vacation. You're going to buy your mama a house. You're going to get an expensive car.
So maybe I shouldn't read this one from the 713 who said a pretty hooker?
Well, is that a given? I mean, maybe.
I don't know. I'm asking questions. Yeah.
But I'm talking about absolutely flushing it. Just stupid expense, irresponsible purchase.
Shout out to the 281 that says, stop playing, Reggie. You know I'm pulling up candy paint, poking, and beating up that block. Yeah, man. I do. Yes. I feel like that. Slangers. I was like, a really nice car, and I was like, can I be so irresponsible as to go for the helicopter? You know what I mean? Like, just absolutely circumvent traffic entirely. Although I was like, where will I land it? right? Like, will I have enough places to land the helicopter to where circumventing traffic works, right? Can I just pull up to Trillburger with the helicopter? Does that work? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, again, some of those I think, or if you got that much money, you're going to probably have some sort of transportation locked up.
Well, you can't take all the things off the table. You can't. Have
let's talk about Flushing money.
Okay,
I would hire the best heckler in every NFL stadium to sit behind the opposing bench like that dude in Happy Gilmore and just lambasting that other team.
Okay, you're doing a good job flushing money here.
Yeah, that just have them get under everyone's skin.
Hired hecklers
against every opponent, and have them, and if they get arrested, get another one. Or if they get just irritate the hell out of everyone else. That's one way I would do it. But of course I would have a helicopter. Of course I'd go on a dream vacation, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I don't know about the pretty hookers.
You still need some convincing on that? Okay, I see you.
Has to be pretty.
I do appreciate, yes. The 713 is like, look, I got money now.
Yeah.
By the way, at that point, I believe they're called escorts. 713 said John does a trip to BCNet in the past count as non-responsible. Yes, it does.
Yeah,
Figgy, where are you going with your newfound wealth?
I've been sitting here thinking of all type of random crazy stuff that nobody really thinking about. So the first thing I thought about was the Batman car.
Yes, you're going on the Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I was thought about that, but this is another thing. This might be a little crazy. So I would love to pay like everybody that played on that 96 Bulls team, pay all of them to come play in a expedition game against the Golden State Warriors at 2016.
I thought you were going to get a squad together.
And I will be.
I love this.
No, I would love.
Let's answer some sports debates. I love this.
Yeah, I would love to just sit back and watch that, or hell, I jump in the game.
That's what I'm saying, like Brewster's Millions.
Yeah,
just play against them.
I thought,
but you ruined that. You ruined the experiment. I like what we're doing here. Let's get an answer once and for all. Who was the best team?
What's funny is I was watching what's the show, Narcos, with Pablo Escobar, and he did something similar where he hired a bunch of the best soccer players in the world. And they played soccer in his backyard.
Now we're getting somewhere. See, now we're getting somewhere.
That's just so. That's like
that's
stupid,
flushing it.
Yeah,
that's just flushing it.
Shout out to KDDA, who said gambling is the biggest flush of all. That was our program director was in here talking about it earlier, and he was like, big tables.
Yep.
Just go to Vegas, big tables. Just drop a whole bunch of money, get to have that experience.
Go to the high rollers. I've always wanted to do that.
And he was like, not even on a game that you play, a game that you don't know. And I love that sentiment because you're just making all them other rich people mad.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, and I don't know how all these games work, but like I feel like some of these games going to have to work like blackjack works, where sometimes if you don't play a certain way, it throws everybody off. Or even poker, right, where I'm trying to read you, but if you don't know what the hell you're doing, I can't read you, and now you're just making everybody mad, except at high stakes, at unreasonably high stakes. Somebody said Vince Young at Cheesecake Factory. Okay, very good. A gold toilet with the Titans emblem on it.
All right. That's literally.
832, a nuclear submarine from Russia. Okay.
All right, you might get arrested, but okay.
This is another one I was thinking about. Now, this item is up for sale. So the reasonable doubt, I want to say, is their one half of the Masters.
Oh.
I will look into buy. Now, I know that stock might go down, and depending on how stuff goes with Jay-Z and all that stuff.
Yeah,
he been in the headline.
What's the latest?
Ooh,
ooh. But that other half of the reasonable doubt Masters, I would just buy it just to buy it, man.
I wonder. Yeah,
I have no use for it. Like, what am I going to do with that?
It doesn't feel like a lot of people have gone towards memorabilia yet, but I feel like memorabilia would probably be one of really really expensive baseball cards or like a jersey from a huge moment. Or something. Like, I don't think a lot of people have gone there.
Or what's your favorite artist of all time, and would you buy their Masters just to buy it?
Buying the actual Masters feels a little nasty because of how the music industry goes.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this is the way that you could get your money, and I'm going to now get the money off of your music. But yeah.
What about actual artwork? I'm not an art guy. I mean, it's not like I don't appreciate
you
it.
You want to get Michelangelo's David?
Yeah,
is that what happens?
Just put it in my front yard. Put it in my front yard.
It's a fantastic marble statue.
Hey, that looks like David. No, that's David.
That's it right there. That's the one.
Yeah, I get a Van Gogh painting and put it in the guest bathroom.
Somebody said a suite for all major sports in Houston plus A&M.
All right.
I like what you're doing there.
I like that.
Absolutely. Raise an army of mercenaries. I don't want to ask for because I'm concerned. I'll be honest. Buy Augusta National. I don't think you have enough money.
$750 million.
I don't think you have enough money. That is one of those places where like there is kind of it's obscured just how much money is around there. Like I just always come back to the fact that when they do the Masters programming, they are unsullied by sponsorship. Think of all of
they don't care.
Think of all of the rich ass sports in the world that still have sponsorship, like F1, right? By the way, the final race, what was it? The Abu Dhabi Grand Prix happened in F1 this weekend. Sir Lewis Hamilton will no longer be on Mercedes. It was real cool, goodbye and all that. They finished up their season. They still got all these sponsors. They got the I don't know if it's the Hublot or whatever the big time money sponsors are, right? Even tennis, you get the IBM and all this. They got the big money.
Not the Masters.
Augusta National's like, we don't need your stinking money.
Yeah, we don't need it.
We don't need any of this.
What about becoming a member just as a hack like us? Like you could fly there, play on the weekends.
I don't even think they'd let me with the money.
They would just.
They're like, you stink too much in golf.
Yeah.
I don't care how much money you have.
Tearing up Augusta National.
I would reserve it. I'm like, let me pay all the money just to reserve it, just so me and my friends
have
can play
a little scramble, friendly
screw
scramble.
your little tournament.
Yeah.
Let's see. Somebody said I would buy Mariah Carey's Christmas song and never play it again. Ooh. I'm interested.
I'm down with that.
I kind of like the power play there. On the YouTube, somebody said, nice fishing boat, and asked Lopez to teach me how to fish. You'd buy Lopez. I like that.
Thank you.
He said,
Everything has a price.
A small yacht for a family of 4 along with staff. I like that. I feel like that's out of the realm of reasonable. I'm there because we're trying to be the arbiter of reasonable over here. Let's see. John thought about way too much on how to spend.
That's the whole
money.
idea. I'm talking about just flushing money. Forget the easy stuff. We know the easy stuff. Something out there.
Buy all the rare sneakers available and wear them to do yard work. Okay, now we're really flushing money. I like it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You just don't give a damn at this point.
Now, I do. As far as the gambling stuff, I do love playing craps. That's pretty much all I play. But I would go into the high rollers table and bet the don't pass. Just bet against everybody.
You be
just bet against
a jerk.
I hate that jerk, by the way.
And you would become him just with a little bit of money.
Him just for the fun of it.
Just the money would corrupt you. And I feel like at that point, I'd buy an iPhone. All right, you're in the loop right here, Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they'd buy a date with Sydney Sweeney. Oh, good answer.
No, they said they'd buy Sydney Sweeney.
My bad. I read that incorrectly. And from the 409, I'd buy Ted Williams' head because you know that's cryogenically frozen.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's conversation starters.
Put it on the coffee table.
Conversation starters, baby.
That's Ted Williams' head, by the way.
Yeah. And then right next to it, it's a plaque with his stats and everything. All right, you're in the loop right here, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Juan Soto. I can't wait to see what kind of frivolous purchases he might make with all that money he's got coming. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where they can't keep getting away with this, can they? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about the Low T Center. How about that? Low T Center right now.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, let's go around the NFL here in just a moment. But before we get there, our question today was inspired by Juan Soto getting all of the money. $700 million for the next decade and a half to go and play for the New York Mets. And we were talking about, what's the irresponsible thing that you would do if you got that kind of windfall? And a few more things rolled in the break. First of all, 832, I'd buy the Astrodome. That's a waste of money. Good answer. Great answer.
So you could blow it up.
I mean,
just keep it there.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could make it a big hotel or whatever the other things. Talk to the conservancy. They'll
just
give you
keep
some
it up,
ideas.
just the way it is.
They'll give you some ideas. Somebody else said get Kendrick Lamar and Drake in a UFC ring. I'd watch.
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch. I'm
that
not
would
gonna
be
lie.
hilarious.
I'd watch. And then this one also came in. I'd buy thoroughbred fillies and mares from a particular female family in Argentina, breed the mares in Argentina, then bring them back to the USA. I just appreciate that person absolutely has had that in their plans. Like, you've had that for a while.
Oddly detailed. What animal would you want to buy before we move on? Because we were talking in the break about what animal. Somebody said pandas, which is a big problem because China controls them all. You said a hippo.
Oh, wow, politics.
Yep.
It'd be a hippo because I feel like the hippos are the most dangerous animal alive on legs, and I feel like I would use them against my enemies, although they feel very ornery, and I don't know if I'd be able to control them, so that might backfire.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
I'd buy a giraffe.
I don't even remember whose joke it was, but they were like, you want to buy a giraffe, you don't even know where to go. You don't know what the first call is to make.
Go to the giraffe store.
You out here calling a zoo thinking that they're going to give you one of their giraffes.
Toys R Us might have a couple of extra giraffes.
Toys R Us still in the game?
No, that's why.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah.
I think they ain't about now doing their little pop-up shops.
Maybe.
That's it.
Oh, like the Spirit? They basically, wow.
Because I think it was around this time last year I went to the Galleria. I was just randomly.
They had one?
Yep, they had the pop-up shop in there.
Wow, they done turned
it was right across the
Spirit
street.
Halloween.
It was right across the hall from like Urban Outfitters. Or
Woo, of course it
I'm
was.
like, damn, man, that's
damn
damn shame what they did to that giraffe.
Yeah, you used to be the man, homie. Yeah. Albino Lion comes in and Black Panther come in on the text line. Thank you for participating.
Okay.
And the power of the Black Panther.
Man,
all right,
we so poor.
let us go around the NFL now, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change on plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of your process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QuickAssist. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin with the game that made me feel like this, Figgy.
You can't keep getting away with it.
You know what it is. The Kansas City Chiefs.
You can't keep getting away with it.
That's right. The Kansas City Chiefs get away with it again. A banked field goal allows them to win their 9th straight AFC West division title, and 15 straight wins have been won by this team, decided by one score. How do they keep doing this, Lopez? I don't understand.
This could be a question of the day in and of itself. Like, have you ever seen a team this lucky? I mean, look, it's not all luck. We get that. But there's a lot of luck here. A lot of luck involved here. Like, this is 15 straight. Okay, not all those were lucky. This year is one score after one score after good big break after big break. I mean, you've seen all the.
It comes down to a Isaiah Likely toe or something. I mean, even in this game, right? We talked about the bank end field goal by the kicker that they picked up this week, right?
Yeah.
There's that, but then also in getting them into field goal position, Patrick Mahomes does the Patrick Mahomes thing where he's out here dancing, should be tackled. He hits the brakes on somebody and then throws it across his body to get it to Travis Kelce just past the line so they can move the sticks. And it's just like, how? How do they keep doing this? And also, can they keep replicating this? Because, like, in theory, right, luck is going to happen with any, like, in order to win a championship, you need a level of luck. It's one of those things that I kind of hate in sports that we ignore as one part of the formula to winning. Like, obviously, it's not something that you can control. It's not something that necessarily you can harness, although maybe there's some level of juju happening in Kansas City that they can. But, like, I understand it, right? The level of play, how you execute, those are the things that you can control, and so those are the things that we talk about. But you need a healthy amount of luck. I just didn't know that you could have this much.
Well, and I think the surprising thing to me is it kind of goes against everything that I and a lot of other people have always believed. I mean, good teams do make luck. Good teams do get in the opposition's head and maybe cause them to wither a little bit or shake a little bit. Good teams do make their own luck in so many ways, but not like this. Like the Patriots made a lot of luck, you know. They had a lot that looked like were going that way that were really because they were the Patriots. Chiefs, same thing in the last few years. But this year, like, I don't get it. I mean, it's like week after week.
I appreciate what Tommy is doing here on the YouTube. Statistically speaking, they're bound to lose one of these, right? Could it be the Texans? He said the playoffs in the Texans, and I'm like, hey man, you got a little too much chip on your dip. We got some things to figure out before you get the Texans playing the Chiefs in the playoffs. However, right? Could it be the Texans, or could it be against the Texans?
I think it's possible. And we talked about this last week. All the teams in the AFC, like, is it a hell no type of team that the Texans can't beat? I don't think it's a hell no type of team.
No, it's not. It's not.
I think they have a chance.
I think one of two things is going to happen in that game. One thing that's not going to happen is it's not going to be a close game that a break goes the Chiefs' way and then they win it at the end. It's either the Texans are actually going to beat them, or the Chiefs are not going to have a one-score game. The Chiefs are finally going to put something together and win, kind of going away.
Now, these are division games, right? So, what can you say about that, right? These get a little dicey. But they have one-score games against the Raiders on both occasions this year. They had, I guess the Chargers have been a good football team. They had a one-score game against the Falcons. They had a one-score game against the Bengals when they were stinking earlier on in the season. Right, I
want to say the Panthers too, right?
Yeah, the Panthers. Although this was the Panthers kind of resurging and Bryce Young looking good. Which, by the way, he has continued.
Yeah,
Shout out to Bryce Young, man. Like I don't know. Maybe it is. This is where I think it cuts the other way. With Bryce about him being so diminutive and looking kind of like a middle schooler. Like, I kind of got uncomfortable with all the people doing look at him, he's so cute with his backpack on. Like, that got a little uncomfortable. I was like, that's a grown man, guys. Can we stop that? Yeah. However, the way that it cuts the other way is when he does well, everybody's like, oh, that's so nice. Look at him playing like an NFL football player. That's cool.
Out playing Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
He absolutely was the better quarterback in that game.
Ask A.J. Brown.
Yes, you can absolutely ask A.J. Brown in that game. Some other things around the NFL. Hey, the Dolphins, the team that you will see this week against the Texans here at NRG Stadium. The Dolphins got a win, but it took overtime, 32-26 over the Jets. They eliminate the Jets from playoff contention, which, mind you, the Jets have not made the playoffs since 2010.
Yikes.
2010.
I didn't realize it was that long, man.
Dang. That is why it is so nasty that they were like, Aaron Rodgers will finally do it, and nope, not even close.
And please don't say what I know you're going to say.
This, ladies and gentlemen, 32-26 is a scorigami. Yeah. The 1,089th original score in NFL history.
When is this going to end?
Never.
When is this going to end?
When we run out of original scores. And so the answer is not yet.
No. I for some reason that just irritates me. Is scorigami? Maybe it's the term.
Damn, you a real hater, aren't you?
No, I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I will.
It sounds like hate to me.
I will say this: there is a Texans factor here. Tua Tagovailoa, despite a close game against a bad team, is Canargie happy and healthy and playing some pretty darn good football. So it isn't going to be a gimme. For a while there when he was out, it looked like, okay, well, they'll beat the Dolphins. It's not going to be a gimme.
And this is the thing, is that Dolphins team just looks wildly different when they're able to play with Tua, and 331 yards, 2 touchdowns. I don't know. Were you encouraged at all by Devon Achane not being able to get free, like to be able to boogie? He only puts up 30 total scrimmage yards, 24 rushing. Like, that's one of the things that I think is scary, and we'll talk more about it as this week goes along, but that's one of the things that's scary about this Dolphins team is just the amount of speed that they have on this team. And at the very least, he had 45 yards in the air, which I guess that's a scary thing when you talk about linebacker, and especially not having Azeez. Yeah. Like, that's one of the scary things that could pop up. But watching this game, did you have any concerns about the speed that you saw?
Yeah, absolutely. Even though he was pretty much contained. By the way, you're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans live on this show in about an hour.
That is true,
or thereabouts. And I know one of the things that he's going to say, at least be asked about, he being DeMeco Ryans, is tackling. You talk about tackling at a premium. Tyreek Hill, Devon Achane, just go down the list. And the tackling is going to be an absolute premium in this game because of that speed.
All right, I wasn't going to bring this up because I just let you cook, but Pal Pals is trying to call you, is trying to give you props, and I can't allow that to happen.
What's that?
YouTube for Pal Pal says, "Hey, Lopez actually says Tua's last name right. That's crazy. Everyone puts an N in there when there's actual name. It's not spelled, but if you ask the man how he pronounces his name, he says Tagovailoa.
He does, and I also say Tagovailoa."
Which is fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not saying his name right.
He does.
Mama call him Clay, I'm going to call him Clay, right? Like, that's how this goes. But, yes.
I'd just say Tua.
Which is fair.
It's Tagovailoa, right?
Tagovailoa.
Yeah. Whatever.
Tua.
You know what he means.
Tua.
I don't know. I just had to be a hater right quick.
No, that's fine.
I was about to apologize, but that's kind of weird to be a hater and then be like, my bad. But yeah, the obviously notable in that game was that the speed showed up in a big way. 115 yards for Tyreek Hill, 99 yards for Jalen Waddle, and 45
tackling.
yards for Achane.
Tackling.
Not just tackling, sticking with him, right?
Yeah.
Like we'll talk more about it, but hey, man, good coverage has been there for the Texans generally. But that deep shot and that ability has been there. Hey, if these guys get run away from, that could be a real issue. And then it's really like, hey, Daniil, get there, please, quickly, because and he's going to get the ball out quickly anyways. But, yeah, those guys could be real problematic. All right, some other things around the NFL. Josh Allen in another one of these AFC teams that we have to keep an eye out for. Actually, we'll get to that. Josh Allen, first NFL player to throw for 3 touchdowns and run for 3 touchdowns in the NFL. And they lost to the Los Angeles Rams.
Who all of a sudden, you don't want to see the Rams get hot.
You do not.
Yeah.
They're thankfully, they're on the other side of the bracket, and so you don't actually really have to worry about them.
I'm saying if you're an NFC team, you don't want to play them.
And thankfully, we are not talking about that, right? But the Josh Allen effect of this is, to a high degree. All right, so which side of this did you take? Josh Allen is at the peak of his powers and might be the MVP. Or did you go the other way where, that's a team that can still let him down in a big way?
No, Josh Allen right now, because of the breadth of work in the last month, 6 weeks, really ever since the Texans played him and beat him, has just been consistently MVP-like. And that's not going anywhere. This was just a tough one, to lose like that. But he's not going anywhere. That game of his is translating and consistent.
Yeah.
Big time.
And that's scary when we talk about playoff time. Of course, I know that there's a little bit of dampened kind of feelings generally about the Texans playoff at this moment. But if they are to find themselves, find a that's something to be concerned about. Josh Allen looks like a monster right now. Real quick around the NFL, let's finish this out with this. There's so many things that come off of a NFL Sunday, especially one where the Texans weren't going. But KMBR is the affiliate of the Niners out there in the Bay Area, and Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, was talking on that. And he weighed in on the conversation that has been over the last week over Azeez Al-Shaair. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're coming back to this one more time. But this was Kyle Shanahan's thoughts on the Azeez, on the sliding and all of that aspect of the Azeez Al-Shaair tackle.
Sliding isn't easy for everybody. Some guys got a real natural feel for it. Probably some more guys with baseball experience and everything, and they can eat up a lot of yards and slide at the last second. But I'll tell you, it is. I mean, not everyone is trying to hurt the quarterback at all, and it is tough. I mean, quarterback's bigger than a lot of these defensive guys, and they can really run some dudes over. And so you better bring it. And then at the last second when they slide, it's what we coach on a guy who can run you over and is willing to run you over. You can't go in there with the intent that he's going to slide. You have to go in there ready to tackle him and hit him like a normal runner. But you do understand the rules. And when they do slide at the last second, your momentum really can't finish the tackles, but you also can't stop. And so what we coach guys to do is you got to dive over them. You're starting to lower your hips so you can explode into them and deliver the blow. And you can't stop that when they slide at the last second. So what you got to do is continue that movement, but you just got to dive over them. If you try to go into the body, you're always usually going to hit with the head in the head area. And when you lead with a forearm, like Azeez did, that's when people are going to look at it that way, and you're going to get in trouble for it, whether it's a fine, whether it's a suspension. But I mean, I know that the hit wasn't right, and especially leading with the forearm and stuff. And those are techniques that Azeez got to clean up.
I'm telling you, he kind of covered what a big talking point on this show was last week. You heard me talk about you got to go over the guy. You see guys going over the guy, and then the thing that really got Azeez Al-Shaair was the forearm.
Yeah, it is interesting though. Now that we are fully clear of all of this, and I think Pro Football Talk, when Mike Florio had an interesting point where now that the dust is settled, obviously Azeez has his punishment, right? The 3-game suspension, and supposedly they were thinking about suspending. The NFL was thinking about suspending him for the remainder of the season, which is why we were all kind of already a little shocked at 3 games. Yeah. They were talking about ending the season for him. That's kind of wild, right? You also look around and you go, hey, they had all this righteous indignation, right? John Runyon, we know all that, right? Coming through, talking about it from that perspective. The only other, punishment was the ejection for the nickelback of the Jags and a $9,000 fine for Evan Ingram. And part of this was just like, oh, you incited all this other, activity. Nobody else gets punished for the activity?
No, they don't. And I think part of it started with the forearm and then taking his helmet off. And then I think what really got him to was not just that it was a quarterback, as we talked about last week, but the walking off the field thing. The walking off the field thing
you can't mess with the customer?
But also challenging wanting to fight everyone on the way out.
Yeah, I just think refusing to lead the field, man.
Yeah.
I think that played a major part to it.
Yeah.
That's still wild to believe. We don't have time to play it right in this moment. I might find time to circle back around to it. But what was also interesting is that Shanahan came with a lot of support for Aziz's character, which I think that was one of the things that was also very frustrating from the Houston Texans perspective. I know in that building there was frustration there. Nick Caserio made it abundantly clear that the character assassination was not something that he would tolerate. It seems Deebo Samuel has talked about it. We talked about Eric Armstead with the liking of the social media post. And then here, and I'm not going to play the audio, but you have Kyle Shanahan also speaking to the character of Aziz Al-Shaair. I did appreciate that, and I do wonder if that'll go to solve some of the villain perspective that I think it has built around the NFL over the last week in terms of Aziz.
I would hope so, but I'd be a little skeptical of that just because of all the attention it got from the negative aspect.
Okay. Well, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, does this IG story, yes, social media again being a topic, does it mean anything at all? It came from Christian Harris. We'll talk about it next.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. The fan cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Does this Instagram story mean anything at all? 713-572-4610 text line. There's been a lot of conversation, a lot of rumors, scuttlebutt. I like that word, scuttlebutt.
Scuttlebutt's a great word.
It's funny to say.
Yeah.
It sounds dumb.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of talk about Christian Harris, and it happened all year. DeMeco Ryans got sick of us asking about it, but it's a part that was necessary to talk about and ask about because he showed such promise last year. In fact, promise is probably not fair because he put some of this on tape. Like he put some of this on the field. He just looked like such a good, talented, versatile linebacker for this Texans team. And as you have a team that's continuing to try and grow forward, as this team is, you would hope that he would be a part of that. And of course, a kind of, I don't want to say phantom, but a calf injury that we just did not get very much insight into and we did not see much about has basically had him out the entirety of the season. And, a few weeks ago, we started getting some ideas that, hey, maybe after the bye week is when you get him back. Maybe that's about when. By the likes of Aaron Wilson and then also Jonathan M. Alexander. Aaron Wilson of KPRC2, Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. Both of them have kind of said that they're hearing.
They would expect.
They would expect is a great way of putting it.
Yeah.
That after the bye week, which is now, he would be returning to play. I mean, Nick Caserio last week in his availability, which saw the headline cussing about Azeez, he also later was talking about the idea that sooner rather than later were the words that he used when it comes to Christian Harris. What does that actually mean? I don't know, Kobe Bryant. But here we are, where Christian Harris over the weekend on his Instagram posted this. And can you describe, John Lopez, for the audience, what he posted to his Instagram?
Oh, yeah. He has a picture of himself.
Okay, very good. That's as one does on Instagram.
In full uniform.
Yes.
With the H-Town blue helmet, mind you, which a lot of people didn't notice that. I mean, he almost had to pose that. You know what I mean? I mean, like, he had to go get the H-Town helmet of him either walking in or out of a room or the stadium or the locker room or so. He's either walking in or out of somewhere with his head down a little bit. Boy, I don't even want to venture a guess.
Let's venture guesses, ladies and gentlemen. 713-572-4610.
This could be one extreme or the other. It's like his head's kind of down. He's walking out. He's walking away. Because wouldn't you like? Okay, see now you got me doing it.
That's the whole point.
Like if you
I knew you had to take the bait. You're a fisherman, right? I thought it was. This is good bait.
I took the bait. Wouldn't you be walking face forward towards something?
No, because you got to see.
If you were coming into a game, coming back,
you got to see his. You got to see his name. Like
not
the idea
walking
is,
away.
Hey man, I don't even know that he's walking. I don't know. I think you're assuming movement. He's just kind of standing with his. I guess most of his back to the camera. So you see that 48 in the beautiful new font that they got. You see the Harris. On the back of the jersey, and I think this is one of the nice parts about this jersey is that it's this year, right? Like this is not an old picture or anything. Yeah. This is from this year promotional type stuff. Does that mean maybe that he's returning to the team? And on the text 3, great, let him be a model because he's not going to play for the Texans ever again. Okay, so not optimism there because I thought maybe that this would be optimism. Figgy, I do want to ask you a question. Because are you a Future guy?
Yes. And
okay.
No. Yes.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
So, I'm a fan. If he drop a project, I'm gonna listen to.
Okay, cool. Because I like Future, but I've realized I am less of a Future guy than other folks. Now with this IG story, he also had Future's Ocean on it, and I did not listen to it, so I don't know what part. But like, first of all. Do you know this song, Ocean by Future?
I don't.
Dang it, I was hoping to maybe be able to.
I guess I'm the same type of Future guy as you.
Yeah, because like the lyrics of it seem like, here, the tough thing about Future is that Future is a 40-some-year-old man that seems to be going through it all the time. Like he just seems to be going through it, but he makes music that makes dudes kind of like, I don't know, hype or whatever. Like it's dope, but at the same time, he's clearly going through it. I did wonder, could it be possible that there's any meaning in the lyrics of this song that he is trying to also imbue, or is this
maybe
a song
we need
that he
to play
likes?
it
now that's really deep.
I'm trying to because this is the problem with not getting any information about Christian Harris all this time. I have to read into an Instagram post that he posted over the weekend to see if maybe, just maybe, that means he might come back and play football.
Yeah, no, and a lot of times, what was your first gut instinct when you saw that? What was your first thought?
He coming back.
Figgy?
See, I'm not.
What was your first thought when you saw that?
My first thought was it might be too late, man.
Okay.
It might be a little too late.
I would side with you, Reggie. I thought, okay,
hold that, Figgy.
Okay, maybe this means he's coming back. That was my first inclination. I don't know. I mean, like, doesn't he have to come back and practice?
Yes, he would absolutely need to practice. They would need to activate him or activate his practice window so that he can return from IR, which he still has not, obviously. And honestly, knowing the way that the Texans operate, you would also wonder if even if he started practicing starting Tuesday, they have the day off, starting Wednesday, right, with the practices that they go. Or would you even be certain that he plays on Sunday? Because it feels like there's been a level of caution
and how much
that this team has had. And how much is a good question because I asked in the last segment about, hey, man, you look at the Dolphins and the way that they play, and you saw that, 100 yards or damn near 100 yards for the two wide receivers, and then Devon Achane added in the past game. Hey, man, do you have a person who is better at maybe possibly guarding or covering up running backs out of the backfield than Christian Harris if he was playing? But what Christian Harris would you be getting off of an injury that we don't know much about and that hasn't played for weeks and weeks on end?
And he's never really, presumably, because if he just starts practicing now, he's never really ramped it up and gone full bore.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's gone fast. I'm sure he's gone straight line running. I'm sure he's done some cutting.
But
all that
the NFL
stuff.
game speed is different.
It's a different world. And that's how he got here because he came back for half of one practice or thereabouts. And then was off the field.
Yeah,
because,
that's a great point of it. It's like we already have had a fit and start in the Christian Harris experience. I remain hopeful because it also lines up with the timeline kind of tentatively holding on to.
Yeah.
Right? The timeline that we were holding on to, which is, after the bye week, the expectation is maybe he can, be activated and then ramp his way up and play. And this would feel like an indication that this is along the timeline.
And is he... Look, he's going to be an improvement, based on what he did last year. But is that a magic pill, for some of the things that have affected you defensively?
Because, especially without Azeez for these 3 weeks, like that would be huge. Because if not, then you have, Neville Hewitt, who has tried, he's stepped in and he's done what he can. Henry To'oTo'o playing a whole bunch of minutes, I think, or snaps rather. Devin White obviously being involved there. By the way, Jake Hansen, what's happening there?
Special teams.
But how comfortable do you feel about those guys with the stretch of games, starting with obviously the Dolphins that I've talked about, the speed that they bring, the light, how much they like going over the middle. Then you have the Chiefs with what they're bringing in, obviously Pacheco, but more importantly those tight ends, all that they are going to try and get over the middle, and then the Ravens with all of that, right? Like all of that offensively, right? Having Christian Harris back would be really helpful. But I also then keep coming back to, in order to try and temper my expectations, I'm doing all of this off of an Instagram post.
Yeah, and you have to, whether there was an Instagram post or not, again, you'll hear from DeMeco Ryans in about 45 minutes, so I'm sure he'll be asked about it. But if they do get him back into practice and designate him for a return, do you feel confident that he can go even 60% of the snaps?
I don't know. That's the thing that I'm really hoping to get some insight into is, and that we just have to watch. We'll have to wait throughout the week and see. First of all, if he is, if his practice window is activated and he's able to get on the field. But then second of all, how much are they willing to let him do? How much can he do? And what the expectation would be as we go towards the weekend.
Yeah, see, I would feel a little more comfortable if Azeez was in there.
Yes.
That way, Christian Harris, maybe 60 is a little too high. Maybe he could play a little bit, just a little percentage.
By the way, Figgy, I did see you working in there. Were you listening to the lyrics of Ocean?
I was trying
to. Yes!
I actually have it here. We could play it maybe sometime later or something like that, but I got it up.
Any signs? Just give us a hint. Any signs?
Think about Future. You have no idea what he's talking
Very
about
good.
at times.
That is fair.
So I have no clue.
Okay. I'll give you more time to continue to do your investigatory work. I could have just said investigative.
That's fine.
That was unnecessarily complex. Why did I do that? Why did I do that to myself? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, is Belichick really going to coach in college? Let's talk about that more next.
Yeah, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On the Unstoppables you just tossed, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Yeah, let's get into what's poppin'. And what's poppin' is apparently someone in that building was like, "Oh, don't worry, Reggie, I got an answer for you, my boy." We were just asking, does the Christian Harris Instagram story, does it mean anything? Apparently it does. As the Houston Texans, not more than a minute ago, on Twitter I saw it, guard Kenyon Green and linebacker Christian Harris have returned to practice. Green for return. So yes, Christian Harris
Green
return. Yeah,
that's what I shocking.
Yeah, I thought it was over with for him, man. I did as well, which I don't know. Like, is this going to be one of those things where there's multiple emotions? There's mixed emotions. Let us know.
Yes, it is. Yes, there will be.
He came out the Raptures, man.
Yeah, man. He popped out of here like Sting.
It's Sting. It's Green.
By God, that's Kenyon Green's music. I was looking at it. I was like, yo, Christian Harris. Like, we officially get it right now.
Yeah.
He
From
will
the
return,
Houston Texans.
He'll return to practice. By the way, he
forget Christian Harris. I want to talk about Green.
I know.
I was like, but this is the thing. We've been going to the Figgy news desk this whole time to say what's happening with Christian Harris. Now the answer is he is returning to practice.
Mm-hmm.
Now he was not.
I told y'all.
You did that. You would let us know. He was not designated for return yet. So this again goes to what we were talking about, the idea of, okay, he'll practice, but I don't know what the reasonable expectation is for him to play against the Dolphins, which early on, way too early, it does feel like that's I don't know about the Dolphins. Kenyon Green? I had put it out of my mind that he would play again this year.
So we haven't seen his last snap. As a Houston Texan.
Have we? Have we not? DJ Bijani got in my head too, because the Houston Texans.
Shout out to DJ.
The Houston Texans released this themselves, so it's officially official. Guard Kenyon Green, linebacker Christian Harris have returned to practice. Green has been designated for return, and DJ Bijani commented, "Huge news for the Texans, for the spine of their team. Of course, get one of their run blockers back.
Oh God,
get their super athletic linebacker back. Get one of their best run blockers back."
Hey,
got in my head.
He was making the case for that a long time ago too, man. He was saying, say what y'all want about Kenyon Green, but he was one of their best run blockers.
Which got in my head, and here's why.
Okay.
How's Joe Mixon looked without Kenyon Green out there? And by the way, this gets even worse for me and my sanity, because remember, Nick Caserio said Juice Scruggs is better at center than guard. Flat out. Said it.
Also,
he sure did.
Also, I feel like Kenyon Green technically didn't lose his job.
He never did. He never did.
He got hurt.
That was one of the things that people had like a real criticism about.
Are we back with the Kenyon Green experience?
Buddy, we might be.
We bike.
Right.
We bike.
I almost went with the full Gucci Mane response. But yeah, it might be, right? Because of all the things you laid out, and like, I do need to go back and actually look at this, but it did feel like there's more heft just generally to go and move. The issue isn't like the run blocking. The issue is something that is abundantly clear on the YouTube where people are Kenyon Green. Oh hell no, Green. Green designated return, but on the text line, 281. I don't want Green nowhere near my quarterback. Can we just put him on the D line? That's funny. But that's the issue, right? The problem with Kenyon Green, I don't even think was run blocking. The problem with Kenyon Green was, hey man, in this pass blocking, you are getting beat and you're getting beat immediately.
Yes.
And you can't do nothing to
They
fix
were picking on him.
They were
ganging up on him.
Absolutely. They were finding the weak spot.
Like everybody right here.
Yeah, overload on that left guard spot right quick.
Blitzing where he was, putting their best. Obviously, Tennessee really took advantage of that. But here's why it's just like, it's driving me nuts. Are you a better running team? I mean, the evidence says yes, but are you a better running team with Kenyon Green there and Juice Scruggs at center?
Well, why are you assuming the Juice Scruggs would be a center?
Because the general manager flat out said he's a better center than guard.
Yes, but he also acknowledges that the execution has gotten better with Jared Patterson.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying Is it possible that the switch that you actually see is Jarrett Patterson next to Kenyon Green?
Just Kenyon Green replacing? No, you don't see that.
So Juice going to the bench?
Yeah, I don't think Juice going to the bench. I think Juice, if it goes anywhere, is going to go back to center, and you're going to be better in the run game, and then it's fingers crossed in the passing game.
Well, the problem is that are we going to have the miscommunications again, right? Like that was the thing, right? And that's the thing that you can probably give Jarrett Patterson a level of credit for. It seems like all the calls are being made correctly under his, I guess, regime, for lack of a better term, at center. Like, is it that you try and get the brawn back with Kenyon Green, but with the proper executions or proper calls made?
I go back to Nick Caserio.
Ooh, that is going to be a fun place to watch. And by fun, I mean completely nerve-wracking.
How the hell did Christian Harris get back to practice and we're talking about Kenyon Green?
This team, man.
Hey, man.
We're talking about Kenyon Green. And Christian Harris is back at practice.
Oof, yeah.
I can't believe I thought the season was over, man.
Yes.
I thought it was a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
damn. Salute to Kenyon Green, man.
Yeah. I imagine
he ain't going out without a fight.
No, he is not. And I imagine we'll hopefully get some answers from DeMeco Ryans when he speaks to the media here in about 30 minutes. Some other things that are popping, or at least were popping this weekend. Shout out to North Shore taking out Atascocita 49-21.
Dang, they just can't beat North Shore. They beat everybody else.
North Shore just keep doing it, man.
They beat by the way, that was not even close one. At least it was close in the regular season. North Shore, Atascocita, and Summer Creek, which also won.
Summer Creek won, and then also Angleton won over LaPorte.
But North Shore, Atascocita, and Summer Creek all in the same district.
Good at football.
That's a district.
Good at football.
I think I'm gonna roll with North Shore too. Because
that's
close. That's closer to my house.
Mm-hmm.
So you out there? You out there right there now?
Yeah, right there. So I'm officially a North Shore guy.
So maybe you'll be on Saturday. You'll be out in Katy at Legacy Stadium when they face off against Westlake in the semis.
Yeah, I might have to get a jersey or shirt or something, man.
I have to pop out. Say what's up. Some other things that were popping. We did mention Juan Soto getting the big money. Which I guess somewhat affects the Alex Bregman thing because the big domino falls and then Scott Boras gets his guy paid and now can probably divert a little bit more attention to the Alex Bregman situation. Maybe that progresses as winter meetings are happening up in Dallas, but also winter meetings brought to us Willie Adames, one of the names brought up as a potential fallback option for your Astros, possibly at third base, even though he hasn't played that really. He'll sign a free agent deal with the Giants. In fact, the largest in San Francisco Giants history, 7 years, $182 million, which, as you will note, big money that is probably, around or like as a backup option for Alex Bregman is still in that same vein of the money that the Astros seem to not want to fully divulge to Alex Bregman, which all points to what, Lopez?
Yeah, Alex Bregman's going to get paid. The Astros need to up their offer. If they don't up their offer, they're going to lose him. I mean, it's as simple as that. They have to break the mold, break their standard, because they offered 6 years, 156. That is not going to get it done. Flat out, not going to get it done because I don't think Scott Boras is going to allow that to happen, and he's running this whole thing. So both these things affect Alex Bregman. The fact that the Yankees are out of it, now Bregman is back in their sights, as the Red Sox have Bregman in his sights as well. And your backup plan got paid than your offer to Bregman. Your backup plan was Willie Adames. He got paid more and another year.
I think Jorge Polanco's still out there, but
that's not a good look.
That's
man.
real. That feels like a real concession.
That's how you end up with nothing.
It's very simple. Give him another year and pay him more.
That's how you end up with nothing.
Yeah.
And we heard Dana Brown. We played the audio earlier. Him at the winter meeting saying that basically the internal options are 6 to 8 months away when you talk about the young guys.
Yeah.
And that's still projection. We know when it comes to young guys, like that development isn't guaranteed sometimes. So this feels like everything is pointing towards go ahead and get that deal done. Dana Brown and of course Jim Crane. Some other things that are indeed popping. Actually, before we get there, 214 asks, what happens if the Texans go 1-3 the rest of the way? You need the Colts to lose who are in the playoffs as the 4 seed, right? You win the AFC South. The magic number is 2 for the Texans. So that's between wins and Colts losses. You get 2 of those things, and the Texans win the AFC South and move themselves into the playoffs officially. Although that's it feels like that is inevitable at this point for the Texans. Bill Belichick was in the news this weekend. His name all of a sudden popped up with the vacant head coaching position in North Carolina that was vacated by Mack Brown. Apparently, according to Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe of ESPN, talks between North Carolina and Bill Belichick have continued. They've been ongoing. I've seen kind of conflicting reports because that is there, right? And it really pops everybody's ears up because everybody's like, oh, wow, like, is Bill Belichick really going to go coach in college? Is he that much wanting to coach football again that, maybe he goes there? I am very fond of Stephen Godfrey, who's been a very good reporter in the college football space for a long time. Not to say that Chris Lowe and Pete Thamel haven't. Like, they clearly have as well. But one of the things that he went to was talking about the fact that UNC is kind of doing a thing here where they cast a wide net and they talk to a lot of names, big names, to try and make make this bigger, right? So one of the things he's added is clarity. UNC met with multiple people, including Belichick, via Zoom. So the search is very messy, due in part to Mac's public fit. He went further to talk about they're hauling in all-star names to make it feel like a top-level job search. But the program is behind an NIL, and candidates have a lot of questions about logistics and money. And in this new era of college, things are necessary to get a big-ticket job. How believable does this feel to you that Bill Belichick would coach in the college ranks at North Carolina?
Maybe you disagree. I think it's very believable. I think there's, you mentioned the NIL. I think Bill Belichick, for the standard in North Carolina, will increase it. I think he's a guy that understands how to coach when players are getting paid and what buttons to push and still let it not affect his coaching style. But I think it's believable. I really do. Do you not?
It's just a different level of it's a different level of work and commitment at the college level. Not to say that he would be entirely unwilling to do that, but it's a different standard. You remember Coach Herm Edwards, who I'm not going to pretend is the same caliber of coach as Bill Belichick, but he went to Arizona State, and that failed woefully there because this is just a different ecosystem. College football operates like a monster unto itself compared to NFL football. And I don't know if that is the smartest thing, but Bill Belichick is still a great coach. And I do wonder if he would take one lesson from Herm Edwards, which is, hey man, do the thing that it feels like more college coaches or college football programs are going to nowadays anyways, which is getting a GM, right? Like typically
that's what I think is going to happen. Yes.
In history, the head coach is involved with everything. He is the main recruiter and he is doing all he's at least the closer with recruiting and he has his hands in everything. No, you might need to split those duties up and let a general manager kind of handle talent acquisition. But that always feels like something that Bill Belichick has wanted to have his hand in. So I don't know. I'm interested in seeing this story progress, but it felt a little far-fetched when it first came out, and then having somebody that I really respect in the game go, hey, nah, this might be a little bit more eye candy than we're giving it credit for.
It might be, and I get your point. I also think Bill Belichick can control a lot of this, and he's not saying anything otherwise. So from the Carolina perspective, it might be eye candy, as you put it, casting the wide net, as you said.
But they might actually come back with something.
But Belichick is sitting there saying, what favor does he owe North Carolina? It sounds like his interest is real.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see. And I seen some jokes say that he's interested because it'll give him
college girls.
Give his lady someone to hang out with. If you did not hear the news earlier in the segment,
this blows me away.
Christian Harris and Kenyon Green have returned to practice. Kenyon Green, by the way, designated for return from his stint on the IR. So, that's wild to consider. Christian Harris is good news. Kenyon Green, I think I'm still trying to debate like what this could mean for the offensive line moving forward.
They get their starter back. They got 2 starters back.
There you go. Yeah. That is definitely one way to view that. Thank you, Figgy. All right,
I'm blown away. I'm just blown away.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Maybe this adds in to being a winner of the weekend. Who are the winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. If you think that there was somebody in sports or otherwise who was a winner or loser on the weekend, we'll discuss that next.
The Texans are back.
flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Hey, man, shout out to the Houston Texans recognizing that, hey, they didn't play football on Sunday. They're like, you don't need something to react to. We got you.
Boy, they do.
Yeah.
Boy, they do.
I said we were going to do some winners and losers of the weekend, but bump that at this point, man. It has just been bouncing around in my brain ever since we got the news that Christian Harris is indeed returning to practice, as is Kenyon Green. Now, he's been designated for return, so a shout out to all the fine folks in the Houston Texans space. I know that Patrick Storm, John Crumpler, and then also Texas Cap Troy from Texans Cap. They all kind of helped in this regard. And then I guess I should shout out also Derek Lockridge, who actually tweeted directly to us to help me acknowledge it, which is that the team already designated Christian Harris to return earlier in the season. They already used one of those 8 on Christian Harris, which again seems, at least to me, point to the idea that, hey, all of this feels like it was not planned out. You know what I mean? Like to go this way, right? They designated way earlier in the year. Oh, Christian Harris going to come back.
Yeah.
And now we are week 14 where he will actually return to practice. But Kenyon Green represents designation number 7 out of a total 8 on the season. So they only have one more of those to use for the rest of the regular season. That is an interesting kind of note to keep up with. However, we continue talking back and forth. And the Christian Harris thing, which feels like it should be the jubilant part of this because we've been looking for it and you really need him, considering that Aziz is suspended for the next 3 games. His appeal was denied last week, if you missed that. We're just all captivated by the idea that I don't think anybody really saw the idea of Kenyon Green returning as a possibility, and now he's here, and that raises some real questions on what this team will or is planning or thinking about doing on the offensive line.
Yeah, we'll see what DeMeco Ryans says here in just a few minutes live here on Sports Radio 610. But even at that, let's see what the practice situation looks like on Wednesday when you have the brief open period to see who's where. I don't know if they're going to be able to see who's lining up with what group, et cetera. But that's a possibility. It is a fascinating thing. First of all, that Kenyon Green is back. Like Figgy, I was with you. I thought that was that. He was done, and I think a lot of people did. Now that he is back and he's going to be practicing, we presume going to be practicing, how they play that out. Because the big problem with Kenyon Green was never the rushing. They rushed the ball better. I think that's undeniable.
Correct.
When Kenyon Green was at left guard, but they were putting their franchise quarterback in big-time danger consistently. Teams were picking on Kenyon Green in the pass rush. So are you willing to make that trade?
I think we need to dig a little deeper on that because is that fully the trade? And I think in some ways you absolutely saw watching back some tape or watching back some clips of Kenyon Green where he was just getting beat off of the strength, right? Although shout out to Juice Scruggs. Understandably, he is more of a center than he is a guard. You saw him get beat off the strength some of those times. It happened very quickly, and some of those things, in retrospect, were probably because of a lack of communication, not actually having the assignments all together. And then if you don't have that together, or if you're trying very hard to cover something that you're not supposed to be, that leaves you susceptible, right? Like the idea of this offensive line, an offensive line is only successful when everybody is pulling in the same way. When you have the five fingers of a hand in a glove, right, moving in unison. I think I butchered that, but you get what I mean, right? And I do wonder if the team themselves are also in a place where they're thinking about this in the framework of Jarrett Patterson seems to have gotten a stabilization on the offensive line, at least when it comes to assignments, making sure that the calls are right and everybody's moving in the same direction. And maybe they, especially acknowledging that they had never benched him either, he just got injured, maybe they get in there and they're like, hey, the actual dude who can play guard, the dude who you used a first-round pick on, if the circumstances are better situated for him to actually know what he's doing and the calls to be right, can he then carry his own and be serviceable for you, give you an opportunity to run the football again, and still not put quarterback in peril?
What you're saying is Jarrett Patterson stays where he is and Juice Scruggs gets benched in favor of Kenyon Green, correct? So you go Jarrett Patterson at center with the better calls, better communication.
That's what it feels like to this point.
And Juice Scruggs gets back. So the communication would keep him from getting overrun, which is what was happening.
In some ways, right? I don't know that.
Boy, I don't know if I can go there.
And that's we even got a text that came in.
Go there.
Like we even got a text that came in from the 936. If we're being real, this offense has been worse since losing Kenyon Green. The rushing attack definitely I can't. I changed my man. I can't go there. Right? I think that's been a lot of people, even the people that are more willing to, give the benefit of the doubt in some ways to Kenyon Green. Still, there's a real concern, but I do wonder if it's worth noting that, hey, that's the concern outside the building. Inside the building, they have been supportive of Kenyon Green in all of this.
It seems like it, and even some of their public stance, they never said he got benched, ever. He happened to get hurt.
He didn't get benched.
He didn't get benched.
He got hurt, and that was it.
And I think it, the one thing you have to give Kenyon Green credit for is they were and now we know it, they were a better rushing team when he was on the field. But God, they were an awful pass protection team. So does Jarrett Patterson at center fix that, and you bench Juice Scruggs? I don't know, man.
And how much of this? I do wonder, does the hook get shorter because you've seen what the next option is? Because remember when we were having these conversations about Kenyon Green earlier, it's like, hey, you probably need to bench him. All right, what are the other options? And we were like, well, maybe. Yeah. Now you know what the other option is, which is Jarrett Patterson at center, Scruggs at guard. If you do return to Kenyon Green, at least all right, we know what the backup plan is and we feel comfortable being there, right? Do you bring Kenyon Green back in, understanding that now we know what the next iteration is if if it looks like it's untenable, right? If C.J. Stroud is running for his life or even worse, just constantly being put on his keister because teams are, again, attacking that left guard spot.
It really feels like you're kind of spitballing here. Now, clearly.
I mean, what am I supposed to do when all of a sudden?
No, not you. I'm saying if the Texans do that, and clearly, they see these guys all the time. They know what they can do. They watch the film. They're not us numbskulls. So maybe there's a lot of reason behind that, and a lot of reason to believe that would work if that's where they go. And we'll find out here, if not pretty soon, certainly by the end of the week at practice. But to say, Juice, you're just gonna have to take a seat because we think Jarrett Patterson makes Kenyon Green a better pass blocker, just because of communication.
It isolates that one variable.
Yeah.
It takes away that additional aspect of it where now we really find out, and maybe that's also part of this, is the idea of finding out truly where Kenyon Green is, a first-round pick that you had. Now it's that feels like that's probably we're a little late into this to be doing that, but finding out truly, can he hold up in the best circumstance that you can put in front of him? I don't know, but. That this was a shocking thing to see, where I for a moment was just jubilant rather to see the Christian Harris linebacker that we've been kind of waiting on is indeed returning to practice. He's also returning with Kenyon Green. That I think has there been anything this season about the Texans that has been anywhere near unanimous when it comes to thought as Kenyon Green being poor this year?
In terms of like pass blocking,
yeah.
It's been unanimous that he's been bad. But you're saying, think about what you're gambling here. It's not just like we think Jarrett Patterson will make him a better pass blocker. If you're wrong, that's C.J. Stroud back there, man.
Correct.
That is C.J. Stroud back there. Again, they know more than we do because they see him every day. But you're willing to make that to roll the dice like that?
I mean, if they're not. Well, I guess the idea is he can come back and practice, and maybe that's just an additional kind of guy. You feel better about him being a backup. Maybe everything is the status quo when they don't bring him back in.
Yeah.
But knowing that this team did not actually bench him, and maybe they just used the inertia of this, like, well, this is the offensive line, and this is what we continue with. But knowing that they didn't bench him, knowing the way that they've supported Kenyon Green, it feels like that is just something that is right around the corners. Kenyon Green sliding back into the starting lineup.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here, Sports Radio 610. Oh, 832, this is an interesting idea. Reg, if anything, put Green at right guard. Oh, now, I mean, Shaq hasn't covered himself in glory,
Dang.
but wow. I had not even considered that. Let's see if any of that is, well, I mean, what is this tease that I'm about to do? Let's see if any of that is given any light to, as DeMeco Ryans will speak to the media, and we'll carry that next.
Yeah, right now.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the Texans and them self-scouting in the
5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula with you. And I'm gonna admit, I'm shook. I've been shook for like a half hour now. As the news of the day, especially for your Texans, Christian Harris is returning to practice. He had already been designated for return earlier, but a man who had not been and is now, Kenyon Green, returning to practice today and designated for return, which came entirely out of left field. In fact, it kind of felt like one of those news dumps. It is not a Friday. However, if you look at the social media posts, is graphic of Christian Harris. There's no visual graphic of Kenyon Green, but his name is on there. Like he came along. He got to sign the card, right? Is basically what happened in that circumstance. But yeah, that has been the conversation here. Is like, does he immediately jump into the starting lineup? There's been some people that have even thrown out the idea of maybe him playing right guard. And if he does jump back into the starting lineup with that left guard spot that he only relinquished due to an injury, does then Juice Scruggs slide back to center, or does Jarrett Patterson continue to hold that down? In fact, I appreciate this text on the text line from the 972. For what it's worth, I once heard Nate Newton, a great offensive lineman who played with the Cowboys and such, say that you can have bad guards as long as you have a center who knows exactly what he's doing. And I do wonder if that is kind of the thought process that could show up in Kenyon Green returning left guard and then Jarrett Patterson remaining a center, in that we've seen a lot of the kind of the mistakes with assignments and with calls really diminish with him stepping into guard as opposed, or stepping into center rather, as opposed to Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, so you're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans live. I'm sure he's going to be asked about this momentarily, but before we get there, if you decide to bench Juice Scruggs and bring Kenyon Green in, okay, obviously the big test, the big gamble is going to be pass blocking. Boy, Jarrett Patterson should be MVP if pass blocking improves, like flat out. Yeah. If it's communication and calls, and he's already been pretty good at run blocking Kenyon Green, and his pass blocking improves, crowd, shows some improvement and confidence and more, whatever down the stretch. Hell, my vote's for Jarrett Patterson. If that's what it was, if it was Juice Scruggs not getting it right and he gets it right, I mean, come on.
Yeah, clearly, all that was necessary was a change of center, right? No, it is quite.
I just I can't get there.
You know, one of the things that kind of troubles me here, and I don't know if I'm wilding out, so let me know if that's the case here. It just feels like this adds another variable to an offense that just has so many different variables and things that they need to address.
Mm-hmm.
Adding this as another decision, and maybe it's just the appearance of a decision. Maybe their decision is already like very obvious, and we're the ones on the outside making feeling like there's a decision because we're not obviously on the inside of the deciding. But it feels like this is an offense that has so many things that they need to concern themselves with that adding another variable to this feels out of line.
Or maybe they're just saying we're adding a depth piece.
And it very well could be
maybe that's the first word. Well, we're just going to keep them, keep them on the squad. They don't have a lot of depth anyway at the guard position, and maybe we're making much ado here about nothing. But he was a starter and never technically got benched.
Yeah. So we're waiting on DeMeco Ryans to step to the podium to answer some of these questions. I do wonder if when things like this happen, if that throws the head coach off at his timing where he's like, I got to handle some things before I get up there and talk to these folks.
Huddle up with the PR people.
Yeah, all right. So what can we and what can't we say at this point before we get there? Let's get back to – I do want to get back to the Christian Harris, because that has been completely obfuscated by the fact that Kenyon Green was coming back. The return of Christian Harris, your initial reaction is what?
Well, because they need it big time. And if you go back and try to, it's been a while, but if you watch what he was at the end of the season, he wasn't just good. He was very good. Very, very, very good. Changed games good by himself. Are you going to get that? Well, I think eventually you are, but let's see what you get immediately, from him. I think it's going to be limited snaps, but absolutely an improvement and an upgrade, at least in the passing game.
Yeah, I mean, that should
smart.
Yeah, I do wonder, though. It feels like Neville Hewitt's still going to have to be on the field, middle linebacker role.
Sure.
I can't imagine that you get him up to speed and you're having him do all of the
I think Neville Hewitt
green dot stuff.
Yeah.
I still have some concerns about Neville Hewitt, but I guess that's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
And do you feel like Christian Harris is definitely going to be an upgrade, especially with I guess the tough part about it is I don't know if he'll play immediately when it comes to the
or at least
Dolphins
in passing
game.
Downs, something along those lines. And yes, you since we haven't seen him, it's easy to say, boy, I don't know, and you got to ramp him back up. But if he's his best and he's 100%, that's an upgrade.
Yeah,
at least on the plays that he's there.
That is absolutely fair. So I am excited to get Christian Harris back, especially for this stretch run that you've got with Miami. I don't know when we get him back, but Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore is a huge stretch that you need all hands on deck, and it's nice to have those particular hands back on deck. It is nice also to not have to go and parse future lyrics, because I thought that's where we were about to be.
Hey, we've been there, done that with Deshaun Watson, who was a big Future fan.
Well,
that was a little frustrating, man.
Yeah, I bet it was, right?
He was worse because he would tweet stuff, and it'd be like Future lyrics.
And so you were like, what does this mean?
Yeah, so you had all these people that are not hip-hop fans trying to see what the hell is he talking about, listening to a Future song.
Yeah.
So them days are over.
Yeah, shout out to Christian Harris. Just going ahead and being designated for return so we didn't have to, or at least returning to practice so we didn't have to do too much of that. But that did remind me, you bringing up Deshaun Watson. Did you see that Tony Busby is involved in other things right now?
Go figure.
Tony Busby in the news. Who could have thought? Apparently, he has, as he's representing some alleged victims of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Jay-Z got roped into that as well. This weekend.
Man, Figgy, what do we know about this? What do you know about this?
I know Tony Busby loves stuff like this. he tried to find any big fish he could find, man.
Yep, and he's really good at it.
Yeah, he's very good.
Really good at it.
Yeah, just go down the list, all the big names. Because I know he had the first. What was the first case that got him on the map like that? Was it like an oil company?
Yeah, it was an oil company that, remember, he had that, and he talked about it on the show with us.
Yeah.
Like he had a picture of a ranch behind him, and he said, yeah, I own half of that now, or something like that.
Yeah. So it started with that, then he went with the Deshaun Watson thing.
Yeah.
And then he jumped into the Travis Scott with the Astroworld thing, and he just kept going and going, man.
I'd be good for Tony Busby constantly being around the stuff. Wow. Seven's brother, United Healthcare killers, and on the loose asking for Busby. Okay, all right. I should probably go ahead and just hit a quick turn right quick. I do want to return to Kyle Shanahan because the Azeez Al-Shaair thing, like part of the reason why Christian Harris returning is such a big deal is because you will not have Azeez Al-Shaair for the next 3 weeks due to the suspension. And one of the big things that I think the organization, a lot of Texas fans were mad about was like the appearance of character assassination that was happening with Azeez. I found this to be real interesting. This was Kyle Shanahan on a radio show out in San Francisco on KMBR, really coming to the defense of the character of Azeez Al-Shaair.
I will say Azeez is, without a doubt, one of the most impressive, best people I've ever been around in this sport. This guy took full custody of his kids of his siblings throughout college, basically raised them, is the best community person I have ever been around. They used to call him the preacher on our team, or the pastor, the reverend. The reverend. Whatever it was from Friday, what was that movie?
It was Remember the Titans, Rev?
Remember the Titans. Rev. He was like that. Yeah. So he's, I get why everyone's sticking up for him from a character standpoint, because he is that type of guy. I mean, just ask my kids who've been around him or anyone.
Look, the character thing has never been any question. I fear that it's really not going to matter because the reputation is already getting galvanized out there. Like, not from here, not from people who know him.
But that's the thing is, like, there's more people around the league and they're speaking out, right? You had Eric Armstead, who was his teammate, who is now on the Jags. You also had Deebo Samuel speaking this weekend on a podcast.
I mean, go down the list,
right? Then having Kyle Shanahan, whose name absolutely and gravity carries some weight, also speaking. I have hope, and maybe it's just misplaced hope that maybe that helps normalize or neutralize some of the really acidic things that were coming out against Azeez after that hit, and really bring it back to a place where it's like, hey, okay, this was one bad hit that happened, and obviously the NFL really tried to put it in a timeline of other things, but he is still a person that is, loved and beloved and respected and should be.
But we're playing that here. They're playing that in San Francisco. The national narrative could care less. The national narrative, it's sad. I wish it wasn't the case. I'm just saying nationally what people are seeing and saying about Al-Shaair.
Shout out to 832 highlighting something that will be fun, though, with all of that. Azeez and Christian Harris in the Titans game. Week 18.
Yes, sir.
That would be really fun. All right. While we continue to wait on DeMeco Ryans to get his stuff together and come and tell us about Christian Harris and such, let's do a little lunchtime confessions.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm considering gaming the system, and by confessing that I'm considering gaming the system, I might shoot myself out of the water by doing this. But I got an email yesterday. The Aggies are playing in the Las Vegas Bowl.
Correct.
Whatever, I'll go to the game if I, it'll be fine. But it's Las Vegas.
Sounds like he's excited for a bowl game, baby.
But to go to Las Vegas. And so I got an email, and they're offering me the media rates for a trip to Vegas.
Look at you, humble bragging.
$95.
Hey.
$95.
Can you get a $95 hotel room here in Dallas right now, or here in Houston right now?
That's $20, buddy.
20?
That's
steep.
That's $20.
You tax. All right, what's the media rate on it though?
How you gonna compare Houston to Dallas like that?
That might be the worst one yet.
Really?
And it's 3-4 months in.
All right, $20.
But no, not $20 buck.
Yeah.
So I might go to Las Vegas and not even go to the game, just watch it on TV. Can you imagine? Would that be bad?
Yes.
But they're offering it to me.
Yeah, but why are they offering it to you for low?
Because it's a media rate.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you got to go to the game.
So I can go to Vegas for right after Christmas.
Yeah, and then go to the game, and then all the other time, it's not like Vegas closes. All the other time, go do stuff
for $95.
Man. Hey, let me get in on that too.
I'm telling you, man. Figure ain't going. He's not going to the game.
Hey, I'll get in on that.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
By the way, yes, we are still giving away Rockets tickets in this hour because those are tickets to the quarterfinal NBA Cup game on Wednesday versus the Warriors.
Mm-hmm. Get there early.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Damn, I gotta go to the ATM. All right. The college football playoff committee watching championship weekend, championship Saturday, where we got, a lot of fun things happening when it comes to college football. And the college football committee's watch room never ceases to amaze me. Yeah. It always looks so damn sterile and stale, and it looks like the place where I would not want to watch college football. First of all, it's like this it's this conference room that's like wood paneled, and then I don't see no snacks or nothing. The TVs look kind of small.
They're just like regular old TVs.
Like they just got like a Vizio up there on a table. Yeah. I was like, we couldn't do it bigger than this. These are the people that are deciding whether or not teams are making it to the. I was like, this doesn't feel. No. And the job itself is not fun because anything you pick is going to be, torn down all the way around. Like this doesn't feel fun.
No,
to be completely honest.
And it doesn't look like they could even tell which team is which on some of those TVs.
Very small TVs. And I know that is me being, I don't know, like elitist or whatever, TV elitist. But I feel like you need at least at least 70-inch TV in that circumstance.
You do,
right? I understand the side TVs or just
and
side
more than
TVs,
one.
but I feel like you should have at least.
Yeah.
And they did not. Those are small TVs. Look like they didn't even talk. They look like they were on a jury rather than like in a committee watching some college football.
Yes.
I don't know.
These are my confessions.
So as I was sitting up here, we doing the show. It was like an hour ago. I want to say in the 10 o'clock hour. I look up on the TV and this first take. They had their debates and all that stuff. And I said, "Are NFL players underpaid?" And that is because they was talking about the Juan Soto contract, which he got 15 years, $765 million. And I'm just like, come on, man. Do you got to use a word like underpaid? Like, boy, do I feel sorry for you making all that money, but are y'all underpaid? Is the NFL underpaid? I thought that was silly, man.
Well, compared to baseball, they absolutely are. But that's, yeah.
All right, cry me a river. Cry me a river. And it's funny because it was none but NFL players on that panel. So I didn't listen. So
yes, they are.
I'm sure they were, complaining so much how they don't make as much as baseball.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Y'all should have played baseball then.
Well, that's another confession I have.
Watch this. My confessions.
You know your kid is a big time athlete, probably round about middle school, right? Maybe a little early you think they are, but around middle school you start to see. And I know growth spurts might stop, and then they don't end up being as good as you thought they might be. But your kid's a big time athlete around middle school, like big time. Why anyone would put any athlete of theirs, not force them, but if they have any interest in why would you put them in anything but baseball?
Well, because
why would you put them there?
I feel like baseball is a hit or miss because
real hit or miss.
Yeah, technically a hit or miss because you could look at Juan Soto and be like, you know what, I'm gonna start playing baseball, but they don't talk about the struggles you got to go through.
The market or whatever.
Yeah, being in minor league and all of that.
Who cares? The bonus alone if you get drafted.
Well, but that's also still a very small subsection of the players that get drafted.
Well, it's probably you're right. And there's minor leagues.
You get to be
a
bonus baby, and you get like $5 million. All right, shout out to you.
Hey, they don't talk about the Kyle Tuckers that's sitting there just making however much he making and just producing at a big time level.
I don't know. Like if they have an equal interest in baseball and football.
Yeah, but what are they good at?
Let's play ball.
That's the thing. Is like what?
Well, if they're a supreme athlete,
whatever you have elite level at, that's what we plan and trying to get this money. That's the answer.
I love football. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we all do, but baseball, guaranteed money, big bonuses.
You would have to talk to your whole family and be like, look, it's a bigger picture. Like you could go to the NFL and get drafted as a rookie and make $20 million. You could get that right now, but
maybe how long are you going to play?
Do you want to make $1 billion?
Likelihood of injuries?
Yeah, but are you gonna even make the bigs? Because like I definitely know dudes that like very good, but very good on a normal us scale as opposed to when the major or the bigs, and now you're playing what AA baseball, and that's where it's capped.
Yeah, you might be a Forrest Whitaker.
You made like $15,000 a year for a few years, and that was your pro career.
I don't even know if that's the case anymore, man. You get drafted, you get big bonuses, and even if you don't make the major leagues, baseball. Why would you not?
I guess you don't get the whole playing baseball. You get the hose playing football.
I think you do.
And basketball.
I think you do.
Some do.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's an interesting conversation. I had not really thought about it all the way to that depth.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I believe in the Kyler Murray second half dip. It's happening again. Kyler Murray has seen a little downturn in offense. But the tough thing about it is I really wanted to call it the Cliff Kingsbury dip. And I do wonder, do they both dip? Right? Is it you dip, I dip, we dip? Is that what's happening here?
Baby dip.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening because like he's had a little bit of a downturn. The Commandos under the offensive tutelage of Cliff Kingsbury have had a little bit of offensive downturn. I think that they both just dippers. Like they get to the second half of the season and the production falls off.
I think Kyler, I mean, he's done it just about every year. Kingsbury, he's done it just about every year. It's a thing, right?
And I don't even know if it's like I'd want it to be a thing now, but I believe now. I'm going to agree that I believe that those dudes just can't get it done in the second half of the season. Yeah. Now, some of that is Kyler Murray is just playing poorly under pressure, which, I mean, it's going to happen, but it's gotten worse, right? Yeah. Like with any quarterback, you're going to play less good under pressure than you would in a clean pocket and clean environment. But this is getting real bad for Kyler Murray. Tough for you, my man. Tough.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, it was like I want to say like a week ago, I went to Walgreens to get like some snacks, and I decided to get some deodorant. I'm like, you know what? Let me get some deodorant since I'm here. They had the freaking lock up, man.
Deodorant?
Yes.
Not. I mean, usually like razors and
razor.
Deodorant.
How much does deodorant cost right now,
bro?
I was like, hey, we can't.
I'm like, I put everything back. I'm like, man, I ain't got time for this, man. I go somewhere else.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it tells you I was in the hood Walgreens because you got to lock the damn deodorant up, man. I just said, you know what?
What's the market for black market deodorant?
Oh, you think that they're afraid that people are coming in and moving deodorant on the low?
Look, I do think people be hustling these deodorants, man. I do. Some people come at you.
Still be like, I got deodorant for $250. $250.
Look, I got all this deodorant. I got all these shaving products. I got all this. Just give me 20 for it all.
You think?
I think. Yeah, I ran across people. Not here, but back in the day, I did used to run across people that have all these hygiene type stuff that they clearly stole.
That's crazy.
But man, y'all made me now I got to find somebody to unlock the deodorant.
Yeah, and that's the tough part.
At that point, I'm just like, I'm cool, man.
The person who decided to lock up the deodorant is also the person that's like, one person can run the entire store, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was only one person. Remember back in the day when you go to Walgreens and
people helping you?
You had people over in the photo section. Now it's just it ain't nothing but boxes and stuff now.
Yep.
So it's only one person. You hit that button, that one person come from the register.
Yep.
They come help you all the way in the back.
Shout out to the 832 who made note. There is a Call of Duty out right now. Shout out to Kyler Murray, which is also knocking down my personal productivity, to be completely honest. So I relate in that way. But those are our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610 as we still eagerly await the head coach of the Houston Texans.
Hell, we might be waiting till 2 o'clock.
Right. Like, was there a typo? Instead of 12:15, did they mean 2:15?
They on that CPT.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see if DeMeco Ryans next segment will have a little bit of answers to for us on Christian Harris and Kenyon Green returning to play. We'll do that next.
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez Piedadula.
All right, we will give away tickets to the quarterfinal game of the NBA Cup that your Rockets will host against the Golden State Warriors at the end of the segment. But right now, we turn you to the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, as he talks to the media.
How are you feeling about the linebacker position, and what's your reaction to the suspension?
Oh, good to be back from the bye week. happy to be back and get a good break. Good getaway for everybody. As we look at, as we move forward, or where we are, in our season, it's great to be playing meaningful football here in December. Our guys have earned the right to be here, and of course we have guys that are coming back, guys who are out. There'll be differences in our lineup changes, and we'll kind of see how that goes throughout the week. So we'll continue to assess. Getting Christian back, getting Kenyon back is helpful. We'll see how those guys continue to progress throughout the week and see where they are and if they can help us, this week or not.
What have you seen from the Dolphins in the past few weeks when they've been playing really well?
Yeah, when the Dolphins play well, they have really good quarterback play. Tua, when he's on, getting the ball out very quickly, and there's a lot of speed on the field, right? Whoever he gets the ball to, whether it's A-Chain or Hill, Waddle, Jonnu, all those guys play extremely fast. Mike has done a great job of just deploying those guys in different spots, a lot of motions, a lot of things to mess with defenders' eyes, and they do a good job of just distributing the ball to different players. And those guys, exceptional run after catch ability, right? They have the ability to take a 5-yard pass and turn it into an explosive, and that's where we have to do a great job on the perimeter of tackling, right, and making sure we're where we're supposed to be defensively, and we're going to have to make plays and try to attack the football.
If Kenyon does get back health-wise to where y'all want to get him,
Could you see him going back into the starting lineup, or do you like the lineup as
of right now when it comes to the lineup? And we'll see how that progresses throughout the week. Not making any decisions here today.
DeMeco, with the break, a much-needed break, and probably you guys welcome that. How did you see the guys respond to that coming back and with the energy, with the focus now, looking at you got 4 games left here?
Yeah, it was really nice to see the guys come back refreshed, seeing them bounce around today in our practice. It was good to see it, feel the energy from the guys, also feel the sense of urgency from all of us, and that's what's needed at this time. And I mean, everybody's excited to be back out on the grass practicing. We got our much needed rest, and now it's time to get back to work, which we're excited about.
14 straight games in a row before you were able to get a break. What was the message for players as they took time off to be able to kind of reassess and regroup?
Our message to our guys was really to just take some time to get the rest, relaxation that you needed, just mentally and physically, to come back to make sure your heart's right, your mind's right, your bodies are right, and we're ready to go finish out the season in a strong manner.
Even with regards to Christian Harris, it's been a long time. Where is he kind of physically? What has he been able to do to kind of get to this point, and how realistic is it that he gets back on for you in this football?
Christian's done an outstanding job of working off to the side, and our strength and conditioning staff, our sports performance staff, done a great job of working with Christian and just seeing him back out, moving around. He looks like himself physically, moving around. Just a matter of, like you said, missing a lot of football. Just a matter of him getting back in and getting those mental reps. There's nothing can help you do football except playing football. So he just has to get out there and get those physical reps of hearing a call, getting lined up. But physically, he looks like he's in a really good spot.
When the last time you coordinated defense against Miami, they were flying high, and you guys were able to kind of put a mini blueprint on how to slow them down in 2022, early December. How has that offense evolved from 2022 to what they are now from your perspective?
With Miami and their offense, I think, where they've thrived, again, is just putting Hill in so many different spots and moving him around. Everybody knows the explosive playmaker that he is, but it's just they have so many different snap points, so many different motions that it's hard to just beat in. You can't hone in on just one thing. If you think you have them down, they change it up. Even in the run game, I just think it's a very multiple run game with a lot of movement that you have to be on it with your eyes. And this would be an elite test for our eye discipline, right? If our eyes are right, then we could be in a good spot to try to put ourselves in position to make a play. But if your eyes are off at all, they have the chance to really hit you with an explosive play.
There's clarity now that the has been lost. He went through that process. Your reaction to kind of what happened there with that process and just playing without him and not having him in the lineup?
Yeah, it's going to hurt losing Aziz, but we're pressing forward. We're on to Miami. Nothing we can do about that. We're on to Miami, and that's our focus. That's the main thing for us right now is how do we go out and handle Miami.
Coach, during the bye week, what were you able to go in and look at to focus on, saying that this is where we want some of the areas that we need to get better moving forward the last month of the season?
Yeah, the biggest thing is hard for us is, as I went back and watched it, is us getting back to the basics and fundamentals of ball, right? And it's us just executing on those, we call those simple things of football, right? It doesn't change. And this time of the year, it's not so much about the scheme. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, right? It's about how do you execute, and are you executing better than your opponent? Are you protecting the football? Are you taking the football away? Putting yourself in favorable position, playing complementary football. So as I go back and dissect it all, it's just about us getting back to the basics and playing our brand of football and executing the right way.
Miami's secondary and through the last 5 games is a lot fewer than 20 points. What have you kind of noticed from the first half of the season to the second half with guys like Jalen Ramsey and Javon Holland?
They have a ton of playmakers, in their back end. Holland, Ramsey, those guys are ball hawks, so they can get after it. They play Weaver. I think he has getting enough credit, but Weaver has done a really great job with his defense, right, throughout the entire year, seeing their improvement. He's definitely has his stamp on it, and they've done a really great job.
Some people felt like the suspension was unfair, but do you feel like as a team this is something additional you all can rally around, not having one of your leaders on this team?
Yeah, for us, as I said earlier, we've moved on from that, and it has no bearing on what we're doing right now. Our focus is on Miami.
With such a late bye week and so much football that you played consecutively during the bye week, were you able to look at film and see maybe how your team has grown or changed or developed in its identity from week one to where we are now?
Yeah, you can definitely see, each year your team kind of morphs into, you have an idea of how you want to play, but you kind of see like, okay, who are we at this point, right? And, we got a really good feel for who we are, and we just have to continue to lean on who we are, make sure we accentuate the strengths of our team and continue to lean heavy in those areas of our strength. And we have to just continue to play better as a team. Like when we play team football, as I look back at it, like, man, we play together, we play team football, like that's when we're a really good team. So we're just leaning in on that.
During your playing days and, coaching now as long as you have, is it different when you're playing against a quarterback who is different from what you're used to going up against? You go up against a lot of right-handed quarterbacks, but, by Tua being left-handed, that shifts some of the things that you all do. Is it different?
It is a little different, with the left-handed quarterback, just seeing it just comes out. The ball comes out different and kind of like where they kind of lean more with their plays. It's just a little different than you're normally seeing, but overall it takes to get adjusted to it. But as you continue to watch the film, you can kind of pick up on tendencies and those things are where they lean heavy. But once that ball is snapped, it's all football. You get back to it, just being where you're supposed to be, eyes in the right spot, and go make plays.
Last one.
All right.
DeMeco, when Aziz missed those first 3 games, Neville had an interception, forced fumble. Could you tell what he brings to the defense and what he will bring to defense over these next 3 games?
Yeah, when Neville had to step in for us, I thought he did a really nice job of just being where he's supposed to be, communicated really well, executed his technique within the defense, and he made some plays for us. Whoever steps up for us in Aziz's role, like I expect all our guys to just go out and do their job. They don't have to be someone they're not. Everybody just play within the structure of the defense. Everybody play within themselves. We'll be just fine.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, guys.
There you go. That's the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, and his availability on a Monday. Of course, no football for your Texans yesterday as it's the bye week before they get into what I guess you could say the storm, right? They get Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, and then they'll cap it off with the Titans in Week 18. A few things that you found interesting, because I know for me, my interest was piqued by just the very last thing that DeMeco Ryans was speaking to. He was asked about Neville Hewitt and what he has brought and what kind of he is expected to bring. And DeMeco spoke to the idea that he communicated well, he was where he needed to be. But then DeMeco said, whoever steps up into Aziz's role, we expect him to do that. And that made it seem like there's a little uncertainty that it might not necessarily just be Neville Hewitt, that there might be some other people factoring in. And I wonder how much the idea of like Christian Harris ends up in that any of that as well, like playing kind of that middle linebacker type.
Or
Henry.
Does toe-to-toe move on that role? What stood out to me right out of the chute, he talked about differences in the lineup. And not that, is that roster lineup? Is that starting lineup? Who knows? But then he was asked about it again and said, not make about Kenyon Green and maybe getting back into the starting lineup, not making any decisions here today. So it's on the table, clearly, that Kenyon Green gets back in his starting position. And what does the rest of it look like?
Some other things to note, he did say Christian Harris looks like himself and talking about kind of some of the work that he has gotten on the side, off to the sides and, getting himself back into an opportunity to do that. But he, of course, gets back to something that we all know is that there's no substitute for actually playing the football game. So he kind of put that there. And then one of the things that I found to be interesting, right, is that he was talking about, this team needs to get back to basics and the fundamentals. And he said, it's not necessarily about the scheme, it's about execution, which feels like it's something But at one point he said that he's, in watching back this team and some of the film and the way that they've grown, he said they've gotten a really good feel for who we are. And I'm interested as to like who he and who you believe this Texans team is. Maybe that's something we discuss at length tomorrow.
Yeah, I think what my first thought is maybe sort of highlighting certain roles for certain players. Nothing was asked about, is Jalen Petrie, what's his status, et cetera. But I would tend to lean Jimmy Ward, in that position?
Sure.
Are there other options? Because Jimmy Ward at safety would be a much better choice. So we're going to find out. We're going to find out real soon. They practice again on Wednesday.
Okay, so that was the head coach talking about this team. They'll have the day off tomorrow. But, yeah, as you mentioned, we're back to normal week type things. And the team will get back to practice with Christian Harris and Kenyon Green both getting to practice on Wednesday. Yes, 713. Kenyon Green is back. Now, we don't know what role DeMeco refused to say, what specifically. He said, we'll see, what they look like and whether they'll be able to, contribute to this team this week, both Kenyon Green and Christian Harris. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We have a couple of tickets for the NBA Cup quarterfinal game that the Rockets will be hosting Wednesday night versus the Golden State Warriors, and you can go. Shout out to the Rockets for that. You just got to be caller number 7 right now. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610 will get those tickets to Wednesday night's game.
And yes, this is the right station.
Yeah, you got it right.
This is the right station.
This is indeed Sports Radio 610. In fact, coming up next, let's talk about those Rockets. What do we know? What do we feel like we know for certain about this team? What have we learned? And then also, what's the beef with Cam Whitmore?
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about all that next.
All right, let's talk about Low Cheese Center right now. Some of the
the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
So the news of the day came down just before noon is that Christian Harris will return to practice on Wednesday, and he'll be joined alongside by Kenyon Green. And it's been a little bit of a shock because Christian Harris, we just didn't get very much information on because there were signs. Shout out to Aaron Wilson, shout out to Jonathan Alexander, who both, made it be known that, hey, the expectation is that they had was that after the bye week is what they were looking at. And this was, quite a few weeks out, probably at least a month ago. And we were like, all right, okay, maybe, but what have we heard anything about this? Now that here we are after the bye week and we get news. Christian Harris is, back to practicing. And so Brandon is right on the YouTube. We had Christian Harris return once already from practice. So, and that didn't turn out well. So crossing our fingers. But the interesting thing that has popped up is Kenyon Green returning to practice and designated to return from injured reserve after we had kind of thought that would be the end of his season. And so that will raise some questions about what the offensive line looks like going for this Texas team. But another team in Houston has been doing the damn thing, and over the weekend they played a couple of really intriguing games. One,
that's one way to put it.
Yes, once against the Warriors, which was a loss. I guess that wasn't over the weekend; that was Thursday.
Yeah,
and then on the road again yesterday against the Clippers. This time without Fred VanVleet, without Tari Eason, and so. We have a few more data points. We're over a quarter of the way through the NBA season. How much more do we know about this Rockets team than we did before the season began?
That's the question, because we came in thinking, all right, let's see what kind of step toward consistency Jalen Green can make. All right, so Alperen Şengün.
Ooh, consistency is the word we're using, huh?
Consistency is the word that revolves that Kenyon Green. Excuse me. Kenyon Green.
Different Green.
Jalen Green.
Too many Greens, too many Jalens.
Game has kind of hinged on. Do we know that answer yet?
No, we do not. It was raised even further, the question. And I think the start of the season it was exciting because he started out the season gunning.
And actually consistent early.
Yeah, well, for about 5-6 games.
Yeah.
In November before before October turned over. And then you got into Jalen Green having a little bit of inconsistency. And a little bit feels like a nice way of putting it. Like there were some missed shots in there. I think some of the turnovers is where it gets a little interesting because you were hoping, or at least I personally, I don't want to put this on anyone else. I was hoping that maybe you'll see him be a little bit more solid on ball as a distributor. Maybe not even like a full-fledged playmaker, but, just kind of having that And you've seen the inconsistency. But one of the things that's nice that Jalen Green has brought is just a ability to make tough shots, as you saw in that game last night versus the Clippers.
Yeah.
Including like these fading shots across his body. He was knocking down from three, which is absolutely necessary for a team that just does not knock down threes at a high rate. In a year where the NBA has actually seen an uptick in three-point shots, oddly as it's, as weird as
Which
it is
is
to say.
crazy to say.
Because the three-point shot was already at a high level, and there's a noticeable increase over the first quarter of the season in three-point shooting in the NBA. And the Rockets just don't do that. So, like, you definitely see the high water mark and what can be there. But if the word is consistency, that absolutely has not been the case. And that's been frustrating. I was looking at a data set that was showing five-man lineups, best four-man lineups. The Rockets have two of the best four-man lineups. And they're basically the starters without Jalen Green and the starters without Jalen Green with Amen Thompson in there, right? Like that's basically what we're talking about. And that ends up.
So we don't have that answer yet.
No, we definitely don't have that answer yet. And that is an interesting space to watch, because I don't want to be the Jalen Green hater, but it's hard to.
No, it's really not even about that.
It's hard to ignore the idea that, hey, man, the idea of with a team that needs offense, are you going to be a bucket getter that we can constantly depend on, or are you going to be a bucket getter where if it's your night, that's cool?
So
those are different things.
Where I'm going with this, because I like the looks of this team by and large and what they're doing, and I think they're much improved. But the questions that I'm asking, I think, kind of lead to something else.
Okay.
Like, if you fancy yourself as a contender, does it lead to maybe sort of casting an eye at bolstering this team? Because
making that move.
Making that move. Because if Jalen Green, and you still don't have the answer on him, what about, like, three-point shooting? Which was another, going into the season, boy, they need to knock down these shots. They really need to knock down these shots. They did, and then they didn't. And they've still struggled with three-point shooting. Obviously, the Golden State game, but even against the Clippers, we're not exactly lighting it up.
No, this team is just not a good shooting team.
Okay, so
we
don't have that answer.
We don't even have to say 3-point. Like, this team just isn't a
shooting in general.
They're 26th in 3-point shooting. When it comes to just field goal percentage, they are, 27th. This team exists offensively off of offensive rebounding. Like, this is second, third chances at scoring the basketball. This has not been a great shooting team just in general. So you talk about 3-point shooting. That has ticked up a little bit, and this is anecdotal, I guess. I probably should just look up the numbers here. Jabari's shooting a little bit better, and spacing has been nice. Dylan Brooks giving you some, I guess, somewhat consistent shooting as well. Fred VanVleet adding in, obviously, the importance of him. You can knock down shots when you need them, but it's not a consistent stream. What's more important offensively for this team is getting more looks and more cracks at the apple than it is that they're just shooting at a high rate.
And then I believe it was the Golden State game where the whole protecting the rim thing just went out the window as well.
Yeah.
That just went out the window. So all these questions that we had at the beginning of the year, we're feeling pretty good about the squad. They're still third, I believe, in the Western Conference right now as we speak. But those questions that we had are still kind of there. So how do the Rockets, as a contender, respond to that?
I think right now it's just continue to do what you do at a high rate, because that's the way for them to win, right? There's clearly a way to win basketball games. They're 16-8, and they've won games against good teams, right? They contended against the Warriors, although they lost, but they did hold the Warriors to 99 whole points. Now, no Steph, no Draymond, but they did that, right? You've played against some good basketball teams and gotten some wins over the course of the season, but it's just you have you beat Thunder a week or two ago as well, but it's just a very narrow way of getting it done. Like, there's not multiple ways of winning. It is play really hard-nosed defense, get offensive rebounds, put those down, and find a little something that way. And so everyone's got to be locked in. It's why Ime Udoka was livid when they lost that game to the Warriors and they only put up 93 points. It's like, hey, you guys are not doing the things that are necessary to get us here. You guys can't afford to get comfortable. This is the way to go, is to do it that way. So I think, yeah, man, this feels sustainable is an interesting word, because it feels like they can what is the right word? The recipe to getting this done is something they can do. It's just a very specific recipe.
Well, and it's interesting also, you mentioned Ime Udoka. They have the right coach. They've got the guy that can get them there. So if you know you have the right coach and they're still not shooting well, and you still have questions if Jalen Green can can kind of be that guy consistent. Well, then that's not coaching. It's kind of more on the players and the personnel. Like maybe
just to find the pathways to get better. I think some of this is also development. Right, one of the things that's development-wise, I was texting Adam Spillane during the Warriors game that came up, and of course they'll circle back around and face the Warriors at home on Wednesday in that NBA Cup game. Amen Thompson started getting a little more comfortable shooting some of these threes.
That was a big development
when he was wide open.
Yeah.
Now he did take a step back three contested, and I was like, "Hey, buddy, a little too much dip on your chip now. Like you're not that guy." But you do see there's still more room for development. Somebody said Reed Shepherd needs to start shooting more.
Remember when he was the odds-on favorite to win Rookie of the Year?
I can tell you, I was looking at the odds last week. That is not the case anymore.
Reed Shepherd was the favorite.
That is right, and he is no longer.
He's Aaron Holiday.
Sometimes he's still getting minutes a decent amount, but he is losing some minutes, and I think some of that is like the defensive acumen. I don't know this for certain, but it feels like Ime Udoka has an idea. If you want to step on my court, you better be able to play some defense. And Reed Shepherd is one of those where he's on the low end of that.
Yeah.
But he is finding a space of being able to get up his shots in more off-ball situations. But that does bring me to something where like getting onto the floor, which is what is the beef with Cam Whitmore? That is the thing that I'm still wondering about with this team because these two games that we're talking about, the Warriors game, you did not have Tari Eason is a 6'7", right, wing. He's a part of the Terror Twins. Like a lot of energy, efforts, gives you some of that rebounding, some of that stuff that you need for the offense to go. And he's a wing guy who helps you score in some ways. He helps you do a lot of more things, but you get that. He wasn't there, and you go, huh? It feels like Cam Whitmore has not been able to break this rotation because you just have so much talent. So now you have a space to get him in there. No, he stayed in the G League.
Yeah.
Then you get a game where Tari Eason remains out with the concussion protocol that he's in against the Clippers in L.A. this weekend. And then Fred VanVleet is not playing. Well, that's another guy in the rotation that you don't have. All right, well, maybe that opens up. No. He remains in the G League. What's the issue? Because that's a dude that can score. Now, I don't know how much the scoring happens within the team construct of the moving the ball and all the stuff that they have. And then he has some defense to it, but again, I do wonder what happens in the team construct. But that's all part of a dude that's developmental but has skills. And it feels like he's still not getting that opportunity. Obviously, he has the opportunity to go and get minutes in the G League.
And he's getting a lot, and he's playing well.
This feels like a perfect opportunity to bring him up to the full team and get him a little bit of time with the team construct and what's happening here and see if you can continue to push that development. But Ime Udoka and this Rockets team didn't take that opportunity, which makes me go, what's wrong here? Like, is he on the bad list for Ime? Is there some level of I even texted Brandon Scott, B. Scott, and I was like, is there some level like defensive parameter that would stop him? But nah, Reed is right there getting minutes. Like I don't understand why Cam Whitmore seemingly has fallen out of favor, and I do wonder, is he falling out of this project of what you're doing?
Well, I think it could be as simple as that he's fallen out of favor. There's something there it's fallen out of favor. It could also be they've made a decision from a management and a coaching perspective to just send him to the G League and get him the time that he needs. I think
and not bounce him up and down.
Yeah, and just keep him there to get kind of a taste of every aspect of the game. It could be simple as that, but it does have the markings of he ain't their guy. He's at least not right now.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I thought that was
I liked
interesting.
him in the preseason too.
And that's the thing is like, especially again for this team that in a league where more and more of the math is coming in, where so much of these threes are going up, and this Rockets team doesn't do that, and honestly isn't great at scoring. It feels like, hey, having another scoring option, if you can keep that in the tuck, even if you don't keep him constantly in the rotation, right? Is it better to get Jae'Sean Tate minutes, with all due respect to Jae'Sean Tate, who played pretty well again in that game against the Clippers? Or is it better to get Cam Whitmore a little bit more integrated and possibly see if he can be an additional scoring punch that helps punch this up, give you an opportunity to contend better, as the Rockets seemingly are trying to, as they're second in the Southwest, they're third in the West right now, and they have opportunities to really do some special things.
They need to be able to get some scores more consistently. You would think that would be something that he could maybe bring, whether it's on the drive or whatever, but it just hasn't happened. I'm wondering if they just made a decision. No, we're going to keep him down there, let him get his time.
Yeah, I find that interesting. But when you talk about how much more do we know, there is a formula for success that the Rockets can hit night in and night out. It just feels like it's real narrow, which is you got to defend at a high rate. You got to make sure the teams have to play over you, that you're not giving them easy drives. But then also got to get on the boards. got to make sure you limit turnovers, which they had a decent amount of those without Fred VanVleet, which again brings you back to the idea that, hey, Fred is still super important to what you're doing here right now. But yeah, it's just I think that's the thing that I've learned is this, there's a narrow path to victory, but they can hit that over and over again. So that's the sustainability. I just wonder the sustainability in tougher circumstances where does that translate to playoffs and where now one team plays you over and over and over again and they can work on it. And I'm interested to see.
And they will attack it.
Yes. And I'm interested to see what, with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, what this game looks like on Wednesday against the Warriors, because that will be a little bit more playoff-like for them when they get in the NBA Cup quarterfinals.
Yeah.
All right. The Rockets. Somebody said Cam is 1 for 21 for 3. Okay. Yeah, not the greatest shooter either there, at least when you talk about the numbers. But he can attack, and I think that's the thing that I was really going for offensively. But your point well taken, dear texter. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 6. It's about time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what we got?
Yeah, we got sounds from the wonderful week of sports with players, coaches, and fans crashing out.
All right, let's put some sounds from the weekend in your ear holes next.
The Texans are back in action on Sunday against
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Mix up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. I know you guys had a long weekend.
Yeah, man.
So
who, me?
Yeah, you couldn't be, Dan. Who? I watched too much Barney as a kid. But yeah, hopefully everyone had a good weekend. It was a good weekend of sports, man. The championship games was going on. I want to say it started Friday.
Yeah, it did start Friday.
Started Friday.
Shout out to the armed forces. Shout out to the troops.
Yeah, man.
Getting a victory in the American Athletic Conference. First conference victory in 134 years.
Yeah, and guess where we'll be this week?
Army, Navy, baby.
Yeah. It's going to have a little extra spice to that, man.
100%.
Sure. Because they're going to be walking around. So we do a radio row there, and usually they be walking around talking smack. They talk smack to each other.
Big time.
So they're going to be poking their chests out a little more when they sit down
Hey,
with
Navy,
us.
did y'all win a conference?
Yeah. Hey, we the champs over
Y'all
here.
didn't win no conference title?
Hey,
Damn, that's crazy.
The champs is here.
That's right.
Yeah, so yeah, a lot of fun stuff happened this weekend, and I'm gonna start with one Big Ten championship game. So y'all boy, James Franklin.
How did he become my boy? Wait, hold on.
That's your guy, or that might be Lopez guy.
Oh, heck no.
Because you kind of bought into him a little bit. And I was just like, nah.
Did I?
Yeah, I'm like, nah, this is the same old Penn State.
Yeah.
The ones that's going to lose the big games. But they were in the big game against Oregon, and they lost, of course. I kind of knew they was going to lose that game.
Expect nothing less.
And look, James Franklin, after the game, he had to go to the podium, and he was not a fan of the whole setup that was going on, because you could hear the music around. The Oregon fight song was just blasting.
Awesome.
And he has some things to say about this whole media setup.
That would be great. We can start right here in the front row.
How's this a smart setup?
Yeah.
This is for Drew. Wait.
We can hang tight for just a second. We'll try to get that audio turned down next door.
About to crash out.
Oh, boy.
I got no issue with them celebrating, but this is...
Sounds like you do.
This is kind of a JV setup.
Oh, wow.
Well, you had a JV setup on the field, but
oh, man.
Well, I mean, they put up 37 whole points. I honestly thought that I'm going to be completely honest. Better than I expected. But when it comes to James Franklin, this is right on schedule. Don't he be lashing out and blaming things on other people all the time anyways?
All the time.
He was mad at everybody.
He's the
throwing players under the bus and stuff?
He's the JV Ryan Day. If we're being real.
Wow, that's perfect.
Whole lot.
That's perfect.
Wow.
So, yeah, my man, he was looking for somebody to blame.
He's just mad at everybody.
Always.
Yeah. Now, that was kind of funny, though, just hearing that music blasting while you at the table after a loss.
Talking about losing.
Yeah, and they sitting there having a good time in that locker room.
Well, I mean, what you going to do? Yeah. Hey, man, they were running that ball well, though. Couple of players over 100 yards rushing the football.
They did what Penn State does. They pulled and then they lost.
I didn't anticipate them doing all that against Oregon either.
With them, it never surprised me, man, because they always look good until they play the big schools.
Yeah.
When they play Ohio State, they always lose. When they play Michigan, they always lose. And whoever they play in the Big Ten championship, they always lose, man. All right, from one locker room to another locker room.
Okay.
A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
He had some things to say about his quarterback, or maybe his quarterback, or the offense. So, and side note, I'm about to play this audio, but I just love the music in the locker room during the once they trying to sit there and talk. But A.J. Brown was not pleased with the offense. By the way, Jalen Hurts had 108 yards passing. So Bryce
in
Young
the first half, or
no, the whole game.
Oh, okay.
A whole game.
All
I think I want to say he was like.
Now they had to be playing like one of those really tough teams in the league, though, right?
The Carolina Panthers.
Oh wow.
Yep. So they shut them down. But this is A.J. Brown after the game talking about just the struggles on the offense for the Eagles.
Offense wasn't good enough. What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm, and Devontae was acknowledging that. You know, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in a rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball like 20 times?
Incredibly tough. It seemed like there was a moment on the sideline when you threw your helmet into the bench. What prompted that reaction?
3 and out. As you're on this offense, what's kind of your approach this week in changing the result in terms of everyone, and not just you, a lot of players on offense saying that this was just not up to the offensive standard? Putting our head down and just going to work, doing the things we're doing and learning and growing.
What are the conversations like with Jalen during a game like this, where maybe the passing game isn't everything you want it to be?
Not too much conversation, honestly. I don't know.
Man,
they was jamming in there.
Jalen Hurts must have had the aux cord, man, because I know he got an old soul.
That's right.
He loves his Anita Baker.
Yeah.
But he must have had the aux cord in the locker room, man.
I saw somebody say that A.J. Brown was just out there working on his cardio.
Yeah, man. He had all of 4 receptions. Oh, by the way, 4 targets, 4 receptions. Very economical there. 43 yards for him. Devontae Smith, 4 receptions, 37 yards. That's pretty much, I mean, look.
That was it.
When it came to those guys, I mean, Jahan Dotson picked one up. Kenneth Gainwell had a couple of dump-offs. Grant Calcaterra, right? Like, just, okay.
Yeah.
There, literally 21 passes. Now, to be fair, you had 124 on the ground by Saquon. Just put that ball in his gut. But, yeah, this has been something that the Eagles have been dealing with, which is just the passing offense has not been all that inspired. And I understand, you wanting you to utilize a very good weapon in Saquon Barkley. But remember when A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith felt like the most terrifying duo of wide receivers in the league? And
maybe the best duos.
100%.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that. And I don't even know how much of that is Jalen Hurts. That's the thing that's interesting about
it. You think it's coach?
I mean, some of it is clearly like, an emphasis thing. And I mean, look, they're 11-2. Some of this is getting these wins, but I absolutely get how A.J. Brown has some of those feelings looking at like the way that the offense is running. It's just also very funny to be juxtaposed on a win. They got to win.
Yeah. They like 10-2,
11-2
or 11-2.
Yes,
yeah,
they
man.
added the 11th there.
Yeah, so it's kind of wild to say, because we've been talking about the Chiefs being is they record a little fugazi. No, this might be what we think the Chiefs are.
Yeah.
Well, the Chiefs too.
Apparently, as I'm looking at ESPN, Dan Orlovsky thinks that the Eagles' passing game is elementary.
Elementary.
Damn. Okay, Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
That's saying a lot, man.
That is.
So John Haymon, who covers the MLB, I think he actually did he break the story Juan Soto getting paid? I forgot who actually broke the story.
Yeah.
Feinstein.
But yeah, he's one of the guys that usually break a big story here and there. And he was on with Keith McPherson, WFAN. And Keith was kind of poking fun at Haymon about being on Scott Boras' payroll.
Yeah.
And he was not having it. Here's John Haymon crash out.
I think the reason that got such play is because people believe everything I tweet. I've had 100,000 tweets, and, you get one that was wrong, and it did say appears, and I know I rushed in, and it was a big mistake.
So right there, he was talking about the tweet. he had Judge going to the Giants. Remember that tweet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so a lot of the New Yorkers, a lot of people kind of gave him a hard time about it. So he was kind of explaining that.
Okay.
And I regret it, but it's 2 years later.
Regrets.
I think
it's like
at some point, I think someone could probably drop it if they're a nice person.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following,
Yeah.
and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. Oh, disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being serious. Yeah.
John,
asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this.
Oh,
I know
God,
you don't. But that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am
I'm
not.
done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye,
John. Thank you for.
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time. He's got to get to bed. I did not expect it to.
That's a
to
cheap
go that
shot.
way.
That's a cheap shot right there.
You could tell in that moment, Keith was like,
"Can you believe it?
Do I want to try and keep this,
Yeah.
or should I just
Yeah.
take the shot?" And he was like, "I'll take the shot. He's got to get to bed."
Yeah, and
Grandpa's a little tired.
Yeah, a lot of people was criticizing Keith a lot for this. They felt like it was a little cheap and all that stuff. But I took it another way because we had fun on this show a lot, especially if you had that relationship. with
Right.
somebody. We did that John McClain where we kind of go back and forth.
Yeah.
We know where to push him to the limit a little bit. And at the end of it all, we just laugh and have a good time. But I'm not sure if he had that type of relationship.
I don't think he did.
With John Haymon.
I don't think they did.
And that's the part where he messed up at. When you don't have that type of joking relationship with anybody in life,
Yeah.
you can't do stuff like that, man. You don't know people's limits.
Or what? And again, I don't know these dudes like that to be able to speak on it in a real way. But it felt like he was coming from a place where he felt like he had some level of relationship, but the integrity thing, like, and I think for like you, Lopez, being a dude who has been a print journalist for a while, like, is that what just flipped the switch for him? Where he was like, oh no, we can joke about a lot of things, but not know like anywhere in the integrity where somebody listening, if they don't understand, might take that for real.
I think that was part of it. I think another part of it, the game has changed from the journalist's perspective too in the last decade or so. Name me one person in the industry, in the journalism field, who doesn't have relationships with all kinds of agents, because that's where you get your news now. It used to be you could go to the sources on the team. Well, they're not doing anything anymore, very little. You're getting all your information from agents. I think he was just mad. Number one, they pushed a button.
Yeah,
because he does have that relationship with Scott Boras and other agents. But I also think number two, everybody does it. Like literally, I mean, Texans, NFL writers, basketball writers. You can't go to like quote sources on the team very often.
Well, those are also sources, right? Like that's also worth noting.
Yeah.
Like those are all sources. And I'm sure like there are also sources on the team, but like you got to get this from different areas and different angles. And some people have more, one place or another where they lean on more frequently than others. But hey, man, all of this matters. But yeah, like to take a part that is absolutely a part of this and make it seem like, or he feels like it's making it seem like, oh, you are bought and paid for. Yeah. He
well,
clearly,
if he's bought and paid for, so is Schefter. So is Woj.
Oh, wasn't it the whole thing with Schefter where he had the whole Mr. Editor thing where he was sending things to agents like, hey, you want to edit my story?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he did crash out, though. That was
Hey, salute to John Haymon, man.
Good for him.
From one John to another John. We got John in Maspeth, Queens. He's a big Yankees fan.
Oh, he's not having a good day.
Oh, is this a caller?
This is just a random fan on social media.
Okay.
And
I thought you were gonna get a caller to a sports talk radio station.
No,
this is about to go
not that type of crash out. But this is another kind of sad crash out, and kind of show you how Yankees fans are. So he got the news that Juan Soto signed to the Mets,
crossing that bridge.
Yeah, and so he was right outside of Citi Field?
Yeah,
it's called Citi Field. He was right outside the Citi Field, and he decided to give a message to Juan Soto.
Yo, Juan Soto, listen up, man. This is your new home. This is your new home right here. Shut the up and don't complain. Look at this hole.
What?
Look at this hole. Right across the street. Look at this dump. Road closed. You chose this piece of shit to be your home for the next 15 years because you're a money-hungry bitch. You. You. Every Yankee fan should burn you jersey. You, Juan Soto, suck my
Wow.
Hey. Scott Boras, suck my
All right, we get the point.
Do you feel better?
I don't think it affects Juan Soto in the least bit. I think he's all right.
I think he got 765 million reasons why.
Yeah.
I do love going to a place in New York and being like, look at this dump.
Like, brother, you from here.
Like, I know, like
this is your hood.
You went over there.
Hey, that's clearly not his borough.
Yeah.
But I'm like, hey man, if you think that there's somebody that lives in New York that's worried about like just the general feeling of, hey, these streets are dirty, whatever, you're not gonna make it in New York if that's what you're worried about. He's not worried about none of that.
No.
And last but not least, we got an actor by the name of Nick Totoro.
Oh, you had to see this coming.
Yeah, we a lot of people kind of familiar with his work a little bit. He worked closely with Adam. I forgot his name. The actor Adam.
Oh, Sandler.
Sandler.
Yeah. He does a lot of stuff with him.
Yeah. So here's Nick Totoro, who's also a big Yankees fan.
Brooklyn.
He said he had 2 words for Juan Soto.
Hey, Juan Soto, I got 2 words for you. F you. That's right. F you and the horse you rode in on.
These are
and the
more words.
cavalry behind you. That's right, mother. Yeah, I'm taking it personal. We gave our heart and soul. It wasn't enough. You turned your cap around after the World Series. I saw that move. 700 million, 730. Yeah, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Guaranteed years, it wasn't enough. You don't even choose the Dodgers. You don't even choose the Dodgers. You go off Broadway to the Mets. You don't want to be on Broadway, and you don't want to be Judge's guy. You don't want to be Judge's partner. Oh, that's right, Judge. Now it's your team. That's it. Let's stick it up his. That's right. Let's go out. Let's get Burns, Fried, Bregman. Let's. I don't give a.
Hey.
We're not fooling around. Take those grungy, whatever those. Those stupid Mets.
Hey, calm down, brother.
Hey,
don't start lashing out over here and taking Bregman just because you mad and want to. Also, I just don't understand. Well, look, mate, we might be in a situation where we hear some Houston fans do somewhat similar. If Bregman isn't brought back, it's just like the personal nature, and I guess that's
what
the
it's
blessing,
about.
the blessing and the curse of the sports is that man, they took this personal as if he was like, I don't want to be Nick Totoro's friend no more. That's why I'm going to play with the Mets.
It sounds like his girlfriend left him for another guy.
But he sounds like that in April when they lose to the A's.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
he just goes
That's
off,
fair.
just generally.
That can't be healthy.
Yeah,
I gotta admit, I don't think that's healthy.
Yeah, somebody need to check on him, man.
Well, they do.
Okay, all right. Very good, very good. That is a Fig's mixtape. Just a few crash outs for you right here.
Just
and
a
little bit of weekend audio on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it over to the drive. But before we get there, I do want to get let's do some winners and losers. Can't let this go without getting into it. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the Texans and them self-scouting,
prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly. Be21.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here. Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Reaction Monday. Let's talk about some winners and losers of the weekend before we get to the fellas, Clint and Ron of The Drive. And I'd like to, I guess, start here, right? Do you consider Texas fans a winner this weekend, or I guess into this Monday? As we got news earlier today, Christian Harris will return to practice this week, as will Kenyon Green, and he'll be designated for return from IR.
Would you say winner?
I don't know that I'd straight call it a loser. Like just getting more guys back. At the very least, there's depth on the offensive line, and really the big thing is depth linebacker wise, and a guy who you were anticipating could continue to have a level of growth, especially after having a fantastic season last year. You've missed him for a period of time, a strong period of time with Christian Harris with an injury that we hadn't gotten much information. And now, after the bye week, in this stretch run where you really need some good play and you really need a linebacker with the Z's on a 3-game suspension, here comes Christian Harris. I don't know how many of these games you'll Final Four get to play because DeMeco Ryans. Yeah, DeMeco Ryans came up, and you heard him earlier talking about, we'll see how these guys practice, and then we'll make determinations from there. But at least you have that option, and hopefully sooner rather than later, as Nick Caserio said, you'll have Christian Harris and the talent that he brings on the defense.
I kind of feel like, and this is a total cop-out, but I kind of feel like my answer to would I consider the Texans a winner or a loser or a winner in this weekend, kind of a winner because of what you just said. They do have Christian Harris coming back. Who knows if at minimum Kenyon Green, would offer some depth at that spot. But there's also what happened on the weekend, and the Steelers winning really kind of pigeonholed them in a spot of they're going to be the number 4, more than likely be the number 4 seed in the playoffs, and that's a tough road. That you're going to have, if that's where you are.
Yeah, I know that Vandy before us was talking about the idea of possibly 2 with the Bills losing, but they've got 3 of their last 4 are against the Patriots, Jets, and Patriots. That feels like that's going to be a hard thing to get done there. But when it comes to at least seeing if you can maybe get the 3, now of course you would need to win probably the 4 of your games here, but at
least 2 or 3 against the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens, and then win the last one.
But then you would be asking for the Steelers to lose,
they have a tougher
3
schedule.
games in that situation. But they do have a tougher schedule. Their Final Four against the Eagles, who offensively have had a little bit of issues throwing the football, but still good football team. Defense has been Ravens. Obviously, we know what they can do. Both those games on the road, and the Steelers also still have the Chiefs and the Bengals at home. And I mean, you could easily see 3 losses there. Maybe. I guess if the Bengals want to get spicy with it, or if the Steelers have gotten to a place where they're not super worried about it, that they could lose that one. So, I mean, it did really make it a little bit more difficult to move out of that 4 spot. But really, right now with the Texans, it's maintaining and handling your own.
Yeah, big time. What about the big winner we all know is Juan Soto, and that would be a winner by any definition.
15 years, $765 million, no deferred money. That is the richest contract in American sports. And one of the things that I found interesting in the reporting as it continued going, apparently there's a player option after 6 years.
Yeah.
So we could be in 6 years.
I want more.
Right back in this spot, right? With Juan Soto stepping back up to the plate, metaphorically, and getting some more money off of this. $51 million a year, man.
That wasn't enough, what you gave me.
It's not about what rich person do you know that abides by the concept of enough money?
No, but I firmly believe that. You got money, we want more money. But it is kind of weird, nevertheless. But are the Astros a loser as a result?
That remains to be seen. Well, maybe you could say they're a loser when the front office of the Astros, Willy Adames signs a contract that was a 7-year deal, $185, and I guess loser in this regard, right? Juan Soto's gone, so the market is opened up, and the Yankees did not get him, so that you would think the Yankees will still now take that 16-year, $760 million offer that they gave to Juan Soto.
Yeah.
That money maybe you have an opportunity to play around with that and go get a next level player. down for him.
Bregman saying, "I'll take it."
And Bregman, might be a guy that they're interested in going getting. Right? There's that, but then also in addition to that, Willy Adames gets paid similar to the money that you were offering Bregman, and that was a backup backup option for the Astros. So I think they're a loser in that. Hey, whatever y'all were trying to do on not get crazy with this offer, it feels like y'all are going to have to step it up because the price of the brick done gone up for Alex.
Yeah,
Bregman,
I think
sure.
you at least for now, unless they change their offer, the Astros have to be considered somewhat of a loser for the weekend because of those things that you're talking about. I mean, the money, $26 million more for Adames and a year more. So Bregman would take. I mean, that's what it's going to take for Bregman, at least that.
It definitely feels like.
Yeah.
How about this as a winner? Were you watching College Game Day this weekend?
I did a little bit. It was on, in and out, kind of one of those things.
Did you see Timothée Chalamet, who is the actor who was in Dune, and he's playing Bob Dylan in the upcoming biopic of him? Well, Timothée Chalamet, he's apparently a big Knicks fan, and he is a sicko of a sports fan because he likes second tier, a team in second tier French soccer. So we should have known. Yeah. This dude got on College Game Day as the guest picker, and he was picking something. He picked the MAC game correctly, and that was he picked Ohio. Nobody Ohio. He picked Miami of Ohio, and Ohio was an underdog, and they won big in this game. I was like, yo. And it was very evident that somebody had given him some research, and he had done some real research on it. But regardless,
or he's a gambler.
All these other guest pickers could have been picking too. Yeah. He got out here and really showed his bona fides in a way that was kind of nice for College Game. So shout out to Timothée Chalamet stepping into a space that did not necessarily feel like, I don't think people expected him to be in that space and really hold his own. So shout out to him. He ends up being a winner. How about this?
KU?
Yep. The Kansas Jayhawks, they're definitely losers on the weekend. Number one, Kansas Jayhawks lost 2 straight. Second straight lost by Mizzou in Columbia this time. That border war is not one that they like losing. You want to turn on the mic?
Sure ain't going to take this from you, Rick.
What? What you mean? We talk about the winners and losers on the weekend.
This has got to be Ocho driven is what this
What are you talking about?
It was. That's his old lady squad, too.
I don't know what you mean. We just.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So that was a house divided situation.
Courtney's.
Hey, that came close to being a real rough day. That came close.
I was surprised that they got 2 unranked wins there, too.
That was a goalpost away. like Bill said, they got some problems.
But they didn't. They looked so good early.
They got some problems.
Yeah.
No, listen, I don't need to go real deep.
No, I know. We're doing winners and losers.
But they're the loser. Drop from 1 to 10. But when you're led by a guy who is a front runner, that's how your team.
Ooh. Is that Hunter Dickinson shot?
Dickinson is
Ooh.
That's how your team going to play.
That man shooting at the transfer.
Christian Brown ain't walking through that door.
And then I guess a couple more winners here. Nikola Jokic, who had 104 points in 48 hours.
In a week?
Yeah, not in a week. In 48 hours.
Why are they 2 games over 500?
Because,
I know.
Because the Denver Nuggets are losers. He is a winner, but they just don't have anything. Yeah. And part of that is because his on-off splits are terrible. And that's because their backup center options are nothing.
Yeah.
So if he is not on the floor, he is simultaneously the only one that really runs their offense to a high degree, and they don't have a backup center. That's just not sustainable.
See, Jamal Murray has tricked me.
He tricked all of us.
He's still a good player, but not what I thought that he was trending to be.
Yeah.
And he does this every year though, and then in the postseason he flips the switch and turns it to a different player. But they're gonna need your ass to pick it up right now.
Yeah, the bubble tricked us, and he's gotten very comfortable just stepping up at various periods and then being like, all right, I can give you 50 right now. But yeah, the consistency is one of those things. It's one of the things that, to a different degree, that we've been talking about with James Green. It's hey, you can step up and
big different degree.
Right. But you can step up and get some buckets here and there. But hey, we need this on a more regular basis.
Yeah.
All right. Obviously, you hear the man.
I almost said something crazy. But I stopped myself.
What made you stop this time?
What do you mean? What kind of shot is that?
That's all right.
Wow.
That's all right. When you set those 2 names, I'm just in my mind. Would I take Jalen Green over?
Get out of here.
Over Murray? That's what I said. I stopped myself.
Yeah.
And I said, let me think about this a little bit more. Would I take Jalen? Like right now with the Nuggets switch those 2 right now.
Oh, just with upside contracts, all of that.
Would they switch?
I don't.
He's the closer.
So.
He's the closer. He's still relatively young. That's crazy. But I just something about him just. That's the reason why I feel like they're 12-10 or whatever they are. Is because of him.
It's definitely part of it, and they've had a talent drain. You know, with the likes of like Bruce Brown, Jeff Green, all that stuff that was typically helping them out. Oh, that's gone now. Of course, that's Ron, that's Clint. It's the drive that we are going to be handing these things off to. How do y'all feel about this? One of the winners I'm saying on the weekend is Texas A&M because I know that they obviously did not get to the SEC championship game and all that.
I got to hear this,
but they go to the
Las Vegas.
They get to go to the Las Vegas Bowl, so it's just a reason to go to Vegas, baby.
Yeah.
Who they playing in that?
That is a great question.
USC.
That's right. It is USC.
Okay. Yeah.
So, a somewhat interesting game, but honestly, you get to go to Las Vegas. This man right here says that he has the opportunity to get a $95 room.
I'm on the Aggies media list.
Might as well hit that.
That's what I'm saying. You got to go, right?
Just go to the game.
You got to go
$95 in Vegas.
He's on out there.
You damn right.
He's on out there.
I don't even have to go to the game.
No, we had a good time out there last year.
Why would you?
I know. Exactly.
I'm sure you got to hook up for some tickets too.
So. Oh, I could.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Why wouldn't you?
Got $95. I'll just stay in the casino, watch the games, gamble.
I mean, whatever you would like. I mean, that's got to be a good. I mean, that stadium. Though you've been to that stadium.
I got that email. Oh yeah, I got that email, and I'm like, $95, huh?
Why not?
Are you in?
Oh well, Tyler could definitely.
Hell. No.
What?
Not only am I not going to Sin City, I ain't watching that.
You gonna watch it?
Come on now.
I will not watch a second of that.
You are not gonna watch the bowl game.
No.
You're not gonna watch your Aggies.
No.
Trying to get their 9th win.
Man, he's worse off.
Stop against USC.
Nope.
Stop. You're that man.
Why? So I can see him hold up the whatever trophy for that bowl.
That's
game?
right.
Yes.
Good job, guys.
He's trying to get off to a good start.
Here's to next year's 8-4 record.
Hold on. I listen.
Hey,
The SRS distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Come on now.
Hey, we got 42 guys in the transfer portal. I'll trade you right now.
Title sponsor.
That left a deep.
I'd love to go to Vegas, but I got no wishing to watch that football.
Listen, I just need you to just give yourself a week. I know you're hurting from that money that they allowed you to piss down the drain up in College Station for that game. No, I understand. I understand. He just needs a week. He needs a week. I'm not saying you got to go to Vegas. Just watch.
Tyler, you know you'll be back.
No, I will be. I'll be ready to be hurt again at some point.
Yeah, that's all right.
Tyler's back until the record's obviously not going to take it to the playoffs. Then he's out. He's done.
I have so many questions for Tyler right now. Like, what is your bowl game threshold? Like, what's the bowl game that you'll watch?
You got a chance to go kick the hell out of USC?
None of them unless they're in the playoff. That's it. Like, you don't do no Gator Bowl. You don't do no Cap One Bowl.
Nope, not anymore.
You don't do no Music City Bowl.
Not the Kinder's Texas Bowl, none of that?
Nope.
All right, I got to get out your way to let you ask these questions. And, of course.
Yeah, get your ass out of here, will you?
Yeah. We got you. You're listening to KLT KHD2 Odyssey Sports Station. Let these fellas tell you about Christian Harris and Kenyon Green, because right now the drive is live.
The drive is live. That man has a bowl game threshold that you gotta hit. Your ass ain't playing.
I mean, he
on New Year's.
What's the quarterback that took you to the best bowl you've been to in about 20 years?
Now you'll watch the Orange Bowl, right?
Well, that was a different time.
That's a different time.
That's a different time and place.
Now the Orange Bowl's forced to the postseason.
That was long before this little 12-team playoff expansion. It was long before the Texas A&M Aggies of 2024 were in their own driver's seat for the last 4 to 5 weeks of the damn season, only to go to Vegas for this BS bowl game. I'm out. I'm out.
Shoot, Clint, let my team get 8-9 wins. Show up in Tampa at that Outback Bowl.
Too?
I might try to get there.
Ain't no doubt. I'll be on the beach. For a week.
Listen, I didn't mean to start here, but I understand your pain because he's sitting, and I'm not trying to rub this anymore, but I get it. Like, he's got to be sitting over there thinking and looking at a guy like Adam Spolane, who is an Indiana Hoosier fan.
Oh my God! And
Adam Spolane has already informed me Friday that wherever they're going for the first round of the playoff, he's going. And the Indiana Hoosiers has slipped themselves into the playoff.
Yeah, Indiana's got a little bit of lower expectations.
Yeah, no expectation. They blew through their expectations 7 games ago, I believe.
That's fair.
And now he gets to South Bend. So I understand the frustration. But damn, I mean, Tyler would watch the Pop-Tart Bowl. He would watch it and would want his
only
team,
for that funny-ass Pop-Tart mascot.
Want his team at the end to go. Where's Arkansas going?
Memphis, baby, Liberty Bowl.
Liberty Bowl.
Texas Tech.
That's where you were 2 years ago.
Look, Texas Tech action, man.
Yep. We decided to go ahead and move right to the transfer portal and really focus on that.
The Aggies are too. If you're talking about all the departures, you can probably get you some old maroon and white players right now. They're going at an extreme pace out of College Station.
Hopefully, we check in on that and do that thing. But it is a reaction Monday right here on The Drive, and The Drive is back. Clint is back in the building after a little vacay. Tyler is back after having God knows what going through his veins and his body. A lot of people accused you of having a A&M hangover, and I don't believe that is the case.
I was here Monday and Tuesday.
I know it.
If I had a hangover from that, I wouldn't have been here those days.
Just would have skipped that week.
Use some logic out there, T-Sips.
I did a logic speech the other day, so yeah, they're well.
I heard.
All right. Listen, before we get to it here, want to let you know we're gonna be able to hook you up. They were just talking about winners and losers on In the Loop after they passed it to us. Well, we got a chance for you to be a winner. You need to be listening in the 4 o'clock hour today to have your chance to see your Houston Rockets, the team with the best record and has been the best team in the city. The Houston Rockets take on the Golden Steers in the first knockout rounds, the quarters of the NBA Cup coming up on December 11th, on Wednesday at the Toyota Center. You got a chance to win some tickets there in the 4 o'clock hour. You get to take on they'll take on Golden State. Remember, I told you last week, hey, if you haven't watched the Rockets, let's pick it up right here. Pick it up for the Cup. Pick it up on the 11th. That's their next game against Golden State. Try to pull that thing off and be listening to the 4 o'clock hour. And not only do you have to watch it, but you can be there. You have a chance to win those tickets. So stay tuned in the 4 o'clock hour. All right, if you missed it on In the Loop, you can check it on the Odyssey app. The head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as the bye week is over and now it's back to a regular week. He spoke to the media earlier today. If you missed it, you can go back and check that out. But the big news is the reports that the Texans have designated Christian Harris and Kenyon Green to return to practice from IR. So those guys should be back at practice coming up this week. And the head coach, DeMeco Ryans in particular, had this to say about his linebacker who he's been without all season, Christian Harris.
Christian's done an outstanding job of working off to the side, and our strength and conditioning staff, our sports performance staff done a great job of working with Christian and just seeing him back out, moving around. You know, he looks like himself physically, moving around. It's just a matter of, like you said, missing a lot of football. It's just a matter of him getting back in and getting those. It can help you do football instead of playing football. So he just has to get out there and get those physical reps of hearing a call, getting lined up. But physically, he looks like he's in a really good spot.
All right, that's him talking about Christian Harris. And he also spoke about Kenyon Green and just simply said, hey, we're not making decisions right now, which we probably know what they're going to do, but he ain't letting us know the decisions. But those two guys are back, Clint. And the people, you can jump in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you every day. Those of you on the text line, we appreciate you also as well. And thank you for riding with us as you do every day. You can respond to this as well. What does this mean for the Texans getting these guys back, and how soon do we think they could be available for the Texans? Because obviously Christian Harris especially sticks out as a key member of this team.
Look, I hope neither one of these guys are a factor this week. I don't think bringing Christian Harris back after a week's worth of practice and introducing him to the quickest, twitchiest, most explosive, arguably one of the best quarterbacks in the league with the timing and the RPO and the quick game and the screen game. This offense is going to be a tough matchup for the Houston Texans, in particular their linebackers. Put a lot of stress on their linebackers. I don't know that introducing Christian Harris back to the NFL as the first game back after 1 week of practice Especially the way practice nowadays in 2024 in the NFL, I don't know that is a good idea. I'm pretty sure I would rather have guys that have been seeing full speed action for the entire season. This linebacking crew has proven to be deep. Whether you know the guy's name or not, that depth has played really well. We'll see if they can handle what Miami's going to throw at them. But I think I would much rather go with the guys that are healthy. Glad to hear Christian Harris is back on the practice field. Huge step in the right direction, right? It's been a long time since this guy's played football. Forget the contact aspect of it. That's the biggest part of it. Forget the physicality that is the NFL with most teams. Forget that part of it. Let's just talk about seeing what the hell's going on in real time and being able to react instead of think. I don't know that Christian Harris is going to be ready to rock and roll in that fashion yet against this particular offense. So I hope this is a non-factor. And then you look at guard, Kenyon Green. I think.
Come on, let's just be honest. This ain't about Kenyon.
This is depth. I do think it gives you some options at the guard position if there is indeed some kind of injury somewhere. It gives you a little bit of versatility, if you will, up front. If something happens at center, Juice can go back. Boom, you plug and play pieces that have already played those positions, and you're not introducing guys to the NFL. You're not introducing guys to real action. So it gives you some depth. But this Kenyon Green coming back again should not affect the starting offensive line in any way, shape, or form.
That's what I was going to say. This is about Christian Harris. Kenyon Green, Kenyon Green is going to go back to, I think, the role that he was headed towards before he got injured. Right, and I think that was, hey, when Jared Patterson gets back, we're going to move Jared Patterson somewhere in the starting lineup, and you take a step back, and he would only return, I think, in there if there was an injury like you just talked about. To me, this is about Christian Harris, and I just don't see how or why right now the Texans aren't in the situation. Obviously, they have lost Azeez Al-Shaair, but to me, Clint, like to think this guy, we've not seen him on the practice field since he was on the practice field for about a half an hour in training camp, and then he had to go back out with whatever this calf issue has been. To think like they did that with Nico. Nico returned to the practice field, and he didn't play for a week or two. So, I mean, to me, I would be shocked if Christian Harris is on the field against them. And as you said, to bring it back, hey, hello, here comes A-Chain, here comes Jonnu Smith, and the speed that they bring. Like, this, to me, if he is on the field by Christmas against the Ravens, I think, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Like a couple of weeks, because just to ramp him up and make him go immediately, to me, feels like that's dangerous. You want to let him get himself going first.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if you feel good about, I know DeMeco Ryans feels really good about the strength and conditioning staff and the training staff working together to make sure these guys are ready to play. And you even if you have the best of those two combined, and you're doing all the work on the side, and this guy's giving you everything you want. He's changing direction. He's exploding. He's stretching it out. He's giving you – I mean, he can literally go full speed and full tilt when he's changing directions. There still ain't nothing like 250, 300 pounds leaning on you, and now you're trying to hold that. You're trying to go the way that the opposite direction that guy is, and now – whatever's wrong with the calf, whatever's wrong with the knee, whatever's wrong with the Achilles, whatever, now you got 250, 300 pounds bearing down on you. That's a different animal. And so I just would rather see him get a few weeks' worth of practice of full speed, a little bit of contact mixed in there at some point in time before we throw him to the Wolves. Again, I would be more worried about the reading and reacting in real time that the Miami Dolphins are fixing to throw at you. Yeah. That's a monster.
All right, Clint, this was a weekend. That was a bye week, so you had to kind of sit back like many of you did and just kind of relax and watch football. And it is hard not to watch these games, from a Texans perspective, and to see like some of these games and watch it and think like, ooh, how do they compare to this? And what do they look like here and all this and that? And I know that was absolutely the case for you, Clint, and you watched some games, and it kind of spoke to you about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's easy for me. I watch all these games through a Texans lens. It's whether it's similar scheme, or it's just the better quarterbacks in the game, or it's an opponent that the Texans are going to play. It's impossible for me to watch any game that's not watching it through the Texans lens. But I do think there's one thing that really stuck out to me, and I think I'm guilty of it. I damn sure know that the fan base overall in general is guilty of it. The expectations for C.J. Stroud. As I watch these guys play, CJ ain't in the same like he's never been and never will be in the same
you saying never will be?
No, yeah. I'm talking about when you watch Pat Mahomes play football and you watch Josh Allen play football and like the way that those guys play, it is a win at all cost. They're winning as much with their feet as they are their arm. In those moments when they're winning with their feet, they're cool, calm, collected. Given the moment to make a last second drive or to make a run for a first down, these guys are doing it so effortlessly that it's ridiculous.
But you don't think CJ even in his own way?
No,
I mean, he's not their same player, but you don't believe that about Burrow, do you?
I think Burrow the Burrow is a good comp to CJ. But I think when you look at the scheme that Burrow's in and the guys that he's played with and how they play offensive football, I still think CJ's not that guy. I've talked about this in breaking CJ Stroud down. I firmly believe that this is the only way CJ Stroud is elite in this league. Tom Brady. It's the only way. I watch those guys play. I watch those guys put their team on their back and how they do it. CJ ain't doing that.
Yeah, but he can put his team on. But we've watched CJ put his team on his back in a different. But it doesn't look like that.
But that's what I'm talking. Well, no, it definitely don't look like that.
No,
these guys are doing it with their legs and their feet, and they're doing it for multiple years. I'm just saying the thought of the way that CJ Stroud is an elite quarterback in this league is the same way that Brady was an elite quarterback in this league. We've talked about it stylistically of how they won last year and kind of juggling the aggressive versus Tom Brady style this year and how it's that is who CJ Stroud is. I think we've been talking about this, like CJ is going to become this quarterback that is similar to those guys, and maybe not the downhill run game that Josh Allen brings to the table, but just affect the game that way. And it's not. I watched that game this week, these games this weekend. I'm like,
is it really those two that stuck out to you? Josh Allen and Mahomes are just from a skill set different and talent, just a complete different talent. But Stafford, I guess you got to throw that in there too.
Yeah, but Stafford's a lot like the Joe Burrow, where it's just the constant driving the football into coverage and the constant.
But you don't think CJ can get to that?
Nope, it's Tom Brady. It's Tom Brady. Period. Point blank. And I know a lot of people are going to look at that as a negative. It's not a negative.
Not Tom Brady.
That is how CJ Stroud is built to win. On time, on schedule, calculated risk. From the pocket, outthinking other people. You watch these other guys, man, it's just like I just don't see how many times we're going to watch Pat Mahomes in a final minute of a game, whether he's driving to put a game away or he's driving to kick a field goal to win it or score a touchdown to win it, and his legs are as much of a factor as his arm is. Whether he's running for first downs or he's scrambling, keeping plays alive, and then dumping the ball down like he did yesterday to Travis Kelce inside to get the first down so that they can kick a field goal with no time on the clock. Like it's just not. I don't believe that's the route that CJ Stroud takes in this league. Mm-hmm. I think I've been open to kind of considering, well, who's he going to be? Where's he going to fit? Like I think he is Tom Brady. He's got to win. He's got to win, and the best CJ Stroud is a Tom Brady, the Tom Brady mold. Period.
Yeah, I think it's too early to go with it. I mean, I'll defer to your. No, you are the what do you say, Tyler? The top five coach.
Ain't no doubt it. Ain't no doubt
in the
about
country.
it.
I'll defer
That's
to
right.
that. But I think it's too early to make the thought that when I look at him and I think he can be Burrow. Burrow doesn't use his legs Josh is as so eloquently put by the Rams coach Sean McVay. He's an alien, and so is Mahomes. I don't know that he can use, but Joe Burrow at times uses his legs. Trust me, he ripped my heart out with his legs before. He uses his legs to get key first downs. I think it's just too early to say CJ can't get to that nature.
I said it. I'll be clear. The Burrow when I'm stylistically, I think Burrow and Stroud are very similar and can be very similar. The difference is Burrow is overly aggressive in vertical shots and just pressure. Like they are going to throw it 82 times a game. They're going to. I mean, that's just who they've been since he's been there.
You don't think that's CJ?
No, I don't. No, I don't think that's.
I
know it's not this system. So we'll never know unless he's.
Aren't they in the same system?
It's the tree. Yes, I mean that is a more, to me, a more vertical, aggressive approach with those two receivers he has, and this one right here is it has to be a little bit more. I just think Brady. My point is, I think Brady is the mold where CJ is elite in this league and wins Super Bowls in this league. I sit around and watch these other guys playing. I'm like, CJ ain't doing those things.
Yeah. All right, coming up news for the weekend is the college football playoff bracket is set, and there was, as we thought there would be, there was some discussion with teams 12 and 13, and that being SMU and Bama. Did the committee get it right putting SMU in? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texas Bowl, baby. Texas Bowl, New Year's Eve at 2:30 p.m. The Baylor Bears and the LSU Tigers will face off. They'll be battling out on the gridiron at NRG Stadium for
6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are back in it here as the Texans prepare to face the Miami Dolphins here at NRG. A big game, a much bigger game for the Dolphins. They're on life support as they need this game. The Texans still have pretty good control of the division and their spot to the playoff. It seems like it's more of a matter of time than any really concern that they won't get in. But the college football playoff, the first 12-team bracket has been determined, and we knew when it went from 1 to 2 and the third team was arguing. I don't know why. Every time I think of the 2-team playoff, I just think of an undefeated Auburn team out of the SEC get left out of the championship game. Then when it moved to 4, we knew we'd get it from 5, and now it's moved get it 13, 14. And right now it came down to SMU and Alabama, and the committee decided to go with the Mustangs. SMU, after they lost at the buzzer to Clemson, who are the 12 seed, the final seed in, they lose to Clemson at the buzzer to lose the ACC championship game after a serious comeback to get that thing tied. The committee goes with them over Alabama. SMU 10-2, no wins against the top 25, but no horrible losses. Their losses are to BYU, who was 10-2 in the Big 12, and to Clemson in the ACC championship game. Alabama 9-3. They went 3-1 against top 25 teams, including a win over the number 2 overall seed Georgia. But they did have some bad losses, although I don't think the Vanderbilt loss is bad. I like on the road, I don't know if that's a bad loss, but they got bum rushed on the road 24-3 by Oklahoma late in the season, which is still hard to explain. But they get left out. Clint, I know you watch this stuff. I know you're big in college football. Did the committee get it right?
Absolutely, they got it right. You can try to sell that Vandy loss as not a bad loss if you want to, but that's out. We're talking Alabama and Vandy here. Yeah, they got it right. They got it right. Look, I mean, I think if we just talk about big picture, moving to 12-team playoff, there's no way in hell that you leave out a team that was undefeated Power 4 conference, and their only loss is to a 10-2 top 20 ranked BYU team. And they're playing in the ACC championship and lose that ball game the way they played to Clemson. There's no way you can set the precedent, or you should. I mean, there's the way they could have. There's no way that you should set the precedent at this point in time that no matter how bad a big brand is in football, they're always going to get in over the other. No matter how many teams get into the college football playoffs, whether it's 4 or 12, the big brand, no matter what they've done, no matter what their season looked like, they're going to get in. They're going to be given that level of forgiveness, if you will, to get in. I think they got it right, and they gave 75% of the college football world, all the universities that aren't a big brand, all the universities that aren't the mainstays in conference championships, all the group of 5 teams that are out there, if they're still called that, I think by doing this, the committee kept the dreams alive for 75% of college football.
They kept the dreams alive. Can I say this? I think they got it wrong, but I'm glad at the decision they came up with. Like I'm glad. I'd rather see SMU than Alabama, but to me, if it's who do you think's the better team on the field? I think if it is who is deserving. Now I think this goes with how you look at things. To me, like you got a team that they went 3-1 against current top 25 teams, right, and challenged themselves And they went on the road to Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin is down, but they went on the road and played that team in the non-conference to go along with their schedule. And then you got another team in SMU that the 2 games they played against top 25 teams, they lost. And this isn't a great Clemson team. Their best win are against Duke and Louisville. And so, to me, I think it's more deserving who you beat. And so, to me, I think Alabama's actually more deserving and the better team, however you roll with it. But I am glad to see SMU in it. I never thought they would do it. I thought, all right, we got a chance to get Alabama and Penn State. Let's go ahead and do Alabama, Penn State. Let's get the name. We might have to deal with some of the small people here going at it and get mad for a day or two or maybe even a week. But really, the Alabama name, that's fine. And I'm surprised they did. I'm glad they did it. But honestly, I think Alabama, to me, honestly, is the better football team and probably deserves to be there.
Yeah, I think deserve is the operative word there. I think that's the one that we can play tug of war over.
Yeah,
like at the end of the day, it's interesting with the committee is because we hear a lot about strength of schedule, right? And it's obviously a big player. But when we're talking about 12 teams getting in, right, there has to be as much more weight. When we're talking about 10, 11, 12, we're not talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, obviously. We're talking about 10, 11, 12. There has to be more weight put on the team. Hey, did you this is your schedule. You're in a power, you can't do anything. You're in a Power 4 conference. There's nothing else you can do, right? This is your schedule right here. Did you consistently show up and put your best ball on the field? And Alabama consistently showed up and failed to put their best – now, they still won a couple of those games, but failed to put their best ball out there. It cost them 3 games where I think SMU showed up and literally for an entire season shocked the ACC to a point where they were 8-0 in that conference. That's to me, I personally put more – I've always been that way. Like, I hated the fact that Ohio State got in over – I can't remember who it was, but it was a tight – they ended up winning the whole thing, so the argument fell flat on its face. But the fact that they got in after losing a game,
they got in over Baylor and TCU.
Yeah, they lost midseason to a 6-6 football team. That's now we're talking about 12 teams, and you're talking about Alabama that did it multiple times. Give me the consistent team more so than the team that we played a harder schedule. Well, we can't control what your schedule looks like before the season starts.
Oh God, I got words back to that. Luckily, we got to go.
I'm sure you tried to sell Vandy as a big win when you're talking about Alabama.
I didn't say a big win. I just said Vandy is not an awful loss. I think Vandy,
terrible loss for Alabama. Absolute terrible.
I think Vandy would have given SMU all they wanted.
Oh, they play a good football team. Good football team. But we're talking about Alabama. We like Bama and Georgia and Texas. We can't go.
I'm going to piss off Tyler a little bit here. But Tyler and you both know what it's like to have to go and say, all right, this week I got to play A&M. Then next week I got to play Georgia. And then next week I got to play Florida. You lived it.
Sure.
To then know the SMU got to go and roll and play. I can't even name some of them low-end the ACs. I know they didn't have Miami on their schedule. I know they didn't have Clemson on their schedule. They didn't even have the top teams in the ACC on their schedule. Like, to get through and go, ooh, we got Pitt this week. Ooh, and then next week we get to follow it up with NC State or North Carolina. Like, it's a difference when Alabama has to get up for every last one of these games. I mean, there's a gauntlet of, hey, who you got? We got Tennessee, Georgia, Vandy, and LSU in a 4-week period. Like, I think there is something.
No, there's definitely there's definitely a difference. I mean, you can make that same argument about Boise State. Make the same argument about Arizona State. I mean, you make there's 12 teams getting in. That argument is very valid for certain teams. You just, like, to me, Alabama's not even the team. Shouldn't even been the 4th SEC team considered. It should have been South Carolina.
Well, they beat them though.
I don't get head-to-head. 2 good football teams go together, and you're going to hold that against somebody, but you're not going to hold it back that you had 3 crappy losses?
It's a difference between the two.
No, I disagree.
One beat them.
I disagree. One finished on a 6-game stretch where they beat several ranked teams. The other one messed the bed and lost by double digits to Oklahoma 2 weeks ago.
But they beat that team. That's why.
That ain't got nothing to do. I mean, that has we're talking 2 good football teams.
2 good football teams, and what's the difference?
One finished the season 6 straight and beat a bunch of ranked teams, and one got skull drugged by OU.
That's a route to go. Or you could say the other one beat Georgia and beat that other good team head to head.
Ah, it's soft. Yeah.
Coming up. All right, listen, the Texans didn't play, but we do have our Man Eye Institute players of the game, and that's around the NFL. We'll get to that coming up next. But before
anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Yes, the Texans were out on a bye week, but that doesn't mean there weren't players of the game, and that doesn't mean we don't have our Man Eye Institute players of the game. And we do. And you can send yours in. And the way we did this was those of you, anybody, whoever in the National Football League yesterday, probably not going to be Kirk Cousins. Whoever on the National Football League, he's going to lose his job, right? Is Michael Penix? I mean, they might have to put Michael Penix in for him. I mean, to try to save the season. They have now slid out of first place with the Bucs winning 3 straight. But yeah, it may not be Kirk Cousins. But who is your player of the game? You can text it in on the text line or on YouTube and Twitch. So anybody in the league that had that you felt was a player of the game, who for you is your player, is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
My Man Eye Institute player of the game happened to be a pilot, Ron. It's not a player, it's a pilot. I don't know if y'all saw this, but the
I have not, but I am very intrigued right now.
Well, Tyler, it's rough in New York right now, brother. It is it's hard times in New York, and old Mr. Mara, he is fresh out of bubble gum. I don't know who paid for it. I don't know the pilot's name, but whatever pilot that is that flew the banner over the New York Giants stadium said, "Mr. Mara, enough. Please fix this dumpster fire." The whoever that gentleman is and whoever paid for it, they are my Man Eye players of the game. We look. I don't.
The dumpster fire.
This will. I mean.
And that was flown prior to the way the game ended.
Yes, before the. By the way, the game ended and they get in field goal range to kick it and win it, and it gets blocked by the Saints. By the way, and I didn't know this. This is the 100th season for the New York Giants, and this is how they're celebrating this thing. By the way, the Giants have lost, have missed the playoffs 11 of the last 13 years. So there's been a serious drought in New York, a real problem. So whoever that gentleman is that paid for it, and whoever that gentleman is that flew that plane and drug that banner around that stadium before the Giants walked out there and showed you exactly why banners are being flown over the stadium. Ron, I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't. Maybe it's me, and I experienced it myself in Miami. With just the level of dysfunction goes on with these $1 billion+ organizations in the NFL blows my mind. I mean,
you saw it on before the season on Hard Knocks.
Ron, it's. I mean, literally, if I were an owner and I'm sitting there, I don't care if it is. I know they're cutting and clipping and taking out parts. If I'm watching Hard Knocks and I hear the 4 or 5 gentlemen that are leading my organization discussing trading Saquon Barkley and literally in the same breath talking about, well, what's our identity going to be? Like, if you're having that conversation, you're a dumbass. You're never going to win. You're having that conversation while the Saquon Barkley decision is being made. Like, you're never going to win. If I were an owner watching, the head coach didn't know what the free agent the free agent period was.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're watching that as an owner, you got to go, man, get these guys up out of here right now. Hey, fellas, Hard Knocks, get the cameras out of the room. Y'all, all of y'all's asses out of here. Like, it's unbelievable how dysfunctional certain organizations are. So it's no surprise that this is where we're at, but that pilot up there, man, that's my Man Eye Institute player of the game.
See some people coming in, Champ Slice, Jonnu Smith, who had the same amount of stats as all of us through 4 quarters, and then in the overtime, he goes 3 catches, 44 yards in a game, and a touchdown. Just repeatedly went after him. I'm going to go with Every time I try to scream louder and louder for Saquon Barkley to be the MVP, that alien, as Sean McVay called him, just does things to shut me up. And my Man I Institute player of the game is Josh Allen. I'll be honest with you. Before yesterday, if you go look at Josh's, and really, to be honest with you, even if you look at him now, if you look at Josh's numbers, and I think he has been the MVP favorite since probably the Chiefs game, they're not really that impressive. I mean, I'm pretty certain that CJ has got him across the board going into yesterday's game, like in yards, touchdowns, except for interception. And then yesterday he throws for 342, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 82 rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. He has 6 touchdowns. Now that lost, by the way, 44-42. But I mean, like, can you name them? He was without his best receiver when the Texans played him. Well, he was without Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid in the yesterday's game. Those two haven't played in a while, and he is raising the level of everybody around him. Josh Allen, absolutely ridiculous. This is his year, at least MVP rise, and that is including with Saquon Barkley, who is right now on track to break Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record, but still doesn't have a chance to win the MVP because Josh Allen is just going crazy.
Yeah,
yesterday was ridiculous.
Dude's a freak, man. It's crazy to watch the way that you talk about carrying a foot. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. So yeah, good to see him, and they reshaped that offense, and good to see them. You know, it seems to be putting him in a position to where he plays significantly better. And I think that the deal in Buffalo too, Ron, is they tried it one way and it wasn't good enough. And they were really good at what they were doing with that aggressive, just shot taking, take all kind of risk with the football kind of deal. And now they've dialed it back completely, and they're really good at this brand of football now as well. Yep. It'll be interesting to see if it'll work, man. Tip my cap to them for just completely being able to I mean, literally, bro, just
it's worked. I mean, it's worked like that. I mean, it's already worked. Now it's how good will it be?
Yeah,
that's the thing. Let these young receivers grow with them. How good will it be down the line? All right, coming up, let's look at the big matchup. All right, the Texans are off the bye week. They got the Dolphins, who got an overtime win against the Jets yesterday. But this is the absolute matchup of the game that we'll be looking at all week long. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, check it out now. If you're dealing with low energy, you're dealing with loss of muscle mass, you're dealing with
business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with your real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome into The Drive. The Drive is live, and we're back at it. We're all together again. There is Tyler. There is Clint. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all having a great time as usual on a Reaction Monday. Remember, we are short today. That's right, correct? Still, we got the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans.
That is correct.
These bye weeks get me. You never know. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans.
I think.
I'm leaving at 5. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans coming up behind us. He also spoke earlier, and he was on In the Loop. You could hear that. He spoke to the media, had some things to say. If you missed it in full, he did talk about the return of Christian Harris and Kenyon Green off of IR and should be practicing this week, and talked about other things. By the way, coming up a little bit later, his reaction. This is the first time we've heard from DeMeco since the Azeez Al-Shaair suspension. You'll hear about that and what he had to say coming up 20 minutes or so. And I got to say, a little tease on that. I'll have some words for how DeMeco handled it.
Hold on,
but we'll discuss that. It's Ron. We'll discuss that coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. But here is DeMeco Ryans earlier today talking about the matchup that he has with the Dolphins. And look, hey, for everything that offense does, it's good to have maybe an extra week to try to figure this thing out against the Dolphins, who put up 30-plus yesterday against a good Jets defense. Here's DeMeco talking about that Dolphins offense.
They have so many different snap points, so many different motions that it's hard to just beat in. You can't hone in on just one thing. If you think you have them down, they change it up. Even in the run game, I just think it's a very multiple run game with a lot of movement that, you have to be on it with your eyes. And this would be an elite test for our eye discipline, right? If our eyes are right, then we could be in a good spot to try to put ourselves in position to make a play. But if your eyes are off at all, they have the chance to really hit you with an explosive play.
All right, as he said, playing with his eyes, and I know many of you know what he's talking about, Clint. I know exactly that you know exactly what he is talking about. But to me, along with that, the matchup to me, and this is it, and it is the Dolphins receivers, and I don't mean just the wide receivers. I mean any of the pass catchers versus the Texans coverage, Clint. This to me will be the greatest test that they have had to deal with all season. And let's see what they got. The Chiefs, the Ravens. After this with the Titans. Yeah, I think this is the toughest test in terms of coverage that the Texans will have to face all year. And it's the speed, it's the eye candy to make you look one way, but really trying to go another way, and everything that they do offensively with their receivers. And this is going to be the test. And I would say, Clint, the closest thing they saw was the game against the Packers in terms of the pass catchers that they can bring to the table. But I still think this is a group that is going to greatly test that secondary and pass coverage for the Texans.
Oh, I think it's going to be the biggest challenge of the year. Probably not probably to it. I think it's the biggest challenge on the schedule. When you talk about the focal point, like the identity of what the Miami Dolphins do, which is all the eye candy with the different motion. They have several different weapons on the field, not necessarily wide receivers and running backs. These guys are legit weapons and can attack you from anywhere, sideline to sideline. They can run it, they can catch it, doesn't matter. That's their identity. And their quarterback is an absolute perfect fit for what they do. When you talk about the ability to anticipate, the ability to he throws a ball that's extremely catchable. You can literally run through it. It's never going to jump on top of you before you know it. It's not going to surprise you. It's in the perfect spot, and it's one of them balls. It's like catching a roll of toilet tissue instead of a brick. Were
you a toilet tissue or a brick?
I didn't have the ability to be a brick. I was a toilet tissue, but I did. There was a guy there was a quarterback at Arkansas with me that I refused to warm up with because he threw bricks. It was awful. It was the worst warm up ever. Zero touch. But just when you talk about the ability to anticipate, when you talk about the ability to accurately throw that quick game and that screen game, get the ball out on time, the arm being able to drop into all the different arm slots, and I mean, it is literally what they do is built to play to the strengths of Tua, and Tua's strengths are, it's a beautiful marriage, right? Yeah, when you throw the football down the field, he doesn't have the big arm like a lot of these guys have. He has plenty of the ability to throw it down the field, but they really lean into what it is that he does really well and his strengths, and boy, is he ever good at it. I mean, he is a magician with the ball within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, and it's impressive to watch. It's fun to watch. We always talk about it, like I watching those teams. Two teams play last night, Kansas City and LA, the Chargers. When you look at the quick game, the screen game, even when they're throwing a 5-step or let's say a 10 to 12-yard route, it's a timing route where the ball's out. It's just, there's so much of that in the game for these good football teams that, boy, when you see a team that's their identity and it's really what makes them go, and you got a guy like Tua, it is really fun to watch.
Yeah, that's the part to me that is scary because it's concerning. I don't say scary. It's concerning because usually what can help the Texans and their pass defense, right? Like we've talked about it. It has been documented that we've talked about it, we've seen it, that it'd be like I've said, boy, they have an uncanny ability to force a quarterback to not hit open receivers that are wide open down the field. But a lot of it has to do with the pressure that they're able to get. And the thing that makes Miami unique, as you said, the quick game is their identity. This is different than what the Texans will face next week with the Chiefs, and the week after that with the Ravens, and obviously with Will Levis. Like, those guys, they'll give you a chance to get them down on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like those teams will give you a chance with Will Anderson and
they'll decide
Hunter.
They won't. You won't have to force them into it. They'll decide.
Yeah, by the way they play, like Danielle Hunter and like the strength, Autry and Barnett, the strength of this team can play a major part to help the secondary. The Dolphins live in quick game. Like that's what the timing. They do is the timing is. It's like, and then sometimes they'll catch you with the quick game, and then bam, they'll try to leak one downfield. But what they do is the way they just play, they take pass rushers out of the game at times because of how quick that is going. So it's going to be a lot on those guys in the back end because they try to take away the ability for guys like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to affect the game like they normally would. Like I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson the next weeks after that have a chance to really affect the game against the Chiefs and Ravens. This one, they're going so quick. The ball gets out of Tua's hands by design so quick in those dropbacks that it's going to be a lot on the secondary to have to defend it.
Well, it's interesting because I think if you look at the games where the Texans defense, or even the moments when the Texans defense has done their best work, it's been like bringing the pressure, take away the quick game, and you're taking a risk of them throwing the football over the top. Now, the majority of quarterbacks the Texans have played have missed those over-the-top throws, and so it hasn't hurt them as much. Now, it did obviously a couple of times against the Titans, and it has a couple of times throughout the year. So my point in saying all that is like the strength schematically of the Texans is to squeeze those quick throws and not give the easy quick throws, force the quarterback to hold it so that pass rush can get home, it's going to be strength on strength, right? Or is all the window dressing and motions and picks and all this kind of stuff, is that enough for the Dolphins and Tua to stay out of trouble and keep him from getting hit? Or do they eventually get into the mode where they have to, now they're squeezing us so tight, we got to throw the football over the top. And at that point in time, can they hold it long enough, and can Tua get the ball there? It really is what the Texans do well schematically. What they by in theory, what they do is squeezing those quick throws is exactly what Miami wants to do. So you wonder, strength on strength, how good of a matchup is that? I mean good as in entertainment value for us. That's going to be a fun watch.
Yeah, I think they gotta be really, and they're equipped to do this. I think, which is a good thing for this. I think, to me, they got to be really physical.
Texans?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, to me, like Kamari can't play on his heels. To me, I think he's got to come up and just get hands on them within the first 5 yards. If he's getting matched up with Waddle and everything, because to me, making him play on his heels, that's a concern, because he's gonna have to play. Like, to me, that's what I think is, you got to play how they're going to get the ball out quick. We'll get physical and knock them off their routes and mess up the timing. To me, that's got to be the route. And Kamari Lassiter's shown to be able to do that. And this has to be one of those games where Derek Stingley is special Derek Stingley. Right, and
you're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
I don't know that I'm sending Derek Stingley to just travel with Tyreek Hill. I don't know that that's an idea of what I want to do. I'd probably just bracket him, but Derek Stingley, whoever he is on, they're gonna need him to be the Derek Stingley, like the one that played against the Cowboys, and CeeDee Lamb. They're gonna have to have him be that guy to come up and have one of his special games that we know he is.
I think this is a good question. I think this is more of a stay in form, if you will. Stay where you're at, left corner, right corner, safeties. Be where this is more of a real true. Be where you're supposed to be, even if flow is taking you away, even if motion is taking you away. Be where you're supposed to be, no doubt about it, because the ball is going to end up coming back your direction. So I think you just stay in scheme and leave guys be and play football. I think that's the big key here. You start trying to chase Tyreek and Waddle and Jonnu Smith around and H-Han around, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I think to me, it would scream potentially the other way with all that speed, but I think you have to be aggressive with that speed. And to know, they're gonna make some plays. They're going to, you're not going to hold their receivers down. They're going to be indoors. They're going to be in a good track. Tyreek Hill is going to make some plays. It's just Tyreek Hill can't go 12 for 170, and then Waddle go off too. Jonnu Smith, I think, is included into this. He is a tight end that has good speed. That could be a matchup issue as well, and how they handle that. Just know they're going to make some plays, but do what the Texans have done mostly throughout the year, Clint, and that is they give up some plays and give up some yards, but they just, they don't just completely break all the way through. Someone texted in and said, don't forget we played the Lions. Yeah, I know you played the Lions. And they've got a good offense. The Lions, to me, is more of the total package with the running backs or whatever. I still don't think the pass catchers, and I'm not saying they don't have some good ones with the tight end Laporta as well, but what these guys bring to the table, it's just a game-changing speed nature that could change things in a blink.
Absolutely. I don't know. Is there anybody out there with the collection of speed that these guys have?
No, especially when you talk about the running backs. It's H-Chain, but there's another guy back there that's got big speed. They drafted that they use a lot of.
Mostert?
No, they didn't. This dude has forced Raheem to the bench.
Right.
There's another guy that's high speed they have coming out of the backfield. So this is going to be a unique thing, and that's why, to me, I'd say you got to be aggressive.
Yeah,
you got to be aggressive with them jokers. Try to physically put them in the ground right off the snap, right off the ball. So it'll be a fun one to watch because that, to me, is going to be the big matchup. All right, reaction to me of another record-setting contract in sports, and I do think there is a bit of an Astros angle to this. As Juan Soto, he got paid, and not by the Yankees. He got paid by the Mets. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, no reason to wait, man. Go ahead and buy that dream home that you done found, man. If you love it, man, buy that sucker right now. Here's how you can do it.
inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's the Drive, Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, in a NFL Sunday, big news came across: the largest contract in professional sports. Here in America, the Mets, they land Juan Soto on a 15-year, $765 million deal.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
That's right, the Yankees lost him, and listen, he didn't do the Ohtani thing where he deferred this stuff like 30 years from now or 20 years from now. No, Jack, it's right now. This 765 right now from Juan Soto.
Smokes!
And hey, you have a career year, you finish third in the MVP, and bam, here you go. And I'll be honest with you, I think this is a couple of things from an Astros perspective, and I'm wondering where you, not an a-hole's perspective, as I think Tyler thought I said, from an Astros perspective.
From an ass perspective here.
One, I think this is not just good, but great because I think the Yankees actually just lost their best player. Like if you were to tell me right now,
I agree with that.
Who right now, who could you pick to be on the team? You got to pick one, him or Judge, and I would pick him. He just does more. The way he walks, the way he hits for power, the way he gets on, he seems to be much, much more clutch in the moment than Aaron Judge is. He is, to me, their best player, so I think that helps.
I thought you meant like way he was. I was like,
no, the way base on balls.
Yeah,
let me get that.
When you first said, I was like, really, the way?
The way he swings his hips, the way the way he skips, the way. Yeah, his on base percentage is just crazy. He's got that Bregman like eye. So
well,
I think,
while you're there, all joking aside, there is something about that swag. There's something about the juice. There's something about There's something about the energy that dude. And I don't. He's one of those guys for me. I will never like him unless he plays for my team. But there's no doubt about it. Like there's a juice and energy that comes with a dude, and now with that contract, it's even turned up even more. But yeah, that's an organization changing.
Oh yeah.
Type of energy a guy can bring to a team. I think. You know what I mean?
He's got a little Correa, Correa there, where a lot of people don't like him unless he's on your team.
Unless he's yours.
The charisma.
But the other part to this, from an Astros perspective, is I know some of y'all won't admit it. Although, Tyler, you might. Some of you all may not admit it. If I were an Astros fan, I would be a little jealous of the Mets. And the reason why I say that is, like, if you're an Astros fan, you know you're not signing Kyle Tucker. The odds are you would be more floored or if they gave the years and the money that it would take to get Kyle Tucker. Hell, those of you who maybe think, hey, Framber, probably won't sign Framber. Yeah. And it's like none of them. And, I think the Mets and the Dodgers and the Yankees, they operate at the, almost at a different level of high market teams. But the Astros, it's not even one of them that they'll do it for. It's just like you'll never, if you get a player that, that's the deal. If the Astros, who are the fourth biggest market in the country, if they got a player, and I think he's not quite Soto, but he's really, really good in Kyle Tucker. They got a player like that, he's gone. You're not signing him. And that's the thought process that other mid-market teams think. Listen, I'm not saying you do like the Mets and put a full team together like this, but there's just not, the Astros are never even going to come close. Like right now, I would think that Kyle Tucker's fair offer is somewhere between 8 to 10 years and probably 3 something. which there are going to be plenty of teams that are in smaller markets than Houston that will do it. But the Astros will never. It seems like right now will never pull the trigger and do that. And that's that to me. If I'm an Astros fan, that's got to be a little bit frustrating.
Oh, it's extremely frustrating when you're signing old washed up dudes that don't pan out at first base. I mean that's the. You're in a championship window and you got a position to fill at first base where there's some legit options that could change a season, and you bring in a guy that is on his last leg and hell comes to Houston just to get it kicked out from underneath him. That's the frustrating part. I don't look at the Astros and go, boy, I wish you operated like the Yankees or the Mets or the Dodgers.
I think they're reckless, a little bit.
Well, and apparently they can be, right? So to each their own. And you look at the Astros, they've had a ton of success not operating that way. But to your point, I think there comes a time when it's a homegrown guy, when maybe your system isn't as healthy as it once was, where you just got the next coming up after the next prospect coming up. There just comes a time when you gotta pony up and keep a guy, and we'll see what the Astros do, especially with a guy like Tucker. We'll see what the Astros do, but I agree, if you're constantly letting those guys walk the way they did with some guys previously, and other teams are reckless, boy, it gets tough to not land a little bit somewhere in the middle at least.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch saying outside of Altuve and Yordan, but really, those are on their terms though. Still, Yordan Alvarez did them a favor. Yordan Alvarez signing for $116 million. Yes, to most people that is a huge amount of money. But Yordan Alvarez left. I mean, he could have said, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'll wait this thing out. And if Yordan Alvarez was on the open market right now, the Astros wouldn't even do it. His contract, he'll be 31 when that thing ends. And if he is still swinging the bat like he does, like he has been,
right?
Astros gonna try to hit him up a little 4 to 6 year deal like they're doing with Bregman right now. And not serious about, getting any of those guys. Now, it has worked for them, and they've been able to piece things together. They've been able to lose a Springer and then Tucker coming up in the system to replace. They've been able to lose a Garrett Cole and then Framper's coming up. And they've got – I don't know if that's something that's sustainable that you can keep doing. And that's the part I think that would be frustrating me is, I'm not saying go get all of them, but damn it, they could get 2 or 3 of them. They could get they could sign Kyle Tucker if they wanted to me, they could get. I'm not saying you got to go, and it ain't gonna take $765. They could go sign Kyle Tucker, but we'll see what it looks like. But congratulations to him. $765, boy, go do your thing. Sliding over to the Mets. Bobby doesn't have to move. Can just kind of just chill and do his thing.
Well, I know he got them Yankees fans in a tizzy, don't he?
Well, it's because they're hurt, and they're hurt because right now, if they could, they would move Judd and keep him. It's what they would do. They would rather do that, but no, they gotta chill there. All right, coming up, if you missed it, DeMeco Ryans, he spoke about the Aziz Al-Shaair suspension for the first time, and you want to hear what he had to say. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, I've known this, but I need to.
$100 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's a Reaction Monday. Wanted to pass across a little news. Want to get to DeMeco Ryans, his reaction and response to the questions of Azeez Al-Shaair. Knew that was coming today. It's the first time we've heard from the quarterback or from the head coach since his linebacker was suspended by the league for 3 games and it was upheld. But a little news. One of DeMeco's favorites, Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson, according to Ian Rappaport, has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs, and it is on their practice squad. Imagine he will find his way to their main roster as soon as he can get ready. Had a workout today, and I believe he is still living on his farm here, but had a workout today and has signed with the practice squad for the Chiefs. So Steven Nelson, the Texans may see him in 2 weeks, right? You would know, Clint, corners, how long it takes corners to get ready, especially a veteran corner like him who's been around Andy Reid. Now, he didn't play in this system with Steve Spagnuolo, but he's been around Andy Reid, a veteran guy. I wouldn't be surprised if Steven Nelson is on the field against the Texans. Not because they play him next Saturday, not this upcoming Saturday, but the Saturday after.
Well, look, at this point with the Chiefs, it's like, you're between a rock and a hard place. You have no choice. You're signing guys. You're signing best available because you don't have anybody to play, right? You don't have anybody. You damn sure don't have anybody you trust to play.
That's more or less, yeah. You don't have people you trust.
So you're trying to find people. You're trying to find bodies, that veterans that at one point were really good. If you get them in here and they're able to go after 3 or 4 practices or at least 3 or 4 days in the building, so be it. And look, you get somebody nicked up this Sunday. Then they play. Who they got this Sunday?
They got Jameis.
Oh yeah,
they got the Browns.
So do they end up having to force him into action again because they're so thin from a depth perspective? We'll see. But yeah, in 2 weeks,
I would imagine he'll probably be on the field to play.
Well, their corner is better than anybody. I don't know from a talent standpoint how he fits in, but they definitely got active in uniform.
There's only one corner over there. If Steven Nelson has played the way he's played the last 2 years, I've said this, and I said this last year. Steven Nelson is not the same player that I covered in Kansas City, where he was handsy, and I used to say he's a defensive holding waiting to happen. Mm-hmm. Now, he's not a perfect player, but if he plays to the level he's played the last 2 years, I've said I thought he was the Texans' most consistent corner the last 2 years, right? With the injuries that Stingley has had and kind of the ups and downs, Steven Nelson was probably the most consistent corner the last 2 years. So he would definitely be an upgrade. There's nobody in that room that's I think if he's playing at that level, better than him, with the exception of Trent McDuffie. So this will be somebody they try to get on the field, and the Texans might see him.
Yeah.
So that's the latest there. The latest here, DeMeco spoke to the media and spoke about, good Lord.
Come on, get it out now. Come on.
Woo, boy. Ah. Sorry about that. He spoke to the media, still not getting better, about the suspension from Al-Shaair. Here is DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, it's going to hurt losing Azeez, but we're pressing forward. We're on to Miami. Nothing we can do about that. We're on to Miami, and that's our focus. That's the main thing for us right now, is how do we go out and handle Miami.
I feel like a team is something additional you all can rally around, not having one of your leaders on the team.
Yeah, for us, as I said earlier, we've moved on from that, and it has no bearing on what we're doing right now. Our focus is on Miami.
All right, that was DeMeco and his response to the Al-Shaair thing. They tried him twice, fellas. I'm going to need a full break. They tried him twice. They tried him twice, and he would not take the He would not take the fight to potentially continue the fight that the Texans have over the last few days. And I got to say, DeMeco, I've been very clear on these airwaves and on this show that I did not think the way that the Texans decided to go about handling the Al-Shaair situation after Sunday was the right route. And even after the dismount of what Aziz posted, I came on the show. You guys weren't here, but I came on the show and I said, at some point, who is going to stop this?
Somebody needs
Who's
to.
going to put the fire out? Who's going to stop adding fuel to it? Somebody's got to be the adult, put the fire out. And I got to give you credit. DeMeco, clearly, they had some conversations, and DeMeco said, "Yo, hey man, we got to stop. We got to stop this." And he's going full Belichick. He's on to Miami. He said it multiple times. I'm on to me, and they have got to calm the flames to this thing, if not put it out. And to me, with that, nobody else is going to ask about it in the media. Like when he comes to the media Wednesday, they're not going to ask about it. Now they might ask maybe after games what it was like missing him on the field, but it's not going to be anything about the suspension. They've shut that up, and it is just that quick. One person, one leader, come in and put it out, and nobody's going to talk about it. And I think they had to do it. As emotionally cool and as 6 to midnight as Tyler, I'm sure, was, and many of you were about, like Aziz coming out and letting it ride and then rolling. Like somebody had to calm the waters.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
And let's move. Yes, that he did that the day before. Somebody had to calm the waters, and I give DeMeco all the credit. I think they needed to come off of this and be focused on the right thing.
Yeah, look, I'm not surprised that this is where DeMeco's landed. I'm shocked that the approach that he and Nick and the organization had last week was what it was. I don't think it helped anything at all. If anything, at this point in time, between their comments and Aziz's statement, then followed up by the tweet, I think there's a really good chance that it put the Texans defenders, the entire defense, in the crosshairs of the officials moving forward in terms of almost appearing to just blatantly have disregard. It would not even talk about the play, just talking about your response to what we all watched unfold. It seems like there's just a blatant disregard for what the league is trying to do, which in this instance is protect their most valuable assets, which are the quarterbacks. And so I think this is more along the lines of what I expected from DeMeco Ryans anyway. I expected that, to be honest with you, I expected the Belichick approach from Nick Caserio, and I expected something very similar from DeMeco Ryans. I didn't think it would take Monday of game week to get it from him. I thought that's what we would have got originally. So
they definitely stoked the flames like that.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. That's yeah. And again, I look at it from the outside looking in. I don't have any emotions whatsoever. For the player and the character assassination and making this thing bigger than it needs to be. But the reality of it is you got to be better. You can bitch and complain all you want about it. You can talk all you want in the media. All you're going to do is, if your players go out there and continue to do it, it's going to hurt you from a penalty perspective. And if the coach and the GM, continue to push at the league, all it's going to do is keep you in the crosshairs of the officials on Sunday. So it's a lose-lose.
Yeah. So it's from Cornbread on YouTube and Twitch, or maybe the bye week. Maybe bye week is over and Miami is up. They focus on the game. Yeah.
Should have done that 2 weeks ago.
Or just last.
That's what I meant. Last Monday.
Yeah, as I said last week, they've made, as you said just now, it became a bigger thing from their end than it had to be, day by day, and kept bringing it up and really basically in a way of taking a shot at the league multiple times, of the people who determine things, and it was it was needing to calm down, because today they could have continued. Like, he could have continued and said, no, we don't, like, even more to the to his character and all this, and they just, hey, it's over, we move past, we're on to Miami. And I think it was the right tactic to go with, and nobody's going to talk about it anymore. And I think that was the route that they needed to go. From the text line coming through, the drive is the worst show on 610. Thanks for listening.
It's all right.
I wonder, like, when
ratings seem to disagree, but that's all right.
I wonder when that guy types that in. I wonder if he thinks,
oh, I'm getting them here.
Got him here, baby.
Oh, they're gonna be so angry. Nah, we don't know you, fool.
Got him.
What'd you do? What'd you say for him to say that?
Got him down, baby. Did him. And you, the sucker, listening.
Letting us all up in your ear holes.
Listening tight.
Silly goose.
And I want to say this to you, sir, or ma'am. We blatantly, certainly appreciate you listening to. Thank you.
Sure as hell do.
It's because you don't miss what's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Tell you that right now. You'll love it. You'll love it. What you got? Got coming up in the
worst show continue, baby. Hey, look, I was watching ball this weekend, man. A weekend with a bye week. We get to watch all the games as much as we want and much as we can stomach. Saturday, Sunday, all great football was played, man. It is blatantly obvious. We've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud and good, bad, where does he fit, what should he do, what's going on here. To me, after watching Sunday, it is blatantly obvious. C.J. Stroud's path to greatness, the Texans' path to Super Bowls. It's one lane, boys and girls. It's one lane, and it's not like the great quarterbacks we watched play yesterday. I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Low T Center. Fellas.
dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, the crew is back together after T-Meal, taking a little 3-day hiatus, 4-day hiatus, wasn't a 3-day, and getting back at a 2-day jaunt. Went up to the Hill Country, take a peek at a couple of different things I needed to look at, and we're all back to join you here, Ron.
That's right.
We're back, baby. We are back. Big shout out to everybody out there.
Bye week over. Let's go.
Yeah, bye week's over. Game week. Got the Dolphins. The big shout out to everybody out there listening to us. Twitch, YouTube. Greatly appreciate y'all. Sorry that you got to look at Ron's blind tips again still this week. They ain't quite grown out. You keeping those?
We'll see.
Okay, you're going to check on that. But big shout out for everybody listening. Odyssey app. If you hadn't downloaded the Odyssey app, please do so. AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go, whether it's working out, the office, at home, wherever it may be. If you got that Odyssey app downloaded, you always got us right there at your fingertips. Something happens, breaking news, boom, you can tune in, and we will absolutely be on top of it. So big shout out to everybody out there that's tuned in, dialed in, locked in to Sports Radio 610 on the regular. Tell your mom and them about us, and get them locked in. Ron, I watched a lot of football. With the bye week this week for the Texans, I was able to watch a lot of NFL football, man. And everything I do, it's become a habit for me. I'm not sure if I appreciate it or not, but I know it's good for work. I watch every football game. If it's NFL, I watch it through a Texans lens. If it's college football, I watch it through an Arkansas lens. And that Arkansas lens is awfully painful, has been of late. But the Texans lens is what I want to talk about. Ron, I watched Kansas City last night versus the Chargers. Not the whole game, quite a bit of it. I watched the Buffalo game and watched Josh Allen go out there. The Buffalo Bills and the L.A. Rams, watched Josh Allen go out there and do something.
What a game that was.
How about that? Do something that nobody has ever done. 3 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns in one game. And as I'm watching those two guys in particular, I can't help but think about C.J. Stroud's game. 713-572-4610. Y'all text in, call in. Tell me if I'm crazy. But I think as we've watched this year unfold in particular, because the expectations last year were very low, relatively speaking. Coming into this year, we're talking top 3, top 5, top 6, 7 quarterback in the league.
That was the thought, yeah. Top 5.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that CJ can't be there, but I think for me personally, we came into the season talking about, all right, can he juggle the more aggressive style of play with what he did last year and kind of find his groove and do his thing, and what is, who is CJ Stroud long term? How high is the ceiling? Yada yada yada. And Ron, after watching these games this weekend, man, it's blatantly obvious to me that C.J. Stroud's path to playing the quarterback position long-term at an elite level, and I think which obviously directly impacts the Texans' ability to make runs at Super Bowls year in, year out, like be legit contenders and not as if you mention them in Super Bowl contender, folks laugh at you, like legit year in, year out. I think it's blatantly obvious that C.J. Stroud's path is that of Tom Brady. It's that of what we saw him do last year. A lot of people think it's a boring brand of ball. A lot of people think it's not near as sexy as what some of these other guys are able to do. But I watch Pat Mahomes, whether you're talking about the way he handles pressure in the pocket, the way he keeps plays alive with his feet, the control that he has in all those moments, the way that in the biggest moments of the game, his feet are more are used just as much, if not more, than his arm in terms of keep moving the chains and getting into field goal range, getting critical first downs to be able to kick a field goal with no time on the clock instead of giving the team an extra minute or minute and a half. You watch Josh Allen, clearly that's a different skill set with his ability to run and throw. I don't think C.J. Stroud is ever going to be that type of quarterback. Like that.
No, I don't.
Like he's not ever going to be either one of those guys. He's not ever going to wow people the way that those guys play and wins consistently. I think I've been willing to entertain this more aggressive approach this year because I heard them talking about it. I am completely 100% sold that it's got to be, they all have to overly commit to what they did last year in the way that ultimately Brady won football games.
Yeah, for me, I think I can still see. First off, yes, CJ is not going to play the game the way that Stafford was in that game. Stafford and the sidearm deliveries and the throws. Although CJ has been a little bit more of has a little bit more of arm talent than we thought maybe he did when he came out, just in the different type of throws and the different ways that he could throw the football. But no, he's never gonna. I mean, he's not Josh. Josh and Pat and Lamar, and like they're kind of. They got, as you would say, eject buttons that maybe some others don't. But I don't think Joe Burrow has an eject button, and I think Joe Burrow can be the best quarterback and could have the ability to be the best quarterback in football. And I think that C.J. Stroud, I would not give up the thought based off what he's done through 30 games or so. I think it's too early to not think he couldn't be Burrow. So I think there is a space where that guy could be a top 3 quarterback in his own way. I think he can put a team on his back. I mean, we've watched him do it before. I just think he differently. And as you said, if it's Brady, sure. I think there's a little bit more athletic nature to his game than Brady. I think he could do maybe physically do a few more things that Brady maybe had limitations to. Now, obviously, all of the intangibles and all of the other stuff and everything that he can see, he's not reached that level yet. But I don't know. I mean, I don't watch him and think, like, when I watch Josh Allen and those guys, that, his eject button isn't that. But I do think he can put his team on his back, and that he will eventually – I still think that there is a chance that he can play and be right with those guys. Like, can compete in the game right with those guys the way that I think Burrow does.
Yeah, no, I do. I think Burrow is a good comparison. And I do think that scheme wise they play a little different brand of ball, and even though it's the same offense, they do seem to be a little bit more aggressive with the weapons that they have in Cincinnati. And the one thing that Joe has done is I think Joe has weathered the storm of getting the hell beat out of him, better than most. And so I don't believe that's the approach for C.J. Stroud either, is to sit in there and be able to take punches on the chin over and over and over again. I think C.J. Stroud absolutely can compete with the greats. I just think C.J. Stroud, his best quarterback, the best quarterback that he can play in the Texans' chance to win football games and to constantly be a contender and have a chance to beat the top-tier football teams, he's got to be unbelievably efficient, accurate, on time from the pocket. I just the more you get him running around, and it is, he's made some plays out there, made a lot of plays out there this year. It's not the controlled. I'm in complete control and comfortable with what I'm doing. It's running around backyard football, making a couple of plays. I don't believe that takes the Texans to Super Bowls consistently. Yeah. I think being elite from the pocket, staying upright, protecting himself, I just believe that's where C.J. Stroud's sweet spot is and where he's going to land in the quarterback sphere, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, his ability to kind of fix problems or hide problems around him the way that I think Josh and Lamar and Mahomes are able to do. Yeah, I don't think he has that skill set quite like they do. Yeah. But I think he's got to do it in a different way. Somebody on the text line running in and said, "Geez, Dirty, just call him a game manager and be done with it."
I would be.
What you would?
I would be the best quarterback that we've ever seen play the game. The winningest quarterback we've ever seen to play the game was a game manager. Yes, I think that's a fair statement. Is that I would say leaning more into a game manager approach and less into let free runners come through, playing outside the pocket, ad-libbing, using your legs. Yes, I think that's fair with assessment of what I'm saying. I think C.J. Stroud is the best version of C.J. Stroud is from the pocket, on time, ball out, staying ahead of the chains, and letting the playmakers around you make plays. Absolutely, I think that is the best. I think that's the best way to win consistently. Now I think they can. He's good enough. I think. I don't know if instinctually if he has that. Because again, you watch these guys, man. Like again, Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes is a willing runner. He's not a great runner. He in big moments the defense bails and dude goes and gets 12 and goes down the sideline and gets 15 and go like it's just. I don't know if C.J. Stroud has that. He didn't
always do that. Like, I mean, his game has grown in a way that I think C.J.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, I'm not saying it can't. I'm just telling you right now what I've seen, what I think. I could be dead ass wrong. I mean, hell, I've been dead ass wrong. I just think, based on what I've seen, that there is a. People look at the game manager label as such a negative. If you could give me an elite game manager right now, I'd take him over any other type of quarterback. If you gave that to me before I ever saw, say, hey, this guy's going to be an elite game manager, I'll take him over some wild arm or some crazy athlete. You just roll the dice and hope it works. Yes, I think he's got an above average arm in the league, but he's never going to be on the level of Matt Stafford or from a strength or arm talent standpoint. So, I mean, I think there's a path that CJ takes to greatness. And while we're sitting here juggling this aggressive stuff and handling pressure and off script, off platform and quick, now we're talking quick game and screens, which I've been dying on that heel for a year now. I just think that's where he lands. I think that's what the conversation in this organization needs to be moving forward. For C.J. Stroud and for the Texans to be like legit Super Bowl contenders. It's really what they've done. They've asked him to do, and he's been better at over the last 5 since the Detroit game. But yeah, I think.
And you're not saying he can't be elite playing that style. He can be elite playing that style.
The best quarterback we've ever seen in terms of winning games.
I think that may be what some people are hearing.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's two guys you talk about right now. Is Pat Mahomes better than Tom Brady? Right? I mean, Tom Brady is the epitome of what I'm talking about. So if that offends you, I'm sorry. But you're taking it right. You're taking it exactly what I'm saying. I think C.J. Stroud is going to be when he's playing his best quarterback, when the Texans are winning games and putting the best offensive product out there. I think from a sexy what am I looking for? A sliding scale of sexiness. I think Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and even Burrow standing in there and getting hit all the damn time trying to drive the football down the field, by the way, with injuries, right? Even he's over here. And I think Tom Brady's on the other end of it, and I think CJ needs to lean hard towards Tom Brady and less towards the other bigger name guys that are playing right now.
Text line coming through. Well said, Clint. All true until he proves otherwise.
Like you said, he very well.
I just want to give him the ability to prove otherwise, like to continue to grow.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Ron, I guess, and this is probably how I should have couched it, is I don't want to sit around and wait. Like I don't want him to try. Like I don't want him to do what Josh Allen did for 90% of the. How many years Josh been in the league? 5, 6, 7, right? I mean, 5. I don't know if he's been in the league 6 or 7, but all but 2 of those years. He has taken a beating. He's turned the football over, all to figure out, hey man, you need to be a little bit more. You need to be a little bit more conservative. We need to run the football. We need to use your legs. Like I don't want them to wait. I've seen enough from C.J. Stroud where I would be, if I'm coaching him right now, I'm pushing C.J. Stroud to be Tom Brady and not nowhere near the aggressive Joe Burrow, the aggressive Pat Mahomes, the aggression of old school Josh Allen. No, I'm just not doing it. I'm pushing him towards that game manager, boring, whatever you want to call it. I absolutely love it, and I think it wins games. So, nonetheless, that's what my Texans lens led me to that right there, watching the Chiefs and the Bills somehow. So hope y'all enjoyed it. By the way, guys, I don't know if y'all are paying attention. I know you are. College football, primetime, Deion Sanders, he's absolutely killing it across the board. He's absolutely killing it across the board. And look, I don't blame players for hitting the portal. I don't blame players for sitting out of bowl games. Do whatever you want to do. I want the dogs. But damn it, when somebody does it the old school way, if you want to call it that, but when somebody's got players that want to play, that playing for your teammate means something, even if they got to risk a little something, I absolutely love it. It turns me on, man. And primetime, they're playing BYU in the Valero Alamo Bowl. And this is what Deion Sanders had to say when he was asked about his players and guys sitting out or not.
Yeah, but plethora of seniors that are pro-bound. And guess what? Every last one of them are going to play. We don't tap out. We don't sit out. It's a blessing to play this wonderful game. Our kids are going to play. We got a kid that's probably going to pick up, not probably, what I'm talking about, matter of factly going to pick up the Heisman Trophy this week, and he's going to play. We got another quarterback who picked up an award last weekend, and he's going to play. We have receivers that I know are going pro, and guess what? They're going to play. So we cannot wait to put on our best suit and our best uniform because we're the home team, and we're going to play, and we're going to come there to have a good time.
Now Prime is boy, he's letting them know. Valero is loving that. That, by the way, that's got to be all the Valero bowl game folks that are putting this thing together, hoping to sell a boatload of tickets and advertising.
Thank you, Dion.
Prime is.
Thank you, sir.
Prime is golden, ain't it?
There you go, baby. I hope Travis Hunter does to him.
Helping out the lowly sales folks out there for that.
I hope Travis Hunter doesn't listen to him.
Doesn't listen to him. Why not?
I don't think it's a good move for his own son. I mean, that's your boy. But Travis Hunter shouldn't play against BYU. By the way, when did the Alamo Bowl just slip in two teams from the same conference to play each other?
When I saw that, I thought, wait a minute.
Is that just me?
I got away from me. I didn't catch that.
I don't think they played each other this year.
Well,
but,
the Alamo. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Alamo Bowl used to be Big 12, Pac-12.
Pac-12. So I guess they.
I guess said let's take all of those teams and throw them into
Big 12. Big 12. I don't even think. I don't even know if BYU was ever even in the Pac-12.
Colorado was, weren't they?
Colorado was, I guess. So
they took Colorado was Big 12 right before they came back.
No, they were Pac-12.
I'm sorry, Pac-12 before they came back.
Yeah.
And BYU is now Big 12.
No, they both are.
It's a tough time for all these organizations, man.
Hell, they ain't played together. They played this year, so hell, you might see some of these SEC teams play each other.
A little disappointed in that matchup, though. I was hoping to get Colorado matched up against somebody else.
Yeah.
And no offense, BYU.
And to me, that's why Travis should not play.
Sounds like he's gonna bring the Heisman to the bowl game.
It sounds like he is. I don't think it's a great idea. Shedeur, I mean, that's your father, so I mean, he's the one making the decision. Because the last thing Travis needs to do is to have what that happened to that linebacker at Notre Dame.
Cowboys drafting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't do that. All right, coming up, we told you earlier, you got a chance to win Rockets tickets to that knockout round of the NBA Cup against the Golden State Warriors. Your chance, though, coming up in the next segment. Don't miss it. Your chance. The caller number, well, we'll let you know, but 713-572-4610. Call in and you'll win a pair of Rockets tickets. That's next.
Y'all know all about Daisy Sour Cream, right? If you lived a little bit, you know all about Daisy.
reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio and live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it right now. Caller number 6. You know what? Check that. Caller number 2. They are the number 2 seed.
Wait, I was caller number 6, man. What the hell?
No, I changed my mind.
Oh, 2.
Caller number 2. They're the number 2 seed in the Western Conference right now. The Houston Rockets, your chance right now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 2, your chance to see your Houston Rockets take on the Golden State Warriors in the quarters of the NBA Cup December 11th. Right here in Houston at Toyota Center, you can win those tickets right now, 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you and get you on the line right now. Your chance. And listen, they have been playing very, very well. Got another win over the weekend. They are 16-8, the number 2 seed, or the second best record in the Western Conference behind the Thunder. Not to mention they just beat the Thunder last week in a really good game as well in Toyota. So
I want to get to a game, boys.
This is
we need to get to a game. Can we do it together? What do you think? What do you think, Tyler? You think you can pull it off?
I'm very down.
Tyler's been the one this year.
Don't let that A&M game you attended. Don't let that ruin it for you for a year now.
No. Just the maroon and white ruined.
Oh, okay, got you.
Just this time, you should also be able to see Steph Curry, and who knows what Draymond's going to do. They didn't play the last game, and somehow the Rockets lost to the Warriors without Draymond or Steph Curry. But this time, it's for the NBA Cup, baby. It's for the NBA Cup, so stay tuned for
I need to know more about the NBA Cup.
No, right now.
I don't think I realized how long it lasts.
Yeah, it's through the season right now, knockout rounds. Then they go to the quarters, then the semis. The semis are in Vegas, standalone games, and then they play the championship game in Vegas, and the boys get paid. So, but stay tuned for that. Hopefully the Rockets can make a Pacers-like run and really get on the scene and play some. It's not playoff basketball by any means, but it did feel like at least last year, especially when they got to Vegas, it was a step above regular season play. So stay tuned for that. All right. SMU Bama. That was the argument. And Clint, I want to say this on the front end. I am really, really happy that those kids at SMU got a chance to get in because listen, their resume is not better than Alabama's, especially when you look at the wins. It's not even close. But they did get to their conference championship game, and somehow Dabo just keeps pulling these out the hat in some form or fashion, but because they most definitely would not have gotten in unless they won the conference championship. And so I'm happy, and I can't wait to see SMU and your boy Rhett and see what they do against Penn State because I think they can beat Penn State. We saw Oregon all around the field against Penn State. I think that SMU has a chance to potentially get James Franklin fired at Penn State if they lose that game to SMU. But if I'm just completely being honest, and to me the two criterias are, all right, who's the best team? Are we getting at the at-larges? Are we putting in the best at-large teams? And to me, I think that Alabama is better than SMU. I think on the field, if they went played right now, I think Alabama would be favorite, and I believe Alabama would win the game. And I think when you look at deserving, and to me, when I look at deserving, the first thing I look at, well, who did you beat? And Alabama has 4 wins against ranked opponents. And sometimes ranked opponents can be a thing, like 3 wins against ranked opponents. And sometimes that could be a thing. Like LSU is not one of those wins. And I think LSU is a team that would give SMU hell. And you look at that, their best wins against Georgia, they beat Missouri, they beat and they beat South Carolina, and then you look over there, and it's Duke and Louisville. So, to me, I'm glad SMU is in, but I do think Alabama is the better team, and to me, with their wins, the more deserving team.
Yeah, I disagree. I just disagree wholeheartedly. In fact, there's a more compelling argument about South Carolina being the fourth SEC team in over Alabama. If we're looking at more than just obviously the SEC schedule, but we're looking at who's hot, who's beat who lately, who hasn't been skull drugged by a bad football team lately. But that's a different argument, different conversation. SMU, I think this is – I love SMU over Alabama. I lean heavily into teams can't – especially when we're talking about a 12-team playoff. Everybody's not going to be able to control what their schedule looks like, especially when a team jumps to the ACC, a Power 4 conference. They had no idea that Florida State was going to mess the bed the way that Florida State messed the bed. They had no idea that conference wasn't going to be as strong as let's say it typically is. And all they did was go out there and go 8-0 in a Power 4 conference and beat everybody that their schedule stacked them up against. Their only losses are against a 10-win BYU team who was in this playoff conversation up until the last 3 weeks of the season, and obviously Clemson in the ACC championship game. And I think the Clemson game, the ACC championship, really made the case. Had they gone out there and got the doors blown off of them by Clemson, I think that would have opened the door for teams.
You think Clemson's good, Clint?
I don't think they're as good as they typically are.
Oh, well, obviously not.
No.
Yeah, but like, do you think they have any chance, Texas?
Do they have any chance? Oh yeah, they got a chance.
Think so?
Yeah, they got a chance. I don't like them. I don't think. I'm not a huge Dabo guy. I'm not a big Cade Klubnik guy at all. I think he's a serviceable quarterback. I don't have a lot of faith in him. But at the same time, I've watched Quinn Ewers play. I'm not a Quinn Ewers guy either. I don't have a ton of faith in Quinn Ewers either. I do think Texas is a better football team. But yeah, when we're talking about, we're talking about the bottom of the rung here with Clemson. Are they? Can I see Clemson being in that 11, 12, 13, 14 range? Sure, I guess. I mean, took advantage, a great program that took advantage of a down conference, made it to the championship, slipped in by the skin of their teeth, literally. Yeah, I mean, I'm not picking them to win it, but nonetheless, I think I lean heavily into a team that shows up every single week. And I'll even let that team that shows up every single week, I'll let them slip up from time to time. My problem with my problem with Bama in this conversation is 2 weeks ago you got skull drugged by a 500 OU team. You also lost to a Vandy football team, which is, to your point, a much improved Vandy football team. But this still, we're talking about
because Texas nearly did too.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's a better football team, but nearly is different than getting beat by them. And the truth of the matter is that we set the precedence of you go undefeated in a Power 4 conference and you're not getting in. I mean, I think that would have been bad for football. I think it would have been bad for everybody, the other 90% of college football, if SMU would have got pushed out simply because a bigger brand that's been there and historically is there and may draw more eyes to the TV. Not may, will draw more eyes to the TV. Is in the running. I think that's big, man. I think it's big for the future of the 12-team playoff as well.
There's something you said there I want to jump in there because I'm seeing a lot of people responding to this conversation between SMU and Bama. Where do you stand? Listen, I'm telling you right now, I am glad that SMU got in. I was hoping it would be SMU, but I do think Bama has the better resume, and I think they are the better team, which sometimes is what they say they're trying to look for. But there's something you said there that I want to get to. Coming up, we'll get to T. Mill's best bets, finish that conversation, and update you on the latest news with the Texans as they could be potentially getting some help coming back with them. That's coming up next.
ones who get it done.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We are out early as the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. He will join. He will be right here on Sports Radio 610 in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. There's something that you just said there because I think we're going to have to start to readjust some of our ideas of things in terms of what it means to say, hey, if you have a certain record in a certain conference, that it's hard. And I get your thought of, hey, SMU just went through the ACC, and during the regular year were undefeated. It's hard to leave that team out. I just think now that there's so many damn teams in these conferences that these schedules can be so off, like so not in any way the same or balanced, right? Like you could, like Indiana literally just played one team, as it shook out. They just really had Ohio State was really the team that they had to play, and the rest of their schedule rolled through. Penn State, they played Ohio State, and before they met Oregon, like it was Minnesota. It was like they avoided a lot of the teams because there's so many teams. You talked about it. The reason why you felt, I think it's tougher to do in the SEC because there's more quality teams. But what you felt about A&M was, A&M's got a schedule where somehow they don't got Georgia, they don't have Alabama on it. They didn't have some of the teams that have traditionally maybe given them problems. No Tennessee on it. Like I just think there's so many teams that it is. I don't know that we can almost just say, hey man, the hell they lost one game or they went undefeated. Well, let me look at the schedule first because SMU's. They got a light schedule in terms of the ACC. They didn't have to face. Now, a lot of it's not their fault. We did traditionally Florida State isn't a 2-win team, right? But to me, if someone texted in and they said when you lose to Vandy and you lose to OU, that you shouldn't have a chance to play for the Natty. Okay, and I would just counter and say if your best wins are Duke and Louisville in football, you shouldn't play for the Natty. Right, so I just think that the schedules are so many teams, and it's probably going to grow that they can be so unbalanced.
Yeah, I think for me, it's obviously strength of schedule it means something, right? But when you get into a 12-team championship, like 12-team playoff, I think there's you throw Penn State in there, which I agree with. You throw Penn State, you got SMU, Penn State, Indiana, Boise State, Arizona State. Even though Arizona State, probably shouldn't leave it. You got damn near half this bunch right here that from a strength of schedule standpoint pales in comparison to what any of these SEC schools played, including Bama and including Ole Miss, right, and including South Carolina, teams that didn't get in. So I just think at some point, right. They're in a 12-team playoff. I admit that, in a 4-team playoff, there's probably not room for this. But in a 12-team playoff, there's something about SMU was 11-1 and had to play in a championship game. Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Alabama were 8-3. They had 2 more losses and didn't qualify for a championship. Before we ever get to but they didn't play anybody. This and we've got to line it up and say, hey man, they went to work. They handled their business every single week. We don't know what their floor is, right? We don't know. They may not be as good a football team as we think they are. The one thing we can honestly say you can say it about Ole Miss and you can say it about Alabama is that they slipped and their floor sunk significantly multiple times here. Were they great? There were moments where they were really, 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 really good. But there were not one time, but there were multiple times where their floor sunk so low. And it wasn't just early in the season when they were still trying to figure out who they were or they had – it was throughout mid-schedule and late schedule. So for me personally, I want to find out if SMU where's their floor at? Like, I know Alabama. If Alabama showed up and laid an egg, we'd be able to look at each other. In the first round, we'd be able to look at each other and go, I've seen that before. There's been 2 or 3 times this year because they turned around and played piss poor against South Carolina the next week and damn near got beat. Right? Just play. So it's like, me personally, I want to see if SMU. I know it's easy to sit there and go, hey, they ain't got the same Jimmys and Joes. They ain't the same caliber. They don't have the same speed. They don't have this. They don't have that. But what they put on the field every week in, week out, is a brand of football that we don't know if they're very beatable.
Tyler, what's your best bets? I know you got that Monday Night Football.
I didn't realize we was going. My bad, T.
No, you're good, man.
Monday Night Football. What's your best bets? Let's get back on it now.
Yeah. NFL's been good to me so far in December. I am hitting 2/3 of all bets I'm placing on NFL wagers. So, got 6 of them for you tonight. Bengals traveling to Dallas to take on the Cowboys real quick. 6 of them listed for you. Bengals -4.5 tonight. Really like that one. I know the Bengals ain't necessarily playing for a whole lot.
Oh, boy, there's a lot here.
But I think they're pissed off. And primarily Jamar Chase. We'll get to him. Bengals -4.5. I'm on Bengals over 13.5 points in the first half. I think that might be my favorite one. And then 4 player props. I'm on Burrow over 1.5 touchdown passes tonight. The odds are insane, but I like it. Burrow over 9.5 rush yards. I'm on Jamar Chase over 88.5 receiving yards. And then the lone Cowboys player prop for you here. I'm on CeeDee Lamb over 5.5 receptions tonight against the Bengals. Y'all may cuss and discuss.
No, there's a lot here. All the receiver ones I love. These are 2 horrific secondaries.
Let's ride.
CeeDee Lamb 5.5 with that secondary. Oh, all day. I'm on that. And Chase against the Cowboys, 80 yards. Yeah, I'll take that as well. This is offense.
CeeDee Lamb liable to bow out though.
No,
that sucker didn't play in the fourth quarter. I trust me, had an over. Like, was it last week or the week before?
Oh yeah,
whole fourth quarter. The last 2 or 3 drives, they're trying to put a game to bed. And all he needs is a first down and his ass stand on the sideline.
Yeah,
I needed 1 catch, Ron.
Yeah, not when he smells these.
Not today.
These duds. this is a numbers day right here.
Get some money.
I like them receiver odds. All right, the Texans All Access, a coach's show coming up behind us. And then after that, Monday Night Football, the Bengals and Cowboys, courtesy of Westwood One. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I'm Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby. Fellas out there, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. You are not alone. There are many others who are struggling too.
Let's climb the tree. Let's play.
The Texans are back on the field and ready for the home stretch.
Ready!
Did the bye week give DeMeco's crew the reset they needed to get things clicking on all cylinders? We'll see on Sunday with the Dolphins coming into town.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, y'all, it's just not normal, man. The pain that's caused by chronic joint pain day after day, but some of y'all have dealt with it so long that it's become part of your life, man. It's doesn't have to be that way. Make the decision right now to say no. You're not going to live with it any longer. Get moving again in 2025 with the help from QC Kinetics, man. QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation, folks. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. I'm talking no steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine, using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain that you're dealing with from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people around our country have used cellular treatments, and I'm telling you again, they're living their best life, baby, without that constant pain in their joints. You want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. You deal with joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. 713-391-5285. QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Georgia Bulldogs have been vulnerable all year long, and even after Carson Beck got injured, they still found a way to win the SEC championship game. The Kansas City Chiefs have also been vulnerable all year long, and are still somehow 12-1. We can keep on saying these teams are vulnerable, but will anyone be able to actually beat these teams when it matters? Because if not now, then when? I'm Zach Gelb.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. The maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention, which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
John Lopez here. It is the holidays, but if you're feeling a little bah humbug or just not bringing your usual cheer, it could be low testosterone. It affects our moods. Well, testosterone therapy, or TRT, can help put some jingle in your bells. But guys, we have different T levels. We're not all the same, so don't go for just any standard dosage TRT plan. I personally recommend the personalized treatment that you get with the experts at Low T Center. And with more than a decade of experience, they get it done. So go to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16 with Apple Visions and all new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Cincinnati at Dallas. Cincy's offensive line provides excellent protection for the quarterback, allowing him to make plays in the pocket. Dallas' defensive line has been more disruptive this season, generating pressure on quarterbacks and stopping the run. Tonight is going to be a monster game. I got the side and total. That's 2 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. Call now. Hear him for free on a recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Cincinnati, Dallas, side and total. I love to go 2-0 and get the next 7 days on me. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to JohnAnthonySports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans Show. Back from the bye, here we are. And we've got a lengthy visit with the head coach coming up. Also some choice cuts from his podium visit today as well, as the Texans had a little practice today. And then tomorrow they'll be off. So you're back into a normal week, so to speak. Didn't play yesterday, of course. So today, little welcome back day with focus on what's going on the field, team meeting, all that kind of stuff. And then regular week starting Wednesday, but there's nothing regular about the next 3 games. And this is something we're not going to talk to the head coach about. What's after the Miami game? Are you kidding me? They're one game at a time, people. But we all know what we're getting into here. We call it the gauntlet. You have the Dolphins coming up Sunday at noon at NRG Stadium, and then a 6-day week to get ready for the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium, a Saturday noon game December 21st, and then the Christmas afternoon outing against the Baltimore Ravens. And the Ravens playing on Saturday, December 21st as well against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then the teams crisscross. The Chiefs will have the Steelers, Texans will have the Ravens, and then a long week before you play the Tennessee Titans to wrap up the regular season. Not get that far down the road, because the Miami Dolphins are one tough customer here. They come in here with a victory over the New York Jets, and it's a win that kept their playoff hopes alive. Had they lost that game, and it went to overtime, they would have been 5-8 coming in here. Instead, they're 6-7. So here's the situation before we get to the visit with the head coach. The Texans, of course, lead the AFC South, 8-5 the record, 2-game lead over Indy, which also had a bye week. Colts 6-7, and as you know, you have the tiebreaker against Indy as well. But Indy has an interesting schedule down the stretch. They're thinking even wild card possibilities because they have the Broncos in the crosshairs this Sunday. It's at Mile High. It's going to be tough for the Colts, but they hope to get that done to keep their slim division hopes alive and their slim playoff hopes alive, but they're still in it. And so are the Dolphins, because after the Texans, the 4 division leaders are, of course, the Chiefs, Bills, Steelers, Texans. Then you have an 8-5 fest with the Ravens, Chargers, and Broncos in that order. As you all saw, the Chargers lose to the Chiefs last night, dropping their record to 8-5, same as the Texans, Ravens 8-5, and Broncos 8-5. So very interesting down the stretch here. The most important thing is that the Texans beat the Dolphins before they get into it with the Chiefs and Ravens. But again, the Dolphins, real tough offensively. Tua Tagovailoa, we all saw what happened to him. He went on IR with the concussion. A lot of people thought he would retire. Since he's been back, the lowest completion percentage has been 70%. He is on fire. They're playing the short game. The deep work quite as well for them because teams have learned how to take a lot of that stuff away. They don't run the ball as well as they want to, but they have Devon Achane, the Aggie, from Marshall, and the Aggie has really done well through the air. He caught 6 balls against the Jets. He has more receiving touchdowns than rushing touchdowns, but as you know, he's just one of the weapons that you have to deal with. Houstonian Jalen Waddle on the squad, and we mentioned Tyreek Hill, real tough. Jonnu Smith, the former Titan from a while ago, he's been real good for them as well on the offensive side. Defensively, you look at the numbers, they're not too bad, but they don't get after the quarterback the way they want, yet Calais Campbell, that's right, he's on this team, and he's playing well in the middle, so we'll see how it all goes on Sunday. That's your situation. Facing the Dolphins, having to start off this gauntlet on a high note. You're coming off the win over Jacksonville last week, but that feels like a long time ago now. It's all about the next one, so let's visit with the head coach now, presented by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans. In studio with us, head coach DeMeco Ryans, back from the bye. Coach, how was it for you? How much did you unplug?
Not much. No, it's definitely refreshing. It's good to be back. Excited to be back out on the grass with the guys and just feeling that buzz, feeling the energy from our guys. For me, I tried to unplug a little bit, but it was just hard. It's hard for me not to come in the office and unplug. I did get a chance to spend a lot of time with the family, like sitting in the car lines a lot, driving the kids to and from school, having conversations with them. That's the one thing I'm thankful for, just being able to spend more quality time with them throughout the break. And that was very, beneficial for me. Joy is just to be around them as much as I could.
That could be productive time in the car lines, right?
No doubt. You get a lot of great questions, a lot of great conversations in the car line.
I'm telling you, kids at your age, the kids of your age, they can come up with some questions and make go, hey, man, I hadn't thought about that. Okay, maybe I need to take that under advisement. Coach, when you walked in and you talked to your team today and you think back to, like, before the bye week, could you sense, like, oh, yeah, we definitely needed that bye? Like, your players coming in there feeling refreshed, revitalized this late in the year? Because I know it felt like everybody we talked to, man, we were done with Jacksonville. I was like, oh, man, we need this bye. Did you kind of sense that when guys walked in, like, they look refreshed, they look ready to go?
Exactly. That's exactly what I felt. Stepping into the team meeting, seeing the guys, down lifting this morning. You feel that energy. It's like, man, we needed that getaway. Yep. And now I feel that also that sense of urgency, like, okay, now it's time to get to work.
Time to go.
Now it's time to go. It's time to go finish the season strong. And I'm excited to be back, feel them back, and just like how I'm also so excited for just how much better we can play. Just watching some of our tape over the break, just seeing how much better we can play and we execute the right way and we play together as a team. Like, so I'm excited to see us continue, and even at this point of the season, have opportunity to grow, get better. Like, I'm excited for it.
Coach, as you've had some time to reflect, what about team identity? How important is that, and how do you see it with the Texans heading into these finals of the regular season?
Yeah, with our identity, right, it's still that swarm mentality from our offense, defense, and special teams. That's who we are, right? And that's just operating with precision. That's the first and foremost. Like, when I talk about precision, it's just everybody being on all the small details of your job, being exactly where you're supposed to be. Like, when we operate with precision, then we play with exceptional effort. Like, and I see that identity, it shows up at times for us, honestly, but I want to see it more consistently. Like, the effort, a lot of big plays have gotten out on us, especially defensively, because the effort wasn't all the way like it needed to be. So we need to pick up that part of the effort, and then the physicality piece. Like, we want to be the most physical team when we step on the field, and that's who we're becoming, right? And it's always still a process as you go throughout the season of playing with precision, effort, and physicality. That's who we are, right? And we show it at times. We just have to be it consistently.
You've rubbed off on me in a sense, Coach, because I'll watch college games now, and I know that's kind of off in the distance. But I watch a guy and I go, "Is he swarm?" Like, that's what I want to know. Like, I don't care how good a player is, but like, can he fit here? Like, that swarm mentality is like what I want to see in every player that you have going forward. So you definitely rubbed off from that perspective. Miami's coming up. And, man, I don't need to tell you, they're fast. That's something you did talk about at the press conference. But as a defensive coordinator, facing a team that's that fast, I know it sounds obvious, like, oh, they're fast, they can run by you. Well, what are the biggest issues when you're facing a team that's got that kind of explosively, like in a snap, they can take one to the house, no matter where the ball is, where it's thrown, how it's handed, all that?
Yeah, the biggest thing is going to come down to, like, at the point of attack, when it's time to tackle, like, you think you're there, but you have to take that extra step, and our guys just really have to realize this week, like, I need to take that extra step. And it's okay if you shoot your gun and you miss, because if everybody is swarming and running to the football, then we don't really worry about the missed tackles, or you can't be concerned or worried about, oh, if I miss him, no, everybody's going to be around the football. You just go and shoot your shot. And when you shoot, you may just make the guy hesitate.
Right.
And that's all we need. We need the guy to hesitate so all the other 10 guys can come and swarm the ball carrier and try to take the ball away from him. But the speed, if you mess around and you miss, like, they just have the ability, especially the receiver, where they can take a slant to the house, the back A-chain, and do a really good job in the screen game, getting him the football. And he can take a screen, and he has that explosive speed to take it all the way to the house. So that's where the speed shows up.
What's the key in defending a screen, since we're on the subject here? Because sometimes guys, they do get fooled, but you can't be fooled, but you got to be ready for anything. So how do you handle that?
Right. The key to the screen is, first off, the D-line having great awareness, right? When you're not blocked, you have to be able to stop in your tracks and just turn and follow the offensive lineman. So the offensive lineman who just left you, I always say, you get in his hip pocket and you track him, and he's going to take you directly to the football. That's one key with the D-line. And then on the perimeter, like, whether you're in zone coverage or man coverage, we have to have the edge set at the numbers. So you want to set at numbers, and you want to force that guy back into our D lineman who should be chasing the hip. you force him back into the D lineman, that's when you get the big hits on the screen. But a lot of times when the screen gets out, D linemen are way too far upfield. There's no edge set on the perimeter, and a guy can, get explosive play after explosive play on the screen.
Coach, I know it was 2023, but you did face these guys in practice at least and in a preseason game. And I know you can't get a lot out of the preseason game at that particular point, but going against them in practice just to kind of feel that speed. I know Waddle didn't participate, but Tyreek was there. And feeling his speed and knowing his speed and changing the angle as a player, like, hey, I know if 10's got the ball, I might not need to beat him here. I might need to beat him here. Does that help that you guys have at least faced him to at least be on the same field to kind of feel that speed?
I think it helps a little bit, but at the end of the day, like it's so long ago where we have a lot of different guys who are here now that they have to actually go out and do it. And I think I know we have the guys with the right mentality, especially on the edge, like with Kamari and Steen. We just have to play physical at the line of scrimmage. When we give the opportunity to, we have to play physical at the line of scrimmage to try to slow down Waddle and Hill.
Well, with Hill, let's get into him a little bit because it's unique. It seems like you can throw the ball as far as possible, and he's going to find a way to track it down. His ball location skills are outstanding.
His ball, I mean, it's off the charts. When you look at like how many catches has he made looking over his shoulder. He's an exceptional talent, right? Mm-hmm. And he's one of the best receivers in his league, has been the best since he's been in the NFL. Like just play after play, he has a highlight show, right? Yeah. And you try to eliminate those highlights by playing him physical and getting on him as much as you can. He's going to get touches. He's going to get plays, but we can't, you can't lose our mind. If he makes a big play, like it's not out of the norm. That's what he does, but you just can't allow that big play to go for 6.
Yeah, how about that mindset, Coach? Because it's almost like basketball. The other team's going to score some baskets, right? They're going to get theirs, but you have to limit it as much as possible and maintain your attitude out there.
Yeah, the biggest thing is you have to limit the explosive plays with these guys. So, limiting our safeties will play a big role in this game. Mm-hmm. Like when the play, if it does happen to break, we don't want it to break, but if a play does break, our safeties have to do a great job of what we call erasing that play from our defense, and that's erasing it by not allowing points. So our safeties have to play big this game, corners have to play big, and if we get the opportunity, the ball comes out so quick, but if we get the opportunity to rush, our D-line could play a big factor in this game, but it's always going to start with the coverage and being tight in coverage versus their receivers.
Coach Weave has taken over as defensive coordinator for Miami. He's done a nice job thus far. It feels like the secondary has got some athletes. They got some dudes that can move. Javon Holland was one of my favorites a few years ago, what he can do for them. Jalen Ramsey on one side. But up front, they got a few guys that can move. Seiler inside is a guy that can do some things. What do you see with that Miami defense that CJ and the offense will have to contend with the most?
Yeah, first and foremost, we have to contend with their D-line. Bigger defensive line. They'll have a 5 down front, so bigger line that win with a lot of power. Seiler does a good job inside. Then you have Chop Robinson, who has the speed coming off the edge, and rookie who's figuring it out, playing some productive snaps for him. But I think for us offensively, we have to find that soft spot in the middle of their defense. And I think that's where the linebackers think we can kind of make some plays in the middle of the field, outside, and then in the deep end. Holland, as you mentioned, he's an exceptional talent, really young player who's ascending, playing really well. Ramsey, all-pro. He's been productive player for every year of his career. He's been one of the best corners in the league. But we have to move our guys around, right, make them communicate on defense, and we still have to try to expose the middle of the field.
Anthony was a big free agent signing when you were a player here. What are your memories of playing on the same defense with him?
Yeah, I remember Anthony, man. He's always big smile. He was always a fun guy to be around. Great teammate. He always liked to have a good time. So I always enjoyed being around Weave. Him being a veteran, as a guy that I looked up to. Mm-hmm. He played the game the right way. Always respected him for what he's done, and to see him get into coaching, I've always followed him. And he's done a really great job everywhere he's been coaching, and just to see the improvement that they made defensively throughout the year. Couldn't be more proud of Weave and the job that he's done. Hopefully he's up for one of these head coaching jobs that comes around at the end of this year. And me and Weave also share the same birthday, so that was our instant connection.
Oh, cool.
We were birthday brothers, so Weave's done a great job.
Go ahead, say, Coach. He's a little
older.
Oh, we got a lot more coming up with DeMeco Ryans and some stuff from the podium and former teammate Andy Kalu, part of the Texans preseason TV broadcast crew, and you hear him on Texans Radio every week. He has thoughts about what the Texans are going to do, what they're going through coming back from the bye. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hi, I'm Whataburger's Breakfast on a Bun, or Bob. And I'm Bob Ranchero. We're brothers. We've both got signature sausage, fresh egg, and melty cheese. And I've got picante salsa and pickled jalapenos. I'm the spicy one. And I'm reliably spicy. No, being reliable is my thing. Right, and I'm spicy. Right. Reliably spicy. Oh my gosh.
Whataburger's Breakfast on a Bun, Bob Ranchero. Served 11 p.m. to 11 a.m.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Don't you love the sounds of the holiday season? The bells, the sleighs. Woohoo! If so, your holiday's now even more magical because now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, you can take home your favorite Hyundai with some of the season's greatest savings.
Drive away now in one of our most popular models with 0% APR and 0 payments for 90 days. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial, so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way, anyone, even someone like you, sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Texans are back in action on Sunday against the Dolphins. Want a pair of front row seats?
Let's just do it, okay?
We've got them for you. Just be listening tomorrow in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hour for 3 chances to win.
This is my kind of party.
A pair of seats in the bullpen could be yours. All you have to do is listen tomorrow on a Texans Ticket Tuesday.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Great to have you with us here on the DeMeco Ryans program. Before we get back to it with the head coach, some numbers for you. I'm not going to bog you down too much, all right? This is stuff that you can easily ingest in an audio fashion in your car right now. Like the Texans are 11th in scoring offensively. Offensive yardage, whether it be rushing, passing, kind of middle of the pack. Actually, C.J. Stroud, 10th in the league in passing yards. Off, other teams catch up. Now we all have the same number of games. No more buys. 6 teams had buys this weekend, but nobody else has buys anymore, so everybody's played 13 games, and we move on from there. Defensively, Texans are 5th in total defense, 10th against the run, and 12th in points. And you know the head coach probably looks at that points number and says, we got to do better than that. But they're still in the top half of the league. Good, 8-5, you know the record. I mentioned CJ being 10th in passing yards. What about sacks? Danielle Hunter, 4th in the NFL in sacks. Will is 7th in sacks. So you have 2 in the top 7. That's pretty good right there. Taking the ball away. The Texans were on a tear when we last left them. When we last left the Texans episodic series known as the 2024 season. Kalen Bullock is 6th in the NFL in picks. He has 4. You saw Stingley get his 3rd of the year against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you have to hope that you can continue to take the ball away. But Tua has not been giving up the ball through the air lately. He's been really solid. I mentioned the completion percentage being really good. He has not been chucking picks lately. You got to get that going here at NRG Stadium. In fact, I talked with Joe Rose. You're going to hear that interview later this week. Joe is a color commentator for them and played for them in the early 80s. Played for, let's see, well, who were the quarterbacks? David Woodley, Dan Marino, Don Strock. You know those guys. He played in a couple of Super Bowls with the Miami Dolphins, and he said that Tua is just a different quarterback this year. Really tight to the line stuff and really tough to stop. So we'll see how it's going when they visit here. But they've been having a great deal of difficulty involved. Achane is doing well through the air, better through the air than he is on the ground. It's not just him, it's the offensive line. You get the picture. And Achane having a homecoming, obviously Jalen Waddle having a homecoming, other players as well. So Sunday, noon, NRG Stadium. Let's talk more about it and what needs to be done coming out of the bye with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
Offensively, Nico Collins being back, Tank being back. What do you want to see from your offense going forward? Because against Jacksonville, it felt like in the second half you started to see some of those moments like, okay, I like seeing this. Then Joe finishing the game, running the football. We talked about Miami's defense and where they could be vulnerable. What do you want to see from CJ and the offense just from a Texan standpoint, regardless of who's on the other side, whether it's any of these next 4 teams, but what do you want to see from the offense going forward?
Yeah, for me, all I want to see is move the ball, get positive yards, right? However that looks, if it's passing the football, that's where we lean heavy, passing, that's what it is, right? Just continuing to gain positive yards when we have to run it, and we can find a way to run the ball, let's do it. But to me, it's just operating and playing fast, operating with that execution that I speak of. Like if we have a guy open, let's hit him, right? If it's not there, how quickly can we get the ball to our check down? And let's let our playmakers get the ball in their hand and allow them to make plays. But I just want to see us operating as efficient as possible, getting the ball out quickly, and also being just efficient in the run game. No negative plays, no tackles for losses. How can we continue to press forward, as I always talk to our offense about, is pressing forward, get out of the 3rd and long situations that we find ourselves in. Just if we handle protection the right way, eliminate the negative plays, and just play fast on offense, no matter who we play coming down the stretch, we'll be in a good spot.
Coach, in your experience coming off a bye, is there a common theme? Like you do get a little extra boost of energy? Is there any rust? Is there anything to watch out for? What can you tell us about that?
It's with the bye being in so many different parts of the season. I've had them early, had them late. You just want to make sure guys are getting back to making sure you put the pads on, get back used to the pads and playing physical, because you get away from that, you can kind of show up in games where the tackling, it may be an issue. So I want to attack that head on and make sure we're overemphasizing just putting body on body, wrapping up and tackling. But I think the energy, the speed, everything will be there. Just a matter of just being efficient with the tackling. That's the one part that I've seen lacking when you come off a bye week.
Coach, a couple of guys coming back to practice, potentially Christian Harris being back, Kenyon Green. Can you speak to what they may be able to bring, whether it's this week, next week, or maybe down the road a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, getting into Christian has been out for a while. We missed him. He's missed a lot of football. Unfortunate injury that happened to him, but I'm just proud of the way he's persevered. It's been a long road. But I'm happy to see him just back out there today, seeing a 48 on the field. It's encouraging. I'm excited for him. And what he brings that speed and physicality to our defense. You talk about a swarm mentality, like that's Christian. He's going to fly around. He's going to play sideline to sideline. And that's what we need in our defense. A guy like him who can play sideline to sideline. It's all over the field. He can take the football away, so he can be an impact player for us as soon as he gets back out on the field. Kenyon, this guy, he started for us for a while there, and he had some good reps. Kenyon has been up and down, but we know the good one is good.
Yep.
He'll be good. He's a physical guy. He can move people in the run game. Just has to clean up some of the protection. But we'll see how he continues to progress throughout the week, see how, he comes back, and if he's ready to get back out there, and I think he can help us.
I wanted to ask you a question about defense going into a game, and not this particular game, but in general. When you game plan, you'd love to get pressure with the front four, not have to send anybody extra. Do you go into a game thinking, I want to send extra people this game, I might not, and adjust on the fly? How do you handle that, Coach?
Yeah, I always like to have my blitzes and different looks available. I always tell the coaches, I don't want to have to use these. So if I can go in and we can rush and win with 4, that's ideal for any defensive coordinator when the D-line is really humming up front and they're getting after the offensive line, and I can deploy more guys in coverage and we can take some things away. But if you have to blitz, it just makes the look a lot easier for the quarterback. It cleans up the picture. He can see the one-on-ones much easier when you do blitz. So you are rolling the dice a little bit there, putting the coverage guys on the island, so to speak, and they have to really make that play, or you have to make sure you're getting home. So we have to design them the right way to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly enough so the defenders can play on the football. If it's not designed right, and I've had some of those where they weren't right and the quarterback is able to hold on to the ball, it's why did I call that? Yeah. So pick your poison, right? You have, if you feel like you have a tail on an offense, you feel like you have their protection rules down and you can attack their protection and for sure you can speed the quarterback up, then let's get after it. But for me, I would like to rely on 4 as much as I can.
Coach, you kind of took me down a road I was thinking about, because I was thinking about this weekend being on the bye. There's a lot of football on, whether you're hanging with the kids, maybe you're just watching a game, and you see something. And I start thinking about, you as a play caller, as a defensive play caller. How have you adjusted, or how have you evolved as a play caller? You came in thinking you would be like this, but maybe you lean more this way because of the talent that you have or the talent you don't have. How have you kind of changed as a play caller over the years, and in particular the last couple of years since you've been here? Yeah,
each year for me, I kind of go in thinking one way of how I want to be aggressive and playing a tight man match coverage, and it continues. It evolves. weekly. Honestly, who's up on defense? Right. Injuries play a huge part in the what am I calling, when am I calling it. So it's just all based on personnel, right? And trying to make sure, for me as a coordinator, when I first started, I had an idea, okay, this is what I'm running, and then as I continue to grow, I see man, just because you like running this and always work. Right. So you have to be able to adjust and adapt, also adapt to offenses who are changing and doing so many different things. Offenses, they get your rules down on defense and they start to attack you and exploit you. So now you have to kind of be a step ahead, right, and play that chess match with guys. So most of the time it's about the offensive coordinator who I'm going against and how I want to move our guys around. And it also has to do with the personnel that I have defensively and who can I put in a tough matchup and not be concerned with.
So as you're watching games, just any game, and you're thinking, if I was facing that offense, do you kind of play that game as you're watching? Just kind of the game is on. You're like, what? They do this. Just kind of challenging yourself, whether it's pro or college. Hey, if I was facing this, I think I would like to do this against them. Do you kind of watch games that way? Always.
I can't watch games the same anymore.
You call out formations and sets and things?
Yeah, always telling my son, they're about to run this. So he's I'm always thinking about what they're doing. And also offensively, I'm looking that's a cool play. That's a cool concept. I can see how they showed them one thing and they played off of it. So I just enjoy the beauty of football and just the ins and outs that a lot of people don't get to see. But it's also probably hard to watch games with me because I'm calling out, trying to call out every play.
It's just habit. You're just used to it.
I can't help it.
We haven't talked about this in a while, but what's the latest on what's in your headset? Because I think you've changed it. Maybe we talked about it last year. But what are you hearing? What can you share with the audience about what you hear, what you like to hear? Because you can hear everybody, but I got to imagine everything, every little detail. So how does that work for you?
You can't hear a lot of chatter, so I have to make sure it's calmed down a little bit. But for me, I'm hearing the personnel. We have our guys upstairs. They're giving me the offensive personnel. What, is it 11, 12, 21 personnel? And we are making our calls. And, you hear, certain coaches are giving me, okay, these are the tendencies that they've had during these personnel groupings, or I may ask, how are these tendencies changed throughout the game? So there's a lot of information that's running through the headset, and then I do have to make a call. So that part. So sometimes I'm in a little too late getting a call in, but our backers, they do a great job. If I am late getting a call, we already know the go-to calls. We talked about them throughout the week, so they got my back just in case I'm a little too late getting them a call. But there can be a ton of information. I think I always want to hear just what's beneficial in that moment. Like, we can blurt out a lot of things, but I only want to hear something that's going to help me to put our guys in a favorable position.
And along those lines, you only can talk to your, who's ever got the communication set on. They can't talk back to you. So do they have ways that, hand signals and things that they can send back to you, like speaking sign language, basically?
Can they shake you off like baseball?
Baseball some of them try to. They try to shake me off, but they'll give me a thumbs up every once in a while. But they probably get tired of me because if I have enough time, like, I'm trying to give our guys, hey, this formation, this may come up, and it's like, DeMeco, I have to talk to myself, like, DeMeco, relax and let them go play.
When you were a player, what did you like in your headset when you were playing?
Just give me the call and leave me alone. But now I'm the opposite. I'm that guy now, trying to give way too much information to the guys.
All right, I have a couple more quickies for you. One, I'm coaching youth basketball.
Nice.
So it's a luxury problem, but when is it polite for me to take the ringer out, right?
Oh.
What lead is safe? And how should I handle this, Coach?
You should be thankful that you have a ringer first and foremost,
it's a luxury problem.
I think you get up by 10. You should take him out. No,
10,
20.
You're a coach.
Have you been up by 20 yet? Have you been up by 20?
No, we were up by like 15.
Oh yeah.
And how much time left?
There was full quarter. I took them out for a while. They got within 12. I was like, get back in.
Man, lucky you.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have. And the Amagi Bank Ask Coach question of the week. We have Kids Day coming up on Sunday. That's the theme of the game. So do you have a favorite toy or something or an activity as a kid, other than sports, but was there a toy you like to play with, some kind of a toy as a kid, young or
what did I like?
Medium age?
We did the Rock'em Sock'em Robot deal. That was a fun one to play with.
Yeah.
And of course the video game, the Nintendo or Sega, that was always fun to play with. But I know it's not sport, but anytime you got like a new bike and you can just get some wheels and take off, that was always fun as well. But man, it was definitely a lot of sports in the neighborhood being played, but those little toys, or you get remote control cars. I go back to that. The remote control cars were also I'm gonna try to build a little ramp, make the cars go over the ramp. So that's
Daredevil.
Yeah, just being outside and just having fun being a kid. That's what I enjoy most.
All right, there's the head coach, and we have more from him from the podium. Some other questions came up, his thoughts on Christian Harris, some other things from coming back from the bye. Former DeMeco teammate Andy Kalu, his weekly appearance on the show as well. What does he think about coming back from this time off of the Houston Texans? How will they be different? We'll get into it here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Texans fans, stand for the heart of a champion. That's the desire to be the best. Folks, this is DeMeco Ryans. Desire is at the heart of your best in Texas Ford dealers to make it easy and affordable to buy a new Ford. Easy to own one, too, with Ford mobile service and pickup and delivery. Services that come to you and help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
The Texans are back on the field and ready for the home stretch. Ready! Did the bye week give DeMeco's crew the reset they needed to get things clicking on all cylinders? We'll see on Sunday with the Dolphins coming into town.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid, a mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best grills at the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
Hey, Texans fans, Toro wants your kids ages 12 and under to join Toro's Kids Club. Toro's Kids Club is free to join for the young Texans fans in your life. Kids Club members get to enjoy exclusive events with Texans special guests, contests for chances to win game tickets or autographed items, special offers, and so much more. Parents, don't wait. Sign up your kids today at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer with you now. Amity Bank, amazing plays of the game. We don't have any. It was a bye. So it was amazing to have a little time off, take a deep breath, watch the league, and get ready for the final 4 games of the regular season, starting with Miami on Sunday at noon at NRG Stadium. Please be early, be loud, be strong. Texans need you. Tough opponents coming your way, starting off with a Dolphin team that, don't look at the record. They're 6 and still alive for the postseason, and they think they can get there. If they get through this one, they feel good about the 49ers because the 49ers are all banged up, so they feel like maybe they can get that. Then a relatively doable, shall we say, finish of the Browns on the road and the Jets on the road. But you can't take anything for granted in this league. I mean, come on, the Texans just lost to the Titans 2 weeks ago. But let's get into this with the head coach from the podium. Big games coming your way, coming back from the bye. This is how we started things off.
As we move forward or where we are, in our season, it's great to be playing meaningful football here in December. Our guys have earned the right to be here. And, of course, we have guys that are coming back, guys who are out. There'll be differences in our lineup changes, and we'll kind of see how that goes throughout the week. So we'll continue to assess, getting Christian back, getting Kenyon back is helpful. We'll see how those guys continue to progress throughout the week and see where they are and if they can help us, this week or not.
All right, after that answer, ears perked up. Hey, Christian Harris could be back. Kenyon Green? Didn't think that was possible. But what about Harris, who has not played for the entire season? Here's more on him from the head coach at the podium.
Christian's done an outstanding job of working off to the side. And our strength and conditioning staff, our sports performance staff, done a great job of working with Christian and just seeing him back out, moving around. He looks like himself physically, moving around. It's just a matter of, like you said, missing a lot of football. It's just a matter of him getting back in and getting those mental reps. There's nothing can help you do football except playing football. football. So that's to get out there and get those physical reps of hearing a call, getting lined up. But physically, he looks like he's in a really good spot.
Okay, the Miami Dolphins. Let's get a little scouting report. We got into it earlier with our visit, Johnny and I in studio. What did the coach have to say from the podium?
They have really good quarterback play. Tua, when he's on, getting the ball out very quickly, and there's a lot of speed on the field, right? Whoever he gets the ball to, whether it's A-Chain or Hill, Waddle, Jonnu, all those guys play extremely fast. Mike has done a great job of just deploying those guys in different spots, a lot of motions, a lot of things to mess with defenders' eyes, and they do a good job of just distributing the ball to different players, and those guys have exceptional run after catch ability, right? They have the ability to take a 5-yard pass and turn it into an explosive, and that's where we have to do a great job on the perimeter of tackling, right, and making sure we're where we're supposed to be defensively, and we're going to have to make plays and try to attack the football.
And more from the head coach on the Dolphins offense in particular.
Where they've thrived, again, is just putting Hill in so many different spots and moving him around. Everybody knows the explosive playmaker that he is, but it's just they have so many different snap points, so many different motions that it's hard to just beat in. You can't hone in on just one thing. If you think you have them down, they change it up. Even in the run game, I just think it's a very multiple run game with a lot of movement that you have to be on it with your eyes. And this would be an elite test for our eye discipline, right? If our eyes, and we could be in a good spot to try to put ourselves in position to make a play. But if your eyes are off at all, they have the chance to really hit you with an explosive play.
All right, some things about coming back from the bye. The juice, that factor. How much did the rest help?
It was really, really nice to see the guys come back refreshed, seeing them bounce around today in our practice. It was good to see it, feel the energy from the guys, also feel the sense of urgency from all of us, and that's what's needed at this time. And everybody's excited to be back out on the grass practicing. We got our much-needed rest, and now it's time to get back to work, which we're excited about.
Coach was also asked, what was the message to the team before the bye?
Our message to our guys was really to just take some time to get the rest, relaxation that you needed, just mentally and physically, to come back to make sure your heart's right, your mind's right, your bodies are right, and we're ready to go finish out the season in a strong manner.
And here's one more from the head coach. From the podium, priorities, focus, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the biggest thing is hard for us is getting back to the basics and fundamentals of ball, right? And it's us just executing on those, we call those simple things of football, right? It doesn't change. And this time of the year, it's not so much about the scheme. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, right? It's about how do you execute, and are you executing better than your opponent? Are you protecting the football? Are you taking the football away? Putting yourself in favorable position, playing complementary football. So as I go back and dissect it all, it's just about us getting back to the basics and playing our brand of football and executing the right way.
All right, now, as we do from time to time, we get in on the show, Johnny and I chopping it up with ND about the weekend's activities as they pertain to the Texans and what needs to be done coming out of the bye for the Houston Texans to thrive in these final 4 games of the regular season and beyond.
In your mind, what could be an X factor for this Texans team the final 4 games, be it a player, a unit, or just something that's not a person, place, or thing?
Not a That's a good one, because as you were talking, I was thinking, okay, Dalton Schultz. We know he has the ability. We haven't seen it consistently this season, but I could see a scenario where he plays like the tight end we expected him to be, what we saw last year. But if it's not a person, place, or thing, what would the X factor be? The rally around losing Al-Shaair, if that makes sense. Every
that's
single
a good one. Yeah.
Player, because a lot of those guys, and I've talked to them, feel like he was wronged, and they took it personal because they know what type of great person he is off the field and the way he's being vilified, even though he seems to be embracing it now. But I just think with those defensive guys, especially the younger ones that he's had an impact on, Henry To'oTo'o, some of those guys that truly have a relationship with him, them all picking up their game in his absence.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That is a great one. To have a rallying point for everybody, for sure.
Andy, back from the bye, it's not like you were off for a month, but it's a weekend off. It's a few days off your feet, so to speak. What happens to a team? Is there or no way? You just it's a brief time off, and you get some rest, some rejuvenation, get back to it. How do you see it?
I don't think there's rust. I mean, that first day of practice, you might kind of, need someone to give you a shot on the field to kind of bounce you back in season. But we are not going to see any rust on the football field this upcoming Sunday. But a lot of guys are rejuvenated. I mean, if you take this bye week the way I believe you're supposed to approach a bye week and not just physically take a break, but mentally take a break, watch some of the football games casually as a fan, but don't watch it as intense as you do when you're watching film. I think a lot of the guys are going to be walking back in there smiling, dapping each other up as if they haven't seen each other for a while.
And do the players, do they watch the scoreboard? Do they pay attention to, hey, if we win this and they lose this, we win a division. Hey, we're keeping an eye on this. We know the seeding. Are players, are they aware of it? Are they talking about it? Is it something that even kind of enters their mental space, especially at this time of year?
I could be dead wrong because the game and the mentality of players have changed so much. But when I could only speak for my era, that's retiring in 2009, we looked at, okay, are we still in it, and do we have a chance, and that's it. Like, we weren't looking at what did the Colts do, how many games behind us are the Indianapolis Colts, and if we lose, because you never wanted to go into a game thinking if you lose, it's going to be okay. Like, you never want to think that on the front end. I don't think, John, they start really looking at the unlisted end until like those last 2 or 3 games, and you're on the outside looking in, because then it gives you that motivation to continue to play. Like, hey, if we go win and this happens, that happens, we still have a chance. But when you're top of the division, I hope you're not looking around. I hope you're not, because what you're truly saying to yourself is, what games can we lose and still get into the playoffs? And I don't want anybody going into into any game thinking like that.
Andy, during the bye, I'm imagining what these players are thinking when they're watching other games, and specific to their position. C.J. Stroud watching other quarterbacks thinking, oh, man, maybe I should try that, or, well, that's no good. I wouldn't do it that way, or whatever the thoughts are. Did you have those thoughts? And you probably still do if you did, watching other defensive linemen play, the techniques they use, what they could do better, what you could maybe adopt or whatever. Does that happen when you're watching other games when you're on the couch?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get inspiration from a lot of guys. For me, as when I was in my prime, when I started and when I played a lot, I was 6'4", 260 pounds. So I would watch those leaner guys, especially the ones that were the greats. Like, even though he's younger than me, I remember watching Aaron Schobel thinking, like, man, like, to be that light and be that strong, he has great technique, he uses his hands. So when I had a chance to watch him play, I would just enjoy the game, but I would watch guys like that and see what they were doing to have the success that they had. So, I would expect every single guy that actually did watch games to be looking at their position and looking at the guys that are succeeding to see what they're doing.
If the season ended today, the Texans would host the Baltimore Ravens in a first-round playoff game. So, ND, as I say that, first-round playoff game. Now, I know we'll meet on Christmas, Wednesday, December 25th. I know the date. We'll meet the Ravens. Mm-hmm. But if that is what the first-round playoff game is, what is your reaction to that?
I don't like that for a first week playoff game. There are no easy games, and I haven't really been paying that much attention to Baltimore yet. But when you have Lamar Jackson, who's playing like his name's being thrown out there. I don't know if he's going to win it this year as an MVP. That to me, that's not the first matchup you want. But, and again, it's a big but. Once you start the playoffs, it's 0-0, and those are the teams you have to win if you want the ultimate goal. So I'm not saying that you go into that game afraid, but to me, that's a true Super Bowl contender, regardless of their ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of the regular season.
Okay, so if it's not the Ravens, and on Christmas, that's a playoff game of sorts. Yeah, you can prevent the Ravens from coming back here by beating them that day.
That is a great point.
It doesn't lock it up, but it could really help. And then you have your choice now, ND. Chargers or Broncos? Ooh. Who do you want? Ooh. Who do you want here in a wild card setting? And you know who would hate this conversation? DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. They don't like this at all. But you know what?
They're
not listening.
It off right now.
They're not listening, so let's go.
You know what? Again, I'm not saying it's trash talking, but that when you talk about first round of the playoffs, that those are the type of teams I want to see in the first round. Good teams, but very beatable. Denver right now, though, what are they on that 3 or 4 game win streak? I heard them say yesterday. They're pretty hot right now. But when I look at the roster, when I look at that team, if I get to choose as a fan, bring Denver Broncos in all day, every day.
Wow, yeah, with the rookie quarterback, but man, he looks pretty
good.
Bo's played well. Hey, listen, he's like 35 already.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a rookie.
He's played a lot of football.
He's played a lot.
He's
played a lot of freaking football.
Guys like that, it's like AAA. They brought him up from AAA, and he's ready to go. Like CJ, in a way, played at Ohio State in such big games. It's AAA football, and you come up to the big leagues.
But who else has played a lot of football at that position? Justin Herbert.
Right. Oh, he's too much.
Coach Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, that tandem makes me a little more nervous than Peyton and Nix.
That's a great point. I think Sean Payton in the playoffs is maybe tough to go against, but with a rookie, you never know. Rookie in the first time. Then again, our rookie last year, the first time against the number 1 defense in the league, shredded them like lettuce. So I don't know. I mean, maybe Bo. Yeah,
but
Bo Nix.
CJ was not like other rookies.
Bo Nix ain't CJ. We know that. But along those lines, and Mark mentioned it, and I'm glad we kind of got there. C.J. Stroud, I think C.J. has played better than people want to say he has. But, A, how good do you think the bye was for C.J. to just rest his body for a little bit because he has taken some hits? And, B, what would you like to see C.J. do a little bit more over these last 4 games before they get into the playoffs to get ready for the potential playoffs?
So the way he approaches life, the way he appears to approach life, I don't want to act like, we're the best of friends. He just seems like a guy that really will benefit from the time off, especially mentally. Like he just seems like he's going to reflect. He's going to watch and think back to what he was doing mentally that didn't make sense. And I'm not even talking about making the right decision, because I remember one of his quotes saying he needs to learn how to have more fun out there. And I thought that was pretty interesting for someone so young to, really be in tune with the feelings you need to have as an NFL player. So, yeah, I think he's really going to benefit from this time off and seeing what's going on around him. As far as what do I want to see from him? Just a little bit more of what he's done. Like, I know he's thrown more interceptions than he threw last year, but I thought that number was more of an outlier. What was his total? Was it 5 last year?
Yeah, yes. 5.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting him to have another season where he had only 5 interceptions. So I can say cut down on the interceptions. I know he's doubled it this season. So to give an actual answer, I'll say cut down on the turnovers. But the reason I'm hemming and hawing and I'm not giving you a clean answer, I also don't want him to go out there with the thought process of, I can't make a mistake. So some of these throws that I've seen him make, and I was like, wow, that was an awesome throw. You have to be confident enough to be